Chapter 1, Escapee from Savage Island. In a remote jungle nestled between the Chu State and Whitewater City within the Dexian country, a thin and frail figure was leaning against a thick tree trunk. Both of his legs were spread apart in a relaxed manner. This figure belonged to a 13 or 14-year-old teenager. Aside from his unusually pale face, the boy had fairly common facial features. His clothes were loose-fitting and a bright shining steel sword was carelessly thrown by his side. The sword, although shiny, was also stained with spots of dried, black blood. A strip of cloth was wrapped around the teenager's shoulder, multiple times, forming a makeshift tourniquet. Even though it was tight, fresh blood still leaked out. Closing his eyes, the young man became motionless against the tree trunk, as if he was taking a nap. Suddenly a slight sha sound came from within the jungle. Something was rapidly approaching the young man. The young man opened his eyes and jumped up, while his toe instinctively flicked to the side. Bang! The steel sword shot up and rested snugly within the young man's palm. The young man looked in the direction of the sound and without hesitation, leaped in the other direction. With just a few steps he disappeared into the jungle. After a while, a group of black-armored warriors appeared from the jungle brush, moving in a tight battle formation. There were only 20 warriors, but everyone in their group was tall and sturdy with looks that matched those of seasoned veterans. It was clear that they were soldiers who were used to bloodshed. They came out from one side of the jungle. After a low grunt from one of them, all 20 of them stopped and stood perfectly straight in the same spot. At the same time, one of the young warriors hastily stepped forward and squatted down in front of where the youth once rested. Using his hands, he quickly dug through the teen's resting place before soon standing up again. General Wang, the fugitive has only recently fled. If we were to leave now, we might be able to catch him. The warrior reported to the only member within their group who was not wearing a black helmet and was instead showing off his bald head. While the warriors were relatively tall, compared to this 2-meter giant next to them, they were much shorter in comparison. They were like children standing in front of an adult. There is no need to chase him. We've already secured the surrounding cities. No matter how cunning this brat is, he won't be able to escape. To that side, General Situ has already been waiting for a long time. Now all we have to do is to slowly make our way over to him. The giant man snorted while staring in the direction the young man had escaped in. Sir, this is a huge criminal that the state demands be apprehended. If we capture him, we will have accomplished something great. Are we really going to give our prize away to General Situ? An armored warrior asked after a moment's hesitation. Something great? No matter. Whether General Situ gets our prize or not will depend on if he has the capability required to capture the fugitive. Regardless, let us slow down a bit so that we might be able to catch them both tired. The giant man said without emotion while wiping his bald head. Sir, what do you mean by that? General Situ has far more people than we do. Even if that young man knows a few skills, how will it be possible for him to stand against General Situ? Astounded, the young soldier stared at his commanding officer. Yuxian, you've been by my side for quite some time now and I can tell that you are quite strong. However, if you were wanted by the government, what is the most you would be able to face and still be able to get away safely? The gigantic man didn't answer the young soldier directly, instead he replied with a deep question. If I were fighting general detectives, then I could handle about 7 or 8 of them without a problem. However, if they numbered over 10, I would start having problems. The young soldier wasn't sure where his superior was going with his question, but regardless he answered the question. 7 or 8. Ever since the arrest warrant for this kid was issued, the number of general detectives killed while trying to capture him has already surpassed that paltry amount by 10-fold. The giant man roared with laughter, coldly explaining why he asked his original question. The general detectives have all been trained by specialists, though they cannot compare to us of the Black Tiger Guard, they definitely aren't as weak as the average person. The young soldier's face revealed a look of disbelief. He couldn't understand how this youngster could be that strong. This youth, he originally escaped from Savage Island, which in itself is no small feat. The island was originally designed to be a prison for the most diabolical of people. Each prisoner locked away there possesses great talent and power. Never should they be underestimated. The giant coldly stated. What? He escaped from Savage Island? The young soldier sucked in a breath and suddenly, another thought came to him. Hastily he asked. Sir, I've heard that Savage Island sank overnight, and didn't they say that all of the prisoners sank with the island? The infamous Dead Sea surrounds it. A special ebony boat is required to traverse the waters. Nothing else is capable of staying afloat. I'm not too sure of that myself, but other than that young man, at least 10 others escaped from the Dead Sea. If it weren't for the fact that we accidentally found one of the escapees and interrogated him for information, I'm afraid that the courts would not have known about this at all. Consequently, the Black Tiger Guard would not have been sent to patrol this place either. No matter though, that young man we have to capture is the weakest criminal that escaped. Although he set up false trails and set us back half a month, all we need to do now is to head straight and we'll find him. And once we do, he's as good as dead. Shaking his head, the giant man slapped the back of his black spear. Of course, who doesn't know that Sir is ranked within the top 100 in the entire state? The young soldier praised the giant man as his respect for the tall soldier floated onto his face. Stop flattering me. We should get going. Waving his fan-like hand, the giant man rather bluntly commanded the soldiers to move out. Saluting, the young soldier returned to his spot among the others. Immediately the soldiers returned to their formation and each soldier quickly disappeared into the jungle. 1 cup of tea later, the soldiers left the jungle and entered a small but spacious meadow. The sight that greeted them left all of them stunned. The meadow, which originally had been lush green and had bloomed with plant life, was now dyed crimson red. In the middle of all the blood, the corpses of similarly dressed black-armored soldiers were scattered across the ground. On each of their faces horrified expressions remained. It was as if they had seen a truly dreadful sight before they died. Each corpse had a thumb-sized hole in their throat with blood still pouring out. Altogether there are 30 corpses here, all of them under General Situ's command. It seems that not one was spared, however General Situ's body is not among the corpses here. The young soldier named Yuan reported with a pale and disturbed face after he had quickly moved around the corpses and examined them. The giant man's face dropped as he heard the report. Glancing to the other side of the meadow, something caught his eye. He quickly made his way over. Without hesitation the other soldiers followed him, but they were on their guard and much more cautious than before. The giant man quickly thundered to the tree and after looking down, his face twisted in anger and grief. There, under the tree, was the withered body of a black-armored soldier with a steel sword pierced through his throat, pinning him to the tree. Near the tree, a long but pale silver blade was stabbed into the ground. The rigid hands of the middle-aged man were grasping the sword's blade. Every single finger bore multiple cuts and his eyes stared straight ahead even though his breathing had ceased long ago. Lu Ming was quickly jumping through the jungle and his entire body felt sore. Even the spoils of his battle, another silver blade, began to feel heavier and heavier in his hand. Although he had trained himself in swordsmanship for 5 to 6 years and was able to kill all of the warriors who were waiting for him, the ferocity of the warriors was beyond his expectation. Even after he used a hit-and-run tactic to kill off all of the warriors, the leader of the warriors kept on pursuing him without fear for his own life. This forced him to use a secret technique he had learned on Savage Island, one that burned his potential and reopened his old wound. Even using that technique he was still only barely able to kill that leader. Using such a technique overworked his adolescent body, he wouldn't last much longer at this rate. When Lu Ming thought about the aftereffects, he couldn't help but take a glance at his shoulder. The layered cloth strips wrapped around his shoulder were soaked with blood, and at the same time, waves of pain kept on pulsating from his arm. Even with his stubborn personality, enduring the burning aftereffects was simply too much. Black Tiger warriors deserved their title as Deshien's elites. They were far superior compared to the normal government detectives that had chased after him before. Him right now could only hope that the slaughter earlier made the other Black Tiger warriors wary of him, too scared to pursue him closely. Once 1 or 2 more days passed, the aftereffects of the air closure technique would wear off and he could jump into a nearby river to escape. Although Lu Ming wasn't very old, he had learned quite a few rare and non-mainstream techniques. If he hadn't, even with someone protecting him on Savage Island, he wouldn't have been able to survive there for 7 to 8 years as a child. As Lu Ming thought back, the scarred face of a man floated before his eyes. Even though his demeanor was quite ferocious, when Lu Ming remembered him, his heart felt warm. Suddenly, Lu Ming's face turned dark and his body, which had been speeding forward, twisted itself to shift to the left and curled into a ball during the process. At the same time, "Sho-sho" sounds rang out ahead of him. A dozen half-foot-long crossbow bolts shot out in front of him. They came whizzing out of the jungle with a couple of flashes and barely passed by the young man. Instead they pierced into a gray-white tree behind him. The bolts were shining coldly under the sun. It was obvious that they were made of high-grade steel. Most of the bolts were stuck to the tree and were still quivering slightly. "Who is it?" the young man coldly called out as he tumbled into a nearby bush and pressed his silver blade out in front of him. "Pretty good. No wonder you were able to live for so long under the pursuit of Black Tiger warriors. However, now that you've met the two of us, prepare to die." A sharp feminine voice came from ahead, and two shadows, one of a man and the other of a woman, flickered out from a tree ahead of the young man. Chapter 2, Desperate Teenager. Chapter 2, Desperate Teenager. The woman was big and stout and looked around 30 years old. She wore crimson-red clothes and a giant red flower situated in her hair. Her face was rough and ugly, and in her hand was a mace whose length was nearly the height of a grown man. The man next to her was around 40 years old and had an ordinary-looking face. He wore blue silk robes, and a short sword hung around his waist in a yellow wooden sheath. In his hand was a 3-foot-long crossbow. It was not loaded since he had just fired it at Lu Ming as an opening attack. "You two are not from the Black Tiger Guards, right?" Lu Ming took a deep breath and asked as he eyed the two people closely. After living on Savage Island for such a long period, he had learned a long time ago to probe his enemy for weaknesses before starting a fight. His question was both a probe as to how strong they were and a way to stall for time. In actuality, as soon as their gazes had met, Lu Ming's brain had already started working. The woman, with her thick arms and heavy footstep, is obviously a strength type. She is possibly a bit inferior in speed, but with that weapon in her hand, even the slightest contact cannot be allowed. The man has white and steady hands and a shady look. He most likely has some kind of special skill. Against him, full attention and caution is required. The other two naturally did not know that the weak-looking teenager would be thinking about so much information in such a short time. This was their first time facing such a young opponent, and they could not help but reveal an expression of interest. The man grabbed a new bolt with one hand and reloaded his crossbow, that had multiple vents, while saying icily, "Lu Yangzong from the Yang City in the south. 7 years ago he deceived the king and was sent to the jail in Nanlan County. He later died of sickness in jail. His son, however, was given a chance to live due to his young age, although he would have to live out the rest of his life imprisoned on Savage Island. Yet, a month ago, Savage Island sunk to the bottom of the Dead Sea for reasons unknown. Most of the prisoners died in the waters, despite that only Lu Ming and 11 other people escaped from the Dead Sea. Now the Ministry of Justice has issued silver rank bounties for the escaped convicts, dead or alive. Am I right?" The man's voice faded as the red woman next to him let out a sharp laugh. "Little brat, this man died 7 days ago by our hands. Was he your comrade?" She casually grabbed a leather bag from her waist and threw it on the ground. Doke. The bag flipped around and out rolled a bloody head. The head was covered by quite a bit of facial hair, making him look around the age of 40. The head had a coarse dark expression on it while its mouth hung limply open. Lu Ming glanced at the head and his heart instantly dropped. He whispered a name, Steelhead. "So, I wasn't wrong. Looks like you do recognize him. Brat, if you quietly let us arrest you, the two of us can give you some leeway, and you might even survive after being judged. However, if you decide to make a move now, we will kill you without fail," the man dressed in blue said after he finished reloading his crossbow. "The two of you already know so much about me, which means you two are probably from the Ministry of Justice. What level are you two? Using such empty promises to deceive me, are you lying to me because I'm young? The Imperial law cannot be defied. With the number of Black Tiger Guards I've killed, I'm afraid that even if the king himself was in my defense, I'd still be hacked into pieces." Lu Ming blinked his eyes and did not for a second believe the man in blue. The man snorted at this answer, neither denying nor confirming anything. The red woman to the side laughed and said, "It's unbelievable that this child is so young and still understands the Imperial laws so well. The people from Savage Island are extraordinary. Even if they are young, you cannot underestimate them. You are right that he, my husband, and I, the wife, serve the Ministry of Justice. Specifically, we're at the silver scale level. Little brother, when you die and reach the Huang Quan, don't blame us for bullying the weak. Husband, do it." She attacked. The swing of her mace fiercely whistled through the air as it sped toward the young man. Despite her large body, she was abnormally agile. Even though the mace in her hand was gigantic, she swung it as if it was weightless. With perfect coordination, the man in blue on the other side raised the giant crossbow and fired a dozen bolts, which shot forth like cold rays of light toward Lu Ming's sides. Lu Ming grimaced. If he dodged to the left or right, he would be jumping straight in front of the crossbow bolts, but if he remained in the center, then he would have to face the attack of the ugly woman. Their coordination was flawless. It was no wonder that the two of them were husband and wife. As Lu Ming looked at the scene, his face changed. However, his mind continued to move. The next moment he took in a breath of air, and his hand tightly clutched onto his silver blade. His sword became a streak of light as he swung it at the ugly woman's head. Even when face to face with the giant mace, Lu Ming paid it no heed. It was basically trading fatal hits. The ugly woman's eyes narrowed. Although she knew that her foe was not trying to die together with her, she was not willing to actually risk her life. She was forced to change her stature and pull her mace back a bit in order to block the silver sword. Lu Ming's flicked his wrist and the silver sword retracted in a blur to prevent a collision with the mace. Then he viciously swung the sword twice, once to the left and once to the right. Dang dang. Two bolts that were swerving toward Lu Ming were instantly knocked away. Brat. From a distance, the man in blue could not bite back his curse when he saw his bolts stopped. Grasping something at his waist, he once again started to reload the crossbow. The special move he used earlier to secretly control the path of the bolts had dealt with countless strong enemies. He never would have guessed that it would be ineffective against this young man. The ugly woman was also surprised but quickly regained her focus. She furiously swung her mace and started to battle with the young man once more. Every time she swung the massive weapon, wind would rage around it. Her whole body grew huge in ferocity, as if transforming into a humanoid beast. Her strength was unstoppable. In contrast, Lu Ming's silver sword did not clash with the mace at all. It transformed into a ray of silver light as he circled around the ugly woman, trying to avoid most of the attacks. Although he was at a disadvantage, every attack of his was aimed at a vital spot of the ugly woman. Every attack forced her to slow down her offense in order to protect herself. Even though the woman's martial prowess was far above Lu Ming's, this situation caused her to yell out in frustration. Lu Ming did not care. He strengthened his resolve and continued to endlessly dance around the ugly woman. Looking at him right now, he almost seemed relaxed. However, in reality he had once again used a secret technique to squeeze out the last bit of strength from his body. Otherwise, his weak body would have been blown away by the violent winds created by the mace alone and he would have been unable to attack the woman. From afar, as the man in blue saw the situation at hand, his was shocked. He was fully aware of how powerful his wife was. Although they would often practice with each other, he would never dare fight her directly in such a straightforward manner. However, this boy, who was still in his teens, could actually accomplish such a thing. It was as if this boy started training martial arts while in his mother's womb. To his knowledge, some wealthy nobles would have their descendant train in body-strengthening techniques from an early age. They would use various medicinal baths and have them ingest elixirs non-stop, but even the most intense training would never produce someone as strong as the young man in front of him right now. Fortunately, the young man was still young and his strength was obviously not enough. If another 3 or 4 years had passed, even if the husband and wife fought together as hard as they could, they wouldn't be able to safely get away. Of course, the young man would never have that chance, now that they had found him. As the man in blue thought of this, his killing intent rose even more. He raised his crossbow with one hand and with his other, took out his short sword from its wooden sheath. The short sword was gray and was almost weightless. It was made out of bone. With the slightest motion, the man stealthily rushed closer to the battlefield without a sound. It only took Lu Ming a glance to discern the man in blue's deceptive actions. His already tense heart sank deeper into despair. He could barely face one of them alone. If the two of them attacked together, his life would truly end here. Looks like he couldn't help but risk his life once more. Thinking to this point, his heart no longer had any hesitation. Against the giant mace he actually stopped dodging. Raising his sword with his arm, he whispered, "Through the throat." Veins popped out on Lu Ming's arm and his arm suddenly grew by at least a full circle. The silver sword made some strange movements, transforming into a silver ray that directly pierced through the woman's throat. The speed of it was vastly higher than previously demonstrated. The woman was startled by the scene and tried to retract her mace to defend, but it was too late. Though she was in rage, her heart made a decision. She relaxed both her arms and threw her mace straight at the young man's chest. In her mind, if she tried to use deadly attacks, he would most likely retreat back to protect his life. However, the corner of Lu Ming's eyes only made a slight twitch and his movements did not change at all. He sucked in a large gulp of air, and twisted his waist so that his chest became unbelievably flat. Clang! The giant mace gouged into the young man's chest, leaving behind deep grooves that splattered blood out immediately. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. It was as if the one that took such a heavy hit was not him. With a twist of his hands, the silver sword was pulled out from the hole in the woman's neck. The woman let out a scream as both of her hands were clutching her throat. Her fat body endlessly twitched on the ground. All of this happened lightning fast. The man in blue had just made it to the front lines when he saw everything clearly. He roared in shock and hefted his crossbow to fire 10 bolts. At the same time, the bone dagger in his hand immediately stabbed toward the empty area next to Lu Ming. As Lu Ming was about to deal another strike at the woman, his intuition warned him of great danger. Without thinking, he instantly turned his shoulder to the side. Blood flashed and an invisible sharp thing grazed past Lu Ming's face, cutting some of his hair that was flying around. Enchanted weapon, you are a practitioner. With a flip of his body, Lu Ming landed on his feet. As he gave a deeper look at the object in the man's hand, he couldn't help but cry out. From the dagger in the man's hand several abnormal rays came out, flashing with a faint white light. Chapter 3, Practitioner. Chapter 3, Practitioner. Brat, you dare hurt my wife? You're definitely dead now. The man's face was somewhat twisted under the reflection of the bone sword in his hand. He quickly threw away the crossbow in his other hand. He then took out a red pill and shoved it into his mouth. Obviously that logic-defying attack wasn't something that he could easily perform. Seeing that, Lu Ming screamed, "Projectile incoming." He then threw a white blob toward the still twitching woman on the ground while he leaped back and scrambled into the jungle beside him. Seeing this, the man paused before he flew into a fit of rage. He couldn't leave the woman on the ground alone and thus had to shift sideways to use the bone sword to stab into the air and front the incoming projectile. With a hong, the white blob was hit by something invisible in midair and exploded. A glob of gray-white powder spread out and covered everything within a few meters. Seeing this, the blue-robed man became cautious and didn't dare let the powder touch him. He quickly held the bone sword in front of his chest while he pushed his other hand lightly away from him as he spoke 2 words, "Elemental Wall." With the words, the bone sword let out a faint light as an invisible air wave came from it and pushed away the surrounding powder. The man quickly knelt down and ran his finger across the powder-covered floor. He smelled what was on his finger and immediately stood up in a fit of rage. "It's only common flour. Brat, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." The blue-robed man cursed a few more times before he ran over to check on the ugly woman. The woman was tightly holding onto her neck with both hands. Her breath had already slowed down, becoming indiscernible. There was no hope for her to recover. "Darling, rest easy. I am going to kill that brat and have him accompany you to the afterlife." The blue-robed man grit his teeth as he spoke. He then once more tightened his grip on the bone sword and stood up. He then yelled "Lighten," and ran in the direction that the young man ran off in. His movements changed and became much faster than before. He seemed just like a ghost flashing through a field. Although his body did not have much Yuan Li, he was drawing support from the red pill that he had ingested earlier, allowing him to use 4 or 5 more spells for another quarter of an hour. This was more than enough to chase down and kill any normal person. Lu Ming was violently running through the jungle while his legs started feeling heavier and heavier. At the same, his chest was burning as the violent activity made blood flow profusely from his wound. The shoulder wound from before had completely reopened, leaving half of his body numb. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping to bind his wounds and kept running in a single direction. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as the dense shrubbery was replaced by a large field. At the end of the field was a huge river which roared with water flowing through. Seeing the river, Lu Ming felt a sense of happiness, but suddenly, his eyes darkened. He stumbled and almost fell down. With a sense of urgency, he quickly bit his tongue, causing a hint of blood to fill his mouth. Only then was he able to regain his senses and stop the fall. However, at that moment, the bitter voice of the blue-robed man came from the forest behind him. "Brat, where do you think you're going?" Right when the voice died down, the blue-robed man came out from behind a tree and quickly ran toward Lu Ming. Looking back, Lu Ming could see how fast the blue-robed man was moving and quickly threw his silver blade backward while he sprinted toward the river. The blue-robed man flicked his bone sword and deflected the incoming silver blade. He didn't so much as pause from parrying the sword. With one running and the other chasing, the two ran for a dozen meters. After another few leaps, Lu Ming finally got to the side of the river. Making a huge jump, he was about to land right into the river. The blue-robed man had only a few meters left before he would catch up to Lu Ming when he noticed his actions. He knew that he wouldn't make it before Lu Ming sank into the river. Thus, he used all of his Yuan Li and pushed it all into his bone sword. Instantly, the bone sword shined so bright that it hurt to look straight at. The man lowly roared and slashed forward, causing an almost invisible sword projection to jump out of the sword. In the blink of an eye, it strangely appeared right behind Lu Ming and plunged into him. Pooh! Lu Ming was pierced through the stomach and dropped heavily into the river. After falling into the river, he disappeared under a white wave. Only then did the blue-robed man get to the side of the river. Seeing the raging waves, he furrowed his brow. He believed that with the combination of his bone sword's attack and the ferocity of the river, Lu Ming would have no chance of survival. However, he couldn't be sure without seeing the corpse. Although he didn't know how to swim and this river's power was enough to run the corpse to a far distant place. The man thought about it for a while and looked at the bone sword in his hand. The weapon, called a Practitioner weapon, no longer had the bright shine it generated before and had returned back to its original state. The blue-robed man lingered for a moment, but could only leave in frustration when Lu Ming's body didn't float back up. 3 days later, on a river along the border between Chu State and Feng Yun State stood 2 men in yellow robes. One was tall and the other short, and they were blankly staring at a well-dressed corpse. Beside the corpse in front of the two, there were 7 or 8 more corpses that all had gray jumpsuits. However, unlike the well-dressed corpse, these corpses all had horrible wounds. The wounds varied from being cut in half to having their heads bashed in. What do we do? Since young master died so easily, what do we say to our clan head? The speaker was the short and skinny man who had a sword behind his back. His face was quite narrow and his eyes were triangular, giving off the impression of being quite deadly. However, his face was full of worry as he asked his companion. Gulao-san, if you ask me, who do I ask? Who knew that this young master was so stupid to actually let a thief get close to him and cut his throat when he's a beginning practitioner? Even though we have quite a few spirit medicines that the clan head gave us, even with them, he still wouldn't have a chance of surviving. The tall companion with a square face said. His face was full of frustration. Guan Laoda, no matter how stupid he is still the clan head's adopted son. In addition, the clan head paid a huge price to get him a place in the ceremony. Now that he died halfway there, what are we going to tell the clan head? I fear that us getting beat is inevitable. Gulao-san sighed as a vague sense of fear appeared on his face. If getting beat is enough punishment for this, I will be burning incense. Guan Laoda's face muscles shuddered as he uttered a sentence that Gulao-san did not expect. Guan Laoda, what do you mean by that? You and I are true middle-tier practitioners. Even if the clan head dearly loved his adopted son, do not tell me that we really have to repay this with our lives? Gulao-san looked at his fat companion with eyes wide open. You think this youngster's identity is simply the adopted son of the head? Although this young master has a spiritual pulse, his attitude is horrible and he's quite brutal. He has almost no chance to approach the clan head. Why do you think such a person would at all be adopted by our clan head? Let me tell you that this young master is the clan head's illegitimate child born from a mistress. The adopted son is just an excuse for this kid to become the clan head's son. Guan Laoda sneered as Gulao-san stared dumbstruck at him. What? Young master is really the clan head's own flesh and blood. Guan Laoda, how do you know such a crucial thing? The thin person shuddered as he stuttered out some words. Whatever, I guess there is no reason to hide it from you now. You know that my relationship with the clan head's wife's personal maid was pretty good. She once complained about the clan head's injustices to me, and with a slip of her tongue, she told me this secret. This cannot be fake. Guan Laoda sighed. So it is like that. The Barbarian Ghost Sect is ranked quite low among the larger sects in Deshien country and the opening spirit ceremony is quite expensive. Which caused me to wonder why our Bai Clan would let someone who isn't closely related to the clan take that spot. If the kid actually had his spiritual pulse opened, he would be a true spiritual student and become much more powerful than either of us. If he gets some special chance and becomes a spirit master, and if the current emperor sees him, then the emperor would have to greet him with plenty of respect. Finally, Gulao-san realized the inside story. It is not easy to become a spiritual student. Not only do you have to have a spiritual pulse, you cannot be older than 15 when you participate in the opening spirit ceremony. Every year, only a handful of participants pass the ceremony and a majority of them die during the ceremony. Even if one luckily survives, one has to work under the sect as a normal practitioner for 20 years. Head's decision to send his son this time was probably a bet. Even though Bai Clan has quite a few spiritual pulse members, most of them have failed in the opening spirit ceremony. Those that survived are stuck in the sect and are being used as raw labor. Only Lady Yen had a successful spiritual opening and became a spiritual student of the Sky Moon sect. Unfortunately, Lady Yen is a girl and will one day marry someone. Head definitely wants his own son to become a spiritual student so that the Bai Clan can keep its practitioner clan status for another few dozen years. Guan Lauda explained even more. Looks like clan head put great hope in this young master. However, the more hope put into the young master, the larger the chances that we will die when we go back. How about we escape from Deshen country and never return to the Bai Clan? With our statuses as middle-tier practitioners, we'd be respected everywhere. Gu Lao San said through closed teeth as his eyes quickly rolled. Chapter 4 Bai Clan. Chapter 4 Bai Clan. Huh? Leave the Deshen country? You really think that the heart-nourishing pill given to us by the clan head was spiritual medicine? Think about what happened to the people who previously betrayed the Bai Clan. In addition, our families are both still living within the Bai Clan. If we leave now, how are they going to live? If I remember correctly, you married a beautiful lady last year and she became pregnant earlier this year. According to Dr. Zhang, there's an 80% chance that it will be a boy. Guan Lauda spoke loudly, but his expression was grave. This? Hearing what he said caused Gu Lao San to feel as if cold water had been poured onto his head. He stood motionless without saying a word. If it truly does not work, I do have a desperate plan. Though our chances to live do not exceed 20%. This plan will also use up all the savings we've stockpiled through the years. Guan Lauda's eyes flashed for a bit before he spoke. Use up all our savings and still only have a 20% chance to survive? Hearing this, Gu Lao San's face became bitter. If I did not have some relationship to the clan head's main wife, even this small chance would not be there. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Guan Lauda calmly replied. You misunderstand, Guan Lauda. How could I possibly refuse? If it can preserve our lives, using all of our wealth is not a big deal. Gu Lao San quickly said in shock and apologetically smiled. If you understand, then great. Let's not waste any time. Before news gets back to the clan, we need to sneak back in order to quickly prepare. Guan Lauda's expression relaxed a bit. This time, Gu Lao San only nodded his head, not daring to show any unwanted expressions. The two of them discussed the plan a little more in front of the new grave. From his chest, Guan Lauda pulled out a pair of green gloves, made of unknown material, and shouted. From the pair of green gloves, a layer of bright white light rushed toward the ground in front of him. Boom! Soil and countless wild grasses flew in different directions as a 3-foot-deep pit appeared in front of the two. Gu Lao San circled around the pit before he kicked the corpses into it. When he walked over to the young man's corpse, he hesitated a bit before he reached behind his back and pulled his sword out of its sheath. With a swipe of his finger over the sword, a green light scattered from its surface. With a twist of Gu Lao San's wrist, he prepared to use his sword to do something to the corpse. Although Guan Lauda was simply watching from the side, his ears twitched and his expression changed. He then turned toward the river and yelled, "Who is it? Who dares to sneak around and eavesdrop on us?" As soon as he finished talking, Guan Lauda moved his arm. On his fist, a light shone and a frightening air mass flew out. A muffled noise. About 100 feet away, the underbrush started to violently shake. A weak figure crawled out before he lay down on the ground motionlessly. Guan Lauda saw this and walked over. With a kick, he flipped over the weak-looking figure to make him face up. Surprisingly, it was a young man with his eyes shut. His clothes were in tatters and he was completely unconscious. Could it be he came from the river? Looks like I do not even have to do anything and he still won't live for much longer. Guan Lauda gave the young man another glance and relaxed after confirming that there was no threat. Still, hurry up and finish him off. What we just said cannot be leaked out. Hearing Guan Lauda, Gu Lao San relaxed a bit beside the hole. Without hesitation he still called for a murderous act. You do not need to tell me that, I know. Chem? This kid's appearance? Guan Lauda was slightly annoyed at Gu Lao San and the gloves on his fist started to shine once more. However, just as the light swept across the young man's face, he became shocked. What's happening? What's wrong with his appearance? As Gu Lao San saw Guan Lauda lower his glove, Gu Lao San naturally became curious. If you come over here you will know. Guan Lauda pulled back his fist and waved Gu Lao San over with a strange expression. Seeing that, Gu Lao San's curiosity grew. He did not think much as he sheathed the sword in his hand and walked over to Guan Laoda. Who is this kid and why does he look exactly like the young master? After the thin man saw the young man's appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's somewhat close, but his face is somewhat pale. His brows are also much thicker and he has many scars on his face. In addition, his skin is somewhat rough and much different from the young master's smooth skin, from never having to work hard. Guan Laoda took a breath and closely observed before coming to a conclusion. There are a lot of people that have similar appearances in this world. It isn't too weird to meet someone that has an appearance similar to the young master. It doesn't matter how similar this kid looked to the young master, since the young master had a spiritual pulse and was going to be a practitioner like you and me. Gu Lao San also calmed down and carefully analyzed the situation. However, if this kid has a spiritual pulse, I have a better plan for preserving our lives. However, I do not think that there's such a coincidence in this world. Practitioner clans borrow the power of their blood relations in order to give birth to children with spiritual pulses. For normal people it is a 1 in 1,000 chance that they will have a spiritual pulse. If a normal person knows that they have a spiritual pulse, without enough resources or a method of training they cannot possibly become practitioners. Remember us? As soon as we realized that we had spiritual pulses, we decided to join the Bai Clan so we could get to the height we are at today. Guan Laoda was still lamenting over his future as he said that. That's right. Those that have been sent to this ceremony were the best of the best in the practitioner clans. Now that I think about it, we have no chance to beat those who are born into the Bai Clan. Gu Lao San didn't think much as he responded. Nothing we say helps right now. Let's first try our best to keep our lives. Seeing that this kid is quite young, I will leave him with an intact body. Guan Laoda didn't say much more and tensed his arm up. On the tip of his hand were nearly invisible green sparkles. Naturally, Gu Lao San had no objections to the killing of this kid. With a shake of his arm, Guan Laoda's greenish fist landed silently on the young man's dantian. Even though the attack seemed extremely weak, Guan Laoda had used the power of his practitioner weapon. Therefore, the power within the strike was enough to shatter the kid's internal organs and thus would take his life within seconds. As soon as Gu Lao San saw the green light on Guan Laoda's fists, he turned around and was about to manage his young master's corpse. However, right then, a surprised yelp came from behind him. No way this kid has Yuan. He has a spiritual pulse. Guan Laoda's voice was shaking quite a bit as he called out. Hearing him, Gu Lao San quickly looked back. He saw Guan Laoda holding his fist while the green light on his fist had completely disappeared. However, on the young man's stomach, a ring of near-invisible white light was silently pulsating and looked as if it was about to die out at any moment. Yuanli protection. This kid definitely has a spiritual pulse and probably has quite a decent Yuanli foundation too. Gu Lao San was quite stunned. Haha, this time it's a true miracle. Gu Lao San, we do not need to go back to Bai Clan anymore. With this kid we can live our lives without worry. Guan Laoda stared blankly at the kid who was still in a coma before he started to laugh freely. A hint of insanity was visible on his face. Guan Laoda, what do you mean? Why does this kid having a spiritual pulse save our lives? Gu Lao San blinked his eyes and was still quite confused. Why does the clan head want to kill us? Guan Laoda stopped laughing and asked back. Because the young master died while we were supposed to protect him. Gu Lao San looked even more confused. Hee, but is the young master not right here? Guan Laoda said and pointed at the kid in front of him while sneering. What, you're going to? Gu Lao San wasn't stupid and immediately realized the intentions of Guan Laoda. However, his face became much paler than before. Correct. We will be taking this kid to the Barbarian Ghost Sect and leave him with the person in charge of collecting those that will be undertaking the ceremony. Afterward, we can go back to Bai Clan and say that we already sent the person there. Once head receives a mail which says that the young master was actually sent to the sect, we will not be punished and we might even be rewarded. Guan Laoda was extremely calm as he spoke those words. That does work, but this kid doesn't look too much like the young master. What would happen if he gets exposed? In addition, we do not even know where he is from. How do we know he would agree to this? Gu Lao San's face darkened as he thought about the possibilities of failure. What are you afraid of? Once this kid gets into the Barbarian Ghost Sect, it will be a couple of years before the Bai Clan sees him again. In addition, seeing how dangerous the opening spirit ceremony is, this kid does not even have a chance of survival since he has never gone through any of the preparatory training. If he dies, we are basically free and without worry. As for his appearance, did you forget what you did before you became a practitioner? He does not have to look perfectly like the young master, just being similar is enough. The sect only has a picture of the young master from a year ago. Having some sort of change is a normal thing. Guan Lao said with confidence. What if he really does complete the opening spirit ceremony and becomes a spiritual apostle? What should we do then? Gu Lao-san was still hesitant. Become a spiritual apostle? Are you still asleep? In the past years, only a few disciples have become spiritual apostles. As soon as we get back, we will try to get rid of the poison the clan head gave us and try to leave the clan together with our families. Even if that kid does not die and does something, what does that have to do with us? As long as we can save our lives now, everything else can be discussed at a later time. As for convincing this kid, we will do this. Guan Lao leaned closer to Gu Lao-san and whispered indistinguishable words to him. Chapter 5, Waking Up. Chapter 5, Waking Up. What you said does indeed make sense. Well, we will do as you say. After we have dealt with the present disaster, I will leave the Bai Clan with you. With a flash of his eyes, Gu Lao-san firmed his resolve. Haha, that's the spirit. You and I have known each other for many years. If I had no confidence, how am I supposed to complete the task? You go ahead and deal with the body of the young master, but remember to leave behind his clothes and equipment. I will go ahead and save this kid. By the looks of things, if I don't hurry up, he really will kick the bucket. This is going to cost me a lot of Yuan chi. Guan Lao patted Gu Lao-san on his shoulder with a smile. Gu Lao-san nodded and strode toward the pit. Guan Lao dealt with the kid's clothes with a few swift motions, immediately exposing the vicious wounds all over his body, along with numerous other scars. Even for someone who had seen as many things as Guan Lao, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. However, his hands unhesitatingly flew toward the youth's wounds and started to pat the areas around them. At first sporadically, then he furiously increased his intensity until the beatings sounded like the firing of firecrackers. The youth's body turned bright red and his body, which had swelled up because of water, reverted back to normal. All of a sudden Guan Lao stopped his actions midway. He reached into his robes and pulled out a yellow wooden case. After gently patting the box with a few fingers, the lid automatically popped open with a pong. Once it opened, it revealed several extremely fine-tipped, silver needles of varying sizes. With just 2 fingers, he reached into the case, and with a mere touch, he pulled out a single silver needle with a well-practiced motion. Carrying an intense expression, Guan Lao moved his arm. It instantly became a blur as he swiftly jabbed several points on the youth's body. Lu Ming had no idea when he came out of the river, but he now found that his head felt unbearably painful. It was like it was being split open while every inch of his body felt unnaturally burning hot. However, a cool sensation swept across his entire body while he wasn't paying attention, bringing him such relief that he nearly cried out loud. At the same time, he felt an immense wave of sleepiness descend upon him and unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. As he slept like a baby, numerous scenes flashed through his consciousness one after another. One of which depicted the shadows of a middle-aged couple whose faces were unclear, yet there were a bunch of weird demonic faces as well. They surrounded him and incessantly spoke to him in a language he couldn't understand. The couple gave him a sense of familiarity. The youth tried his best to listen to what was being said, but it was clearly an impossible task given the other disturbances around him. In his desperation he tried to push the demons away, but found himself without an ounce of strength. His heart became heavy as his emotions boiled. He had no idea how long he remained in this state, but after a while Lu Ming gradually woke up. He could feel a ball of warmth flowing through and around his body. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with a square-faced, middle-aged man. The man, upon seeing Lu Ming awaken, immediately barked at him. Don't think of anything, hurry up and train. If you don't, all the effort from earlier will be wasted. As Lu Ming heard this, he felt a chill run through his body, and without thinking too much, mentally brought out a familiar breathing technique. He then began to direct this warm flow to different parts of his body. It was at this moment that Guan Lao released the breath he was holding and withdrew the hand he had placed on the kid's chest. He then stood up and observed Lu Ming's actions with a detached gaze. After a while, the youth's pale pallor finally started to gain some color. Opening his eyes, he looked at Guan Lao. Many thanks to Elder for your merciful rescue. If not, this kid would have been dead by now. Lu Ming stood up and respectfully bowed while he spoke. He had no idea who this person standing in front of him was, but he had rescued him. And it was natural that he would feel extremely grateful toward his benefactor. At this point he looked around, trying to get a better idea of his surroundings, and found himself in a pit not too far from the river. He had also been dressed in brand new clothes and his wounds had all been bandaged. The slightly cool sensations coming from the wounds told him that they had evidently used extremely high-quality medicine on him. As for the side effects from the skills that he had used a while back, the thing that he was most worried about was the internal injuries. They should have burst open long ago, but instead they had all been well suppressed with help from the other party. However, no matter how skilled the stranger was, the disastrous condition of his body was simply too devastating. It was only a matter of time before his injuries would begin to act up again. While he was on Savage Island, he had learned some forbidden techniques from the prisoners there. Those techniques were extremely effective against enemies, but the price paid for using them was extremely high as well. It was basically a double-edged sword. If it wasn't for the teachings of Uncle Qian, who taught him a set of breathing techniques that allowed his recovery to far surpass that of an ordinary human being, he would never even have considered using these secret techniques so casually. The fact that he did not die from his injuries when he fell into the river was largely due to the effectiveness of this nameless breathing technique. Seeing the composure of this youth, Guan Lao was slightly taken aback but still presented a smile as he replied. "It's nothing, saving you was just a little thing." "Ah, you do not seem to be alone," Lu Ming said unexpectedly. "I have a partner who went to settle some other stuff, but he will be back soon. By the looks of things, you have not eaten in a number of days. Eat up first, then we will talk about other things," Guan Lao said with a hearty smile. Guan Lao walked a few steps away and bent over, pulling out a package wrapped in a flowery cloth from some unknown place. Upon opening it, it was revealed that it was full of all kinds of delicious snacks, which he brought and placed in front of the youth. Indeed, Lu Ming had been starving for a long time. With a word of thanks, he took the package and started to stuff his face ravenously. In a flash, he devoured 7 or 8 pastries of varying sizes, upon which he slowed down his eating speed. "There is no need to rush, young one. If there is not enough, I still have more with me. Alright, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Why were you in such a place and with such ridiculously heavy injuries?" Guan Lao asked as he laughed. "I am a merchant, my name is Yang Yuan. Originally I was transporting a shipment of extremely valuable cargo with my uncle, ready to do business somewhere else. Unfortunately, we met a group of bandits on the way. I escaped into the river while I have no idea if my uncle managed to survive or not." Lu Ming gave a fake name as he sighed with a sorrowful expression. While he was on Savage Island, Lu Ming had learned a technique to manipulate his emotions and control his facial muscles from a well-known fraud. It was a simple matter for him to produce such an expression. Now that he was a wanted fugitive, carelessly giving out his real name would bring him no end of trouble. "Ah, Brother Yang, it was such misfortune for you to encounter bandits. Indeed, in recent times the world is in turmoil. To think that these bandits would have the nerve to commit these crimes in broad daylight, they really have no fear. When we return, I will get the head to report it to the officials and put out several wanted posters, making sure that this band of bandits will definitely be arrested." Guan Lao expressed his fury upon hearing about the bandits and inadvertently revealed his true feelings. If not for bandits killing the young master they were escorting, the pair would never have fallen into such dire circumstances. "If that is true, my uncle's spirit in heaven will definitely thank you," Lu Ming replied with a somber expression. "This is a small issue, do not worry about it. However, from your injuries, it looks as though you have experienced a fierce battle and even used abilities that burned your own potential. If not, then the healing process would not have been so troublesome," Guan Lao asked while looking troubled. "My uncle and I both learned a handful of fighting skills and were schooled in some secret techniques. We engaged the bandits in a fierce, all-out battle. Due to their overwhelming numbers, I only had one escape route, which was the river," Lu Ming replied without too much thought. "Brother Yang, you are too humble. You have a spiritual pulse within your body, and are clearly a well-trained practitioner of some caliber. How can it be that you only know a handful of techniques? To be able to force you into the river, they cannot be any ordinary bandits," Guan Lao replied while laughing at Lu Ming's reply. "Spiritual pulse? What is that? I have heard people speak of practitioners before," Lu Ming replied truthfully. "Could it be that you do not know that practitioners are people that have a spiritual pulse? And even then they are ranked the lowest among spiritual pulse wielders? If you really were unaware, where could you possibly have learned the method of training your spirit? Even more so, how did you get such a decent-sized Yuan Li?" Guan Lao looked at the youth through squinted eyes. "I honestly do not know what Yuan Li is, but when I was young I found a nameless breathing technique which had the effect of strengthening my body. I have been practicing it all these years. Perhaps this might be the Yuanli training technique Uncle Guan speaks of. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as realization dawned upon him. So it was like that? That is indeed a possibility. Although the methods to train Yuanli have always been controlled by the practitioner families, there are still some low-profile techniques that exist. It's such a pity. If only you knew a few more skills that practitioners use and had a practitioner weapon by your side, then a band of bandits would never have been a match for you. Guan Laoda said as he shook his head, evidently not intending to pursue the matter any further. Does this mean that the technique Elder used to heal me was one based on the use of Yuanli? Conversely, this also means that Elder is a practitioner. Lu Ming exclaimed while looking peaceful even though his heart was in turmoil. While in the midst of escaping, he unexpectedly ran into practitioners. And now, yet another one appeared before his eyes. This was definitely a rare accident. While he was on the Savage Island, he had heard numerous rumors regarding practitioners from the mouths of the other prisoners. From what he heard, these practitioners were a rarity within Deshien country. Normal people would have extremely little contact with them and they all possessed unbelievable abilities. They could move light-footed through the air or they could take control of the air itself and use it to injure people. Even more incredible feats included being able to wield super strength, invulnerable to sword and spear attacks, even being immune to drowning or burning. These feats made it so that one man could be the equivalent of 1,000 men. The only way to recognize them was when they released their power. They would often be holding something known as a practitioner weapon, which upon activation would give off all kinds of light. Of course, some of the prisoners spoke of the stronger practitioners who could utilize their full power without a practitioner weapon. Therefore, when Lu Ming first saw that blue-robed man use his practitioner weapon, he immediately turned tail and ran for his life. If not, he might have lost his life to some bizarre attack. Of course, now that he was told that he himself possessed a spiritual pulse and could be considered a practitioner, he couldn't help but be taken aback. In an instant, the unknown breathing technique Uncle Qian taught him was immediately brought to mind. Chapter 6, Practitioner Weapon. Chapter 6, Practitioner Weapon. Haha, I am indeed a middle-tier practitioner. If not, how could I have detected your spiritual pulse with just a glance? Guan Laoda smiled as he replied and naturally didn't bring up his original intention to kill the youth. I had no idea that I could be considered a practitioner, Lu Ming murmured as he came to some sort of understanding. Did you know that a practitioner is one of the lowest levels of spiritual pulse wielders? With your age, if you are able to access your spirit sea, you may be able to find a sect and become a spirit apostle. Guan Laoda showed a strange expression as he said this. Apostle? Sect? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows at these two unfamiliar terms. Guan Laoda chuckled, but just as he was about to explain, there was a disturbance in the distant grass patch. A skinny figure carrying a big bag walked toward them. Brother Gu, come over here, let me introduce you to Brother Yang. Without the guidance of a qualified practitioner, he managed to train his Yuanli on his own. Guan Laoda waved to Gu Lao San the moment he appeared and said this with a profound meaning. Daddy, that's great news, Gu Lao San said as he walked across, smiling at this luck. My greetings to Uncle Gu, Lu Ming said without hesitation as he immediately stood up to give a small bow. Ahaha, little brother, you do not need to be so courteous. Big brother Guan, I bought everything I needed. You know, anyone else would have taken at least half a day more. Gu Lao San boasted as he tossed the bag to Guan Laoda. Of course I know that is why I asked you to personally make the trip. Right, this is not the place to be chit-chatting. Let us find somewhere less conspicuous, Guan Laoda said while nodding his head. Lu Ming and Gu Lao San had no objections. After packing up they walked away from the river. While they were passing by a mound of freshly packed earth, Lu Ming casually glanced over it. Normal people would not be able to notice anything out of the ordinary, but Lu Ming could smell the odor of fresh blood. Though it was weak, it was not able to escape the notice of one who had been through as many bloody struggles as he had. Lu Ming felt his heart skip a beat, knowing that whatever was buried there definitely had something to do with the two other men. While they were by no means saints, beneath their guise of friendliness, was definitely some hidden agenda. After an hour, the sky began to darken. Thus, the three of them took refuge in an abandoned shrine and started a fire to keep warm. Gu Lao San gutted a rabbit he had killed during the journey and began roasting it over the open flame. As the three men huddled around the fire, an irresistible smell soon wafted into the air. Those commonly referred to as practitioners are spiritual pulse users who have successfully undergone their spirit awakening and have access to their spirit sea. Once a spiritual pulse user passes their 15th birthday, their spiritual pulse will begin to solidify. From then on they will no longer have any chances to access their spirit sea, therefore, there is a very strict age limit regarding the awakening process. Those who have their spirit sea opened will be able to convert Yuan Li to Fa Li, which they can then use it to wield totems and perform spells. Those people are like gods to us. Sects are places where spirit apostles are trained, and normal people do not even know about these sections. Some extremely powerful sects even have the power to determine the fate of a country with just a mere word. Guan Lao seemed to almost have forgotten about the rabbit roasting in front of him, revealing the existence of a secret and mystical world to Lu Ming. They can decide who is in charge of the government? The emperor has a personal army, how could he accept such a thing? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask as he took in a deep breath. This is all determined by power. Us mere practitioners cannot possibly compare to those spirit apostles. No matter how hard a practitioner trains, when faced against an army the most he can do is kill a few people. In the end the only option is death. As for spirit apostles and spirit masters, they wield the incomparably powerful forces of nature within their palms and have the ability to summon demons and familiars. Not to mention their ability to fly through the sky or burrow through the earth. Regardless of the number of troops, no matter how many armies are gathered, they will still not be enough to even tire them out. In any case, members of the imperial household and high-ranking officials who have been marked by the sects can only resign themselves to their fate and simply wait to die. Gu Lao San chuckled while explaining. However, if one wishes to become an apostle, one must first undergo an opening spirit ceremony. Every awakening consumes an immense number of spirit ingredients that the sects have painstakingly procured over the course of many years. As such, apart from spiritual pulse apprentices the sect has personally raised, ordinary practitioners who wish to join the sect must first fork over a horrifyingly large sum of resources. In addition, a sect in the kingdom of Deshien is about to perform their opening spirit ceremony very soon. So that's how it is. Lu Ming exclaimed as a glint flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything more. Gu Lao San saw this and couldn't leave it alone, so he suddenly remarked in an enticing manner, "Young brother, do you not wish to become part of a sect? Once you become a spirit apostle, not only will you attain unbelievable power, but your life force will increase tremendously as well. Enough for you to easily live to be 200 years old. In the first place, I am merely a commoner and only now have I learned that I have always had the capability to become a practitioner. I could not possibly dream of such an impossible thing. Furthermore, I have never believed in having anything handed to me on a silver platter anyway." The youth unexpectedly rejected Gu Lao San's proposal. This reaction left Gu Lao San momentarily lost for words. Upon seeing his companion's flustered reaction, Guan Lao glared at him fiercely. After sighing deeply, he faced the youth and said, "Young brother, you have probably noticed as well. Well, I won't deceive you any more. Indeed, while the two of us had ulterior motives for rescuing you, this however is also an unbelievable opportunity for you. Once you pass it over, you will most likely regret it for the rest of your life. Would you just hear me out? Since both uncles have said so, I will listen to what you have to say." Lu Ming's expression did not change as he agreed with hesitation. "Well, here's the deal. The two of us are simply henchmen for the Bai Clan. This time we received the order to send the young master to take part in the opening spirit ceremony hosted by the Barbarian Ghost Sect." Guan Lao was no fool either and knew that Lu Ming already harbored some suspicions toward them. Thus, he no longer had any intention of hiding the impending crisis that was about to befall the two of them and completely spilled the beans in front of Lu Ming. "There was no other choice, and thus we wish to use you to replace the young master to take part in the opening spirit ceremony. If you were to go, not only would the two of us escape this life-threatening predicament, this would also represent a great opportunity for you. This is the kind of opportunity that wouldn't present itself no matter how much the other members of the Bai Clan begged for it. My guess is that the source of your troubles also isn't as simple as just meeting a bunch of bandits, but once you become an spirit apostle of the sect, there is nothing in the world of mortals that you cannot solve." Guan Lao said with a heavy heart. There was a slight change in Lu Ming's expression as he listened up to this point. "This opening spirit ceremony should be very dangerous, shouldn't it? What would happen if I do not successfully complete it? In order to achieve great power, one must also experience a certain degree of danger, but I am sure that it will be no problem for our young brother here. Even if you do not pass, that is a small matter and you simply have to stay with the sect for a few years and perform services." Guan Lao replied easily with a straight face. Lu Ming slightly furrowed his brows. He knew that Guan Lao definitely wasn't telling him the whole truth, but he also knew that it wouldn't come out no matter how much he asked. More importantly, he did feel somewhat interested in the opening spirit ceremony itself. After spending such a long time on Savage Island, Lu Ming had learned early on that as long as one wielded enough power, one would be free to do as one liked. All the numerous desires he had buried deep in his heart for all this time clawed at him to become extremely strong in order to fulfill them. In any case, if he disagreed, it seemed like the two practitioners in front of him would not let him go so easily. Furthermore, should he decide to be uncooperative after they had divulged such sensitive information, it would seem likely that only the word, death, would be enough for them to safely protect their secret. After contemplating in his heart for a long time, Lu Ming finally came to a decision. Alright, I agree. However, let me just make it clear. This situation will definitely be extremely dangerous, and after I help you this once, I will consider my debt for being rescued as having been paid in full. Furthermore, in order to bring me to the Barbarian Ghost Sect, I wish for the two of you uncles to promise me two things. If you are willing to replace the young master and take part in the opening spirit ceremony, no matter how many conditions you throw at us, we will agree to them all. Gu Lao San proclaimed excitedly upon hearing Lu Ming's words. After some consideration, Guan Lao Da also nodded his head. Both uncles know that even though my body has Yuan Li, I have no knowledge of any of the practitioner techniques. Thus, I hope during the course of this journey, you guys will pass some skills on to me that will help me preserve my life. The other condition is that I wish to obtain this young master's practitioner weapon. Being a young master, the practitioner weapon he used shouldn't be too shabby, and thus in the event I encounter any problems within the Barbarian Ghost Sect, I should still be able to deal with it to some degree. Lu Ming laid out his demands without reservation. The first condition is a good one. Even if you had not mentioned it, it was a given that we would have done so anyway. As for the second condition, that practitioner weapon contains immense power, and I fear that it may not be easy for a beginner such as yourself to wield. Gu Lao San mentioned with some hesitation. Even still, I would like to at least give it a shot, Lu Ming replied, with no intention of backing down. This? Alright, we will give you the practitioner weapon. Guan Lao grit his teeth and agreed to this demand. Gu Lao San displayed some reluctance upon hearing his words, but in the end, raised no objections. Right then, from now on I will do my best to accommodate the request. However, I still do not know what the previous young master was called. I will need to use his name from now on after all. Lu Ming said as he nodded his head. Young master was named Bai Tian. Here, younger brother, you should take his possessions. Gu Lao San opened the massive bag behind his back with a slight movement of his hand and pulled out a small white parcel. Lu Ming immediately opened the parcel upon receiving it and took a look inside. Inside it were a number of clean clothes, along with a few small accessories, but most prominent of all the objects was a small bracelet. The bronze bracelet was fashioned in an ancient style and had rows and rows of silver flower patterns imprinted on the front. It gave one the impression that it was abnormally heavy for its appearance. Chapter 7, Yuan Li Manipulation. Chapter 7, Yuan Li Manipulation. Lu Ming couldn't help but pick up the bronze bracelet with an astonished expression on his face. This bronze bracelet was as light as the wind, as if it was weightless. Is this young Master Bai's practitioner weapon? Lu Ming asked after he had carefully inspected the bracelet in his hand. That's right. The Tiger's Bite bracelet is a rarely seen, upper-tier practitioner weapon in both its offensive and defensive capabilities. It can be ranked among the top 10 practitioner weapons within the Bai Clan. Gu Lao San explained while he looked at the bracelet with an air of reluctance. However, before young brother can activate it, I fear that you must first learn the most basic skill of controlling your Yuan Li. As for these techniques, we will teach them to you as we continue on our journey. We will definitely help you activate the bracelet as quickly as possible. Guan Lao added. Then I give my sincere thanks to both uncles. Lu Ming said with a hint of joy in his eyes as he placed the bracelet onto his right wrist and felt a cooling sensation emanating from it. Very good, but your current appearance is still slightly imperfect and needs to be adjusted so that the apostles of the sect won't see through our ruse. Guan Lao was nodding his head as he observed Lu Ming's face. Adjusted, in what manner? Lu Ming frowned as he heard this. Even though Lu Ming had an average appearance, he was still unwilling to let others change his appearance by any large degree. Relax, young brother. We will definitely not damage your original appearance. We only need to make some slight adjustments to your hair and skin tone. Gu Lao San is an expert in this area, so you can leave it to him. Guan Laoda immediately saw through Lu Ming's worries and reassured him with gentle laughter. If it is just like that, I do not mind. Uncle Gu, I am sorry to bother you. Lu Ming set aside the worries he was carrying in his heart and agreed to their request. Haha, this is just a small matter. In the days before I became a practitioner, I once held the title of the man with 100 faces, Gu Lao San boasted with a laugh. At this, he turned around and pulled out a number of vials from his massive bag, along with some small yet unnaturally sharp blades, and gestured for the youth to come over. After some hesitation, Lu Ming stood up and walked toward him. An hour later, in front of Lu Ming was a shiny bronze mirror that cast light upon his facial features. The eyebrows are slightly lighter and the hairs that were originally crooked have been fixed. A silver hair band has been added to the forehead, giving off an air of elegance. However, the biggest change is still. Lu Ming raised both his hands, which could originally be considered a rather healthy pair, and discovered that they had now become abnormally white, giving him the appearance of a pampered noble. Take this vial of skin washer. Apply it to your body once every night. I'll brew a few more bottles for you during our journey. By the time we reach the Barbarian Ghost Sect, your skin color will remain as such for some time. By the time the color begins to fade, nobody will notice it anyway. Even without using this appearance-changing skill for so many years, looks like I am still pretty good at it. Gu Lao San remarked delightedly as he held the bronze mirror. Gua Laoda assessed the youth and gave his look of approval. The current Lu Ming definitely looked more suave than his previous self. As long as it was not a person who was closely acquainted with the young master of the Bai Clan, the disguise would not be easily seen through. Even though Lu Ming had never met the young master, judging from the satisfied looks on both of their faces, he knew that the transformation was a success and inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he was in deep with these two men, his own life would also be in jeopardy if they were unable to scam their way through. Ah, that's right. You are our master from now on, so please refrain from calling us uncle. Just address us as Guanda or Gu San, just to prevent any slip-ups when we get there. Guan Laoda remarked. I got it. Lu Ming replied with a heavy expression. One day later, a small yellow vessel could be seen traveling downstream. On this small boat, Gu Lao San occasionally glanced into the cabin while holding onto the rudder with both hands. Within the cabin, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged under the guidance of Guan Laoda. In front of him was a small wooden table upon which the tiger's bite bracelet was placed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming let out a low cry and aimed a finger toward the bronze bracelet. Poof! The bracelet slightly trembled, after which it didn't move again. Lu Ming frowned at this sight. Not bad. To be able to form a reaction between your Yuan Li and the tiger's bite bracelet within such a short time, seems like you are rather gifted in controlling practitioner weapons. The middle-aged man standing by the side was rather pleased, unlike Lu Ming's dissatisfaction. Did you not say that I only have 2 months to train? Lu Ming slowly asked. Young master may not know, but the tiger's bite bracelet is an upper-tier practitioner weapon and, by that virtue, should not be that easy to control. According to my knowledge, the Bai Clan should have a secret technique, specific to controlling this practitioner weapon. Right now I only have normal techniques to pass to you, and thus the effect is greatly lessened. Of course, with your talent, 2 months should be more than enough for you to grasp the basics of manipulating this practitioner weapon, Guan Laoda explained to him. Since Guanda says it is so, there should be no problem. However, even after understanding the tiger's bite bracelet, there are still attack and defense techniques to be learned. I am afraid that those might take some time as well. Lu Ming responded. Young master need not worry. So long as you can master the art of control and are able to synchronize with the practitioner weapon to a certain degree, then everything else is a small matter of practice and familiarity. Guan Laoda replied without hesitation. So that is how it is. Then I will spend these few days focusing on my control. That's right, exactly what kind of a sect is the Barbarian Ghost Sect? Guanda should have at least some knowledge of this area. Lu Ming suddenly thought of this and asked. If young master wishes to know about the Barbarian Ghost Sect, this might be a slightly difficult request to accommodate. Although its ranking among the sects in the kingdom of Xian is closer to the bottom, if one is to talk merely about secrecy, then no other sect can come close the Barbarian Ghost Sect in the way they so jealously guard their secrets. Guan Laoda said with an uneasy expression on his face. Oh, what? Lu Ming was taken aback. This is because the Barbarian Ghost Sect is a sect that specializes in manipulating ghosts. I have heard that the sect is built in a terrifying place where humans are unable to live and is surrounded by miasma all year round. As for the apostles and masters who practice the techniques of this sect, all of them have a strong connection with the river Styx and can thus summon and subdue ghosts to use against their foes. However, it is because of this that the participants for the Barbarian Ghost Sect opening spirit ceremony are rather few, and most capable practitioners instead opt to join other sections. Of course, this is all just hearsay. Anything else regarding the sect I honestly cannot say for sure. Guan Lao replied after thinking for a long while. Manipulating ghosts does indeed sound extremely terrifying. However, apart from the Barbarian Ghost Sect, the other sects in the Kingdom of Xian are? Lu Ming asked curiously. I am actually more familiar regarding the other sections. In the Kingdom of Xian, apart from the Barbarian Ghost Sect, there is the Heavenly Moon Sect, the Hall of Blood, the Nine Enlightenment Mountain, and the Firestorm Way. These are the 4 biggest sections. Guan Lao recited their names by heart. Oh, then what techniques do these sects specialize in? Lu Ming asked excitedly. The Heavenly Moon Sect is a sect that specializes in wielding swords. It is said that the students under the sect can wield flying swords that can kill someone hundreds of meters away. The Hall of Blood is. At his request, Guan Lao started describing the sects without withholding any information. Half a month later, a pitch-black carriage, drawn by 4 horses, was flying down an official road. Gu Lao-san was sitting peacefully in the coachman's seat without moving. Within the carriage, Lu Ming was seated cross-legged with his eyes firmly shut. Both of his hands rested on his knees while he was lightly breathing in a steady pattern. As he breathed, the bronze bracelet he wore on his arm continuously vibrated as it followed his breathing pattern. It was almost as if there was some form of resonance between the two of them. Guan Lao nodded his head as he watched this scene from the opposite side of the carriage. To be honest, he originally thought that the youth's potential was average at best. He was instead treated to a surprise with the intensity in which the youth showed in the Yuan manipulation exercises performed throughout their journey. Apart from the time spent sleeping, Lu Ming practically spent every available minute moving Yuan throughout his body, searching for a feeling of resonance with the tiger's bite bracelet. Even during mealtimes, one could get a glimpse of the bracelet on his hand vibrating and producing light yellow glow. This form of training was extremely dry and boring and required the highest levels of concentration and discipline from the practitioner. No matter how insistent ordinary practitioners were, they would at most be able to keep this up for a few hours a day. Any longer than that and it would definitely take a toll on their spirit, causing them to be unable to focus. It would basically become a Sisyphean task. Unable to contain their curiosity, the 2 men asked Lu Ming how he accomplished such a feat. In the end, Lu Ming revealed to them his innate ability of being able to split his consciousness, which left them speechless. Now they realized how, without the supervision of a teacher, this youth managed to train himself to attain such a large amount of Yuan Li. A month later, Guan Lao and Gu Lao-san were standing atop a knoll, attentively staring into the distance. Lu Ming was sitting hundreds of feet away from them with his eyes closed, while raising the arm on which the tiger's bite bracelet was worn. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes, flicked his wrist slightly and called out, "Element Shield." In an instant, the bracelet made a buzzing noise as it gave off a brilliant flash of light. A small round shield appeared and fixed itself to his forearm. The shield was glowing yellow and was apparently made entirely out of Yuan Li. Finally, though it is the most basic of Yuan Li defensive techniques, it is sufficient to say that you have already mastered the basics of using the tiger's bite bracelet. Originally I thought that it would take the young master at least 2 months to reach this stage. I never expected for you to reach it so quickly. Guan Lao let out a sigh of relief while being unable to cover up his surprised expression. Me reaching this stage is all thanks to the patient efforts of the 2 of you. Now that I have this practitioner weapon to protect me, I can, to a certain extent, say that I am less worried about the opening spirit ceremony. Lu Ming cheerfully replied and, with the flick of his wrist, extinguished the shield. Chapter 8, Purple-Clothed Maiden. Chapter 8, Purple-Clothed Maiden. Young Master can now learn a couple of techniques, since Young Master has already mastered the art of manipulating Yuan Li. However, if Young Master wants to quickly master these techniques, it is best to only pick 2 or 3 of them instead of many. After all, I can only teach you general techniques while the sect can offer you many more. Guan Lao suggested. Alright. Besides an attack technique, the remaining 2 techniques should be intended for protecting my life. How about Yuan Fortress and Lighten? Lu Ming had obviously considered this before and answered without any hesitation. Sure. You do not need to choose for the attack technique as practitioner weapons usually have the same method of attacking. All you need to do is just concentrate the Yuan Li within you and then have the practitioner weapon release it. Take my glove practitioner weapon for example, the attack that it emits is a Yuan Li blob. Gu Lao San's practitioner weapon, which is a short sword, concentrates Yuan Li into a light blade. As for young master's tiger's bite bracelet, I have not personally witnessed it in action. However, the power is definitely not low. I will teach you the methods later and you can slowly dissect them. If you have anything that you do not understand, the two of us will be here for you. Guan Lao explained. When you fight with someone, no matter what technique you use with your practitioner weapon, you must record the number of times that you use a technique. We practitioners cannot compare to apostles as we have a very limited amount of Yuan Li within our bodies. Every time we use our practitioner weapons, a huge cost is extracted on our bodies. Especially for young master who is a beginning practitioner. I am afraid that you can only use your practitioner weapon 3 or 4 times before you will run out of Yuan Li. A practitioner without Yuan Li is only slightly stronger than a normal person. Young master must remember that. Gu Lao San reminded by the side. If it is like that, we practitioners don't need a second practitioner weapon. So strength is not determined by the number of practitioner weapons one has. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. Normally it is like that. After all, beginner and middle-tier practitioners have very limited amounts of Yuan Li. They wouldn't have much use for more practitioner weapons. However, for high-tier practitioners it is different. They have a lot more Yuan Li and with more practitioner weapons they have more options. Which in turn leads to them being able to respond to attacks or attack in manner appropriate for the situation. However, no matter how many practitioner weapons one has, one can only use one at a time. I have heard that the spirit apostles and spirit masters have some kind of method that lets them use more than one practitioner weapon at a time, but the details aren't very clear to practitioners like me and Gu Lao San. Guan Lao said seriously. Thanks for the advice, I finally understand it a bit more. I will be more careful about these things next time. Lu Ming said seriously as he cupped his hands. 2 months later, on the winding path of a very dark and daunting mountain, Lu Ming's group was slowly climbing, bit by bit. This mountain path was abnormally dangerous with bottomless cliffs and precipices on 2 sides. The path was also very narrow and only one person could pass at a time. Furthermore, the rock steps of stairs were covered with green moss due to no one walking on it for years, which made the path even more slippery. If the 3 were not practitioners who were much more agile than normal people, they would have fallen down the cliffs by the side long ago. Even like this, Guan Lao and Gu Lao San walked with utmost caution while sweat poured down their backs. However, the young man between the two stayed calm, as if he couldn't see the dangers in front of him. While being surprised by the youth's lack of response, Guan Lao and Gu Lao San began to respect his courage. To Lu Ming, the danger in climbing this mountain was nothing compared to the dangers he experienced on Savage Island. After climbing for 4 hours, the 3 of them finally reached the top of the huge mountain. All 3 were dumbstruck after they had looked around. The top of the mountain was a huge field, quite a few acres large, but not even the shadow of a single human could be found. Guanda, this is right place, the place the sect designated for us to come to, right? Lu Ming asked as he furrowed his brows. Young master, this is an extremely important matter. How could I not remember where to go? Maybe the envoy hasn't arrived yet. Guan Lao wiped the sweat off of his forehead and bitterly responded. How long is it until the deadline the sect set? Lu Ming thought about it for a second before asking again. About 2 days. This time it was Gu Lao San who answered. Since we still have time, let's wait here for a while. Lu Ming looked around before making a decision. The him now was completely immersed in the character of young Master Bai. Guan Lao and Gu Lao San naturally agreed. Thus, the 3 of them found a clean rock and started to rest on it. Time went by little and soon, it was noon with the sun up high. At this time, sounds of footsteps came from the other side of the mountain. The resting Lu Ming and group quickly opened their eyes and looked in that direction. Quickly, 5 people came out from another path that led to the top of the mountain. There were 2 middle-aged men, 1 elderly man, and 1 middle-aged woman who all crowded around a girl dressed in purple. The 2 middle-aged men wore colorful clothes and both had knives at their waist. The elder had a green robe and was somewhat skinny. His eyes seemed to be eternally narrowed and he had a goatee. The middle-aged woman looked normal but her skin was whiter than normal. She was dressed in green servant clothes. The purple-clothed maiden looked to be about 11 or 12. She looked extremely cute with a jade-like carved face and 2 pitch-black eyes. Whenever she looked around, a sense of eccentricity was conveyed. When the 5 people saw that there was already someone at the top of the mountain, they paused for a second. After examining Lu Ming and his group for a few seconds, the elder whispered something to his group. Thus, the 5 led the girl to the other side of the space and found a few rocks to rest on as well. They were almost directly across from Lu Ming and his group. Seeing this, Lu Ming had a hint of doubt and turned his head and used a gaze to question Guan Laoda and Gu Lao San. Young master need not worry. They are not from the Barbarian Ghost Sect. They are probably other participants in this ceremony and are waiting for the sect's envoy just like us. He looks like we found the right place. Guan Laoda explained and smiled. That's why. So that means that someone else will come. Lu Ming looked like he was pondering a serious matter. I cannot say for sure. It depends on whether the nearby practitioner families are willing to take out enough resources to buy a spot for their kids to go to the ceremony. Guan Laoda answered. Lu Ming nodded and closed his eyes to rest again. Although Lu Ming looked like he was resting, in reality, the Yuan Li within him was orbiting under some special rhythm. At the same time, the Yuan Li resonated with the tiger's bite bracelet, making it lightly pulse. However, this all was covered by Lu Ming's robe and thus no one could see what he was doing. Not long after, one of the middle-aged men stood up and walked toward Lu Ming's group. Seeing this, Guan Laoda and Gu Lao San's eyes sparkled, feelings of caution were etched onto their faces. Lu Ming also seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. I am Guanglin City's Mu clan's member, Tai Yun. I am here to greet you by my Lady Mingzhu's orders. You 3 are? The middle-aged man did not come too close and stopped about 7 to 8 meters away from the 3. So it is the famous Mu clan. I am Mu City's Bai Clan's guest, Guanda. This is my young master Bai Chong Tian. Guan Laoda became serious as he quickly stood to return the greeting. Ah, so it is the Bai Clan's young master. Our 2 clans have quite a good relationship, why not come over and sit with us? The man was initially taken aback before he reacted with a smile. Our young master does not feel well, so we will not bother Lady Mingzhu. After hesitating, Guan Laoda respectfully declined. Oh, that is quite regretful. Then we can only wait until our young masters are accepted into the sect before they interact. The middle-aged man showed some surprise and looked deeply at Lu Ming. However, he did not insist and after cupping his hands he turned around. Guanlin, the Mu clan, is it powerful, famous? After the middle-aged man left, Lu Ming turned around to ask. Famous would be an understatement. The Mu clan is the strongest practitioner family in the entire Deshien. Although the Mu clan and the Bai clan look to be about the same, it would probably take 3 or 4 Bai clans to be equal to a single Mu clan. I have heard that the Mu clan has at least 4 spirit apostles in various sections. Gu Lao San seemed to be quite fearful of the Mu clan. So it is like that. However, why does he want me to go over there? Would he be able to see through our deception? Lu Ming continued to ask. I do not think so. Although the Bai clan and the Mu clan had a period of communication when our previous family head was still alive, our 2 clans have not had much of a relationship ever since the new family head took control. These people have at most heard your name but have never met you in person. Guan Laoda said confidently. Gu Lao San to the side also nodded his head in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed his worries. At the same time, among the Mu clan members, the girl named Mu Mingzhu showed a peculiar expression when she heard the middle-aged man's report. Uncle Tai, I did not think that they would be from the Bai clan. I think I heard the name Bai Chong Tian from my father before, but I do not have a deep impression of him. Third uncle, do you know this Bai clan young master? The girl turned her head and asked the skinny elder beside her. Bai Chong Tian. Bai clan does have such a young master. He should be the unrecognized son of their family head that now has the title of adopted son. Hearing the girl, the skinny elder smiled and slowly told her what he knew. Although his words were slow and careless, he exposed a secret that the family head of the Bai clan had been desperately hiding. The Bai clan's family head owes my aunt a lot. That action of his is not too out of character. However, the Bai clan's family head must really value his adopted son. To the point where he even convinced the other members of his clan to send Bai Chong Tian to the opening ceremony. The girl said with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 9, Receiving the Envoy. Chapter 9, Receiving the Envoy. Regardless of what the Bai clan's head did since he had them deliver the young master here, I reckon that they intend to stake everything on this one throw. From what I know, the Bai clan's strength has declined quite a bit since their peak, and taking out this amount of resources is a major strain for them. I guess they have no other choice since in the entire Bai clan, only Bai Yen heir became a spirit apostle. In fact, there aren't that many Bai Clan members that survive the various opening spirit ceremonies either. This Bai Chong Tian should be carrying the hopes of the Bai Clan. The elder faintly said. The reason as to why the Bai Clan chose the Barbarian Ghost Sect, which is ranked the lowest among the largest sects in Deshien, is because of how little the sect requires for other people to join in their opening spirit ceremony. If not for Aunt Yun being in the Barbarian Ghost Sect, I would never have come to this sect. I do not like how the Barbarian Ghost Sect deals in demons and ghosts. Mu Mingzhu pouted her lips. How many times have I told you? The opening spirit ceremony is extremely dangerous, and even though you have displayed decent talent and training, it is not set in stone until you pass the opening spirit ceremony. Your Aunt Yun should have a position in the opening spirit ceremony, though she cannot help you much, she can still save your life should you fail. Or else, our Mu clan would have sent you to a better sect than this, as we do not lack the resources. The green-robed elder responded with a solemn face. Yes, Zhu Er understands she is wrong. Seeing that the elder was becoming angry, the purple-dressed young girl immediately dropped her face, not daring to say another word. Even though the Bai clan and us of the Mu clan have had a little uneasiness because of your aunt, our two clans are still much closer compared to other clans. We have always exchanged gifts at events and never skipped out on any of them. In addition, for Bai Chong Tian to be able to come to this opening spirit ceremony, his talent is probably quite good. Try to get close to him before the ceremony, and if he really does pass the opening spirit ceremony, the Bai clan and the Mu clan could go back to the old days. Although your aunt's matter is a little saddening, we still have to think of the big picture. The green-robed elder slowly spoke. Even though Mu Mingzhu did not want to do anything like that, she could only nod her head like a chicken pecking for rice. This third uncle was a top-tier practitioner and was only second to the clan head in the Mu clan. Unless she became a spirit apostle, she would have to listen to him. However, Mingzhu was instinctively annoyed by Bai Chong Tian because of this uncle's speech. Lu Ming, who was still resting and training his Yuan Li, didn't realize what had just happened. Even if he had the talent to do two things at once, his time for training was a little low. Thus, if he wanted to become better, it was not going to be easy at all. Like this, with the two sides not bothering each other, they stayed at the top of the mountain for an entire day. On the second day, two more people came up from the path the Mu clan group first appeared from. This time it was an old man and a young man. The old man had a gray robe with creases all over his face, and in his hand was a smoke stick. The young man looked to be about as old as Lu Ming and wore a brand new blue robe. His skin was slightly dark and he looked extremely honest. When the young man saw that there were already people on the mountain peak, he paused for a second. The gray-robed old man wasn't surprised at all by this situation, and after calling out to the young man, he found them a place to sit. Are they also from a practitioner clan? Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask his companions. It does not look like they are. They are probably loose practitioners. After appraising the two, Guan Lao De concluded. Wasn't the opening spirit ceremony only applicable to members in practitioner clans? Lu Ming asked, surprised. It is not specifically open just to members of practitioner clans, but normally, only practitioner clans can afford to have their children sent to these expensive ceremonies. However, if loose practitioners are able to pay just as much, the sects have no reason to decline their resources. Although these occurrences are very rare, when they do occur, the sects will pay quite a bit of attention to these loose practitioners. It is said that the chances of these practitioners passing the opening spirit ceremony is even higher than the chance of practitioners that were trained by the sect. Guan Lao De said quite seriously. Oh, why is that? Lu Ming was still quite confused. If buying a spot is quite straining for practitioner clan. For loose practitioners, this spot is equal to the work of a couple or even tens of generations. If the kid is not extremely talented and has a 30 to 40% chance of passing the ceremony, they would not take the gamble. This time it was Gu Lao San who answered. So, he has at least a 1/3 chance of becoming a spirit apostle. After hearing that, Lu Ming was quite surprised. However, when he tilted his head to look at the tall young man, he could find no peculiarities. Even though there usually are loose practitioners that come to these opening spirit ceremonies, their numbers are definitely low. Since young master is going to be in the same sect as this young man, it would be a good idea to familiarize yourself with him. There will definitely be benefits if you do that. Guan Lao De hesitated before he added the final part. I know what to do. Lu Ming stared at the tall young man deeply once more before closing his eyes again. On the other side, the Mu clan's third uncle had also realized the status of the newcomers and also explained the situation to the purple-dressed maiden. However, they did not go up to give a greeting. Under this awkward atmosphere, the three groups of people patiently waited. After another day and night passed, and when the rays just peeked over the clouds, a buzzing noise sounded. At first, it was as soft as a whisper, but soon it became thundering. The three groups, which were still resting, immediately stood up and looked in the direction where the noise was coming from. In the sky, a black cloud quickly flew toward the mountain. It is the envoy. After this, us two can no longer be together with you, but I have told you everything about the Bai Clan and common knowledge among practitioners. Do not make any mistakes. As long as you join the envoy, you will be fine. Guan Laoda quickly reminded Lu Ming. Even though Guan Laoda did not show it, his heart was pounding rapidly. In Gu Laosen's eyes, a strange light flashed. However, since the two of them weren't normal people, their faces were as blank as could be when the black cloud neared the mountain. When the black cloud was directly atop the mountain, the buzzing sound suddenly stopped. In place of it was the cold voice of a man. Those that are here for opening spirit ceremony, come up with your verification sills. Once I finish examining them, I still have to go to other places. When his voice faded, the black cloud violently rumbled before a cloud ladder extended down toward the center of the mountain peak. Verification sill. When Lu Ming heard those words, he slightly paused, but before he could ask anything, Guan Laoda shoved something into his hand while smiling. Please be careful, young master. All you have to do is give this sill to the leader of the envoy. After going through a couple of thoughts, Lu Ming didn't say anything and walked toward the cloud ladder. In the other two groups, Mu Mingzhu and the tall young man also nervously went toward the cloud ladder after hearing the final parting words from their respective guardians. Moments later, the three of them got to the cloud ladder at the same time and, after pausing, looked at each other. Hurry up. If we miss the timing, I will cancel your qualifications to open your spirits. The man on the black cloud was already becoming somewhat impatient. At this declaration, Mu Mingzhu and the tall young man jumped up in shock and fear. No longer daring to tarry any further, they hastily rushed up the ladder toward the black cloud. Lu Ming smiled before likewise lifting his foot to move. The ladder looked like curled-up fog, but when stepped on, it possessed a force that supported the body, making one feel as if one was stepping on real ground. In his heart, Lu Mu felt mystified at this. Yet, he did not dare tarry as he followed behind the other two as they ascended toward the sky. A short period of effort later, Mu Mingzhu, who was at the front, finally reached the underside of the black cloud. As she looked toward the surging black gas in front of her, she grit her teeth and dashed in. The tall and well-built youth who was right behind momentarily hesitated for a bit before putting on a brave front and walked in, though his movements were clearly more rigid than before. Behind them, Lu Mu had witnessed the actions of the two. However, he had no hesitation and with one swift movement, entered into the black fog. The instant his body made contact with the black cloud, he felt slightly cold. However, when the light once again shone into his eyes, he had actually reached an immensely huge square platform. The entire platform was about 1 acre large and shaded entirely in white. On its edges, more than 10 strange sculptures were erected which were covered in dazzling white light. In the middle of the platform, about 100 youths stood in 2s and 3s, all of who were currently sizing up the three who had just entered with curious gazes. Something occurred to Lu Ming as he lifted his head to look up. All he saw was an ash-colored cloud quietly floating 7 or 8 meters above. Atop the cloud, a black-clothed middle-aged man sat cross-legged. The man had some pockmarks on his face, but his 2 eyes flickered as he coldly stared at the trio. Are there only the 3 of you? Whatever. Take out your sills and announce your names. I'm going to inspect your identities. Chapter 10, Lei Zhen. Chapter 10, Lei Zhen. Yes, Spirit Master. I am Mu Mingzhu from the Mu clan in Guanlin. This is my verification sill. Mu Mingzhu quickly took out a black metal sill and held it out with both of her hands. Oh, you are a clansman of Sister Mu. Anyhow, I am not a spirit master, I am only a spirit apostle. A spirit master would not show his face to mortals that have not even awakened their spiritual see. The man's cold expression loosened as he said this and waved his hand a little. Whoosh. The metal plate that the girl in purple held shot into the air before firmly landing in the man's hands. The escort then formed a one-handed sign, and with black light floating on his finger, pointed at the sill. With a popping noise, the metal plate slightly shook before it expelled a misty white light mirror. Within the light mirror, another girl in purple appeared. Besides the difference in clothing, her facial demeanor was very similar. Perhaps the one in the light mirror was slightly younger. Yes, this is you without a doubt. You can go stand over there. The man glanced over to the side and nodded his head. When Mu Mingzhu heard this, she happily agreed and headed over to the middle of the platform in a pleased manner. I am Gao Chong. It's a pleasure to meet the emissary. The tall young man also took out a similar metal sill from his chest and nervously held it up high. Gao Chong, you are one of the 3 loose practitioners in this awakening ceremony. Not bad, maybe you will become a fellow disciple. Let me see your verification sill. Amazingly, the man in black squeezed out a smile and spoke in a very polite tone. With the same hand he cast the spell again. Naturally, Gao Chong passed without any problems. Bai Clan's Bai Chong Tian. Please inspect my verification sill. Lu Ming took a deep breath and lifted up the item in his hands. Even though he was very nervous on the inside, no abnormalities could be seen from the outside. This time, the man casually swept his eyes over Lu Ming before quietly taking the sill. The same white light came out of the sill and another Bai Chong Tian came out in a lifelike manner. Lu Ming glanced at the white light and his heart skipped. The Bai Chong Tian, in the white light, looked almost 80 to 90% similar to him. Though at the time he was wearing a white shirt and had an arrogant look. This and a few other points were a little different from Lu Ming. Ha! The man inspected the Bai Chong Tian in the image a few times and looked down at Lu Ming, his face showing an expression of surprise. Lu Ming's heart sank and the bronze bracelet on his arm started to shake a little. However, he remained still. In this 1 year you have changed quite a bit. Looks like you have made quite a bit of preparation for the awakening ceremony. That previous impetuous aura seems to have completely disappeared. The man slowly said. Lu Ming heard this and let loose a sigh of relief in his heart. He quickly bowed and replied, I know that my talent is mediocre, so I could only work hard in order to gain a slight chance in the awakening. Awakening the spiritual sea is not something that hard work can help you through. Whatever telling you this stuff now is useless. Later on you will naturally know more about this. Find a place to sit down, we will be going to the next location. The man lightly chuckled but did not say much else beside telling him to sit. The other youths heard this and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the other 2 also found a place to sit down on the platform. It was unknown if it was due to them being escorted from the same place, but the trio did not separate to sit with other people. Though the trio looked at each other, nobody said a thing. At this time, the man in the air flipped his hand and took out a white disc. With a flash, it flew into the air and disappeared into the clouds. The next moment, the surrounding statues let out a buzzing sound before starting to emit soft lights. Then, with a loud noise, the platform started to move toward a direction with large inertia. Many young men and women who did not sit tightly fell over. The girl in purple, who was in front of Lu Ming, was also unprepared and her delicate body twisted and started to fall. Luckily, the tall young man to her side had good reflexes and quickly grabbed onto the girl's arm and steadily pulled her back. Thank you, Brother Gao. Mu Mingzhu steadily sat down again and with a flush spoke to the tall young man. It is nothing. It is just a small matter. When Gao Chong saw the girl's response, he had a bit of a helpless look. After the girl in purple gave a smile to Gao Chong, she turned toward Lu Ming and gave him a glare. Lu Ming only gave her a faint smile that didn't look like a smile. He sat steadily from the beginning and could obviously have given the young girl a hand. However, he had no intentions of doing so. Due to this, Mu Mingzhu's impression of him had worsened. However, at this time, Lu Ming's gaze shifted from the 2 and onto a white statue near him. The statue was very strange. It was like a monkey yet not a monkey, like a bat yet not a bat. It was as if it was a monkey that had a pair of bat wings growing out of it. Due to this, the statue looked extremely ferocious, making others feel a chill in their hearts as they looked at it. A small clan really is a small clan. You actually do not even know about night crawlers, one of the most basic type of ghosts. Mu Mingzhu said in a sarcastic tone as she scoffed. Oh, Miss Mu knows what this is? Lu Ming asked curiously. Next to him, Gao Chong had also widened eyes. At first, Mu Mingzhu didn't want to talk to Lu Ming any further, but seeing Gao Chong's expression, she once again remembered what her third uncle had said. With a thought, she put on a smile and said, Since Brother Gao wishes to know, I will share a bit of my small knowledge. Night crawlers are also called Yeka ghosts and are the most common of the 108 ghosts in the 100 ghost diagram. Besides being able to fly, they do not really have any special powers. Mu Mingzhu was worthy of being a daughter of the Mu family. Even though she was not a part of the Barbarian ghost sect yet, she still knew a lot about ghosts. Not only did she explain every detail about the night crawlers, she also spoke about the other statues of ghosts nearby. This attracted many other young men and women over. What's the point of understanding these low soldier rank ghosts? Once we really join the sect, you will have to at least tame a general rank ghost to not waste learning the art of exorcism. A tall, brown-haired teenager sneered to the side. You talk pretty big. According to what I know, even among the spirit apostles within the sect, over half of them are only able to tame soldier rank ghosts. Only a small number of disciples are able to tame a captain rank ghost. As for general rank ghosts, even among spirit masters, only a few are able to tame them. Mu Mingzhu looked at the brown-haired teenager, and responded without reservation. Even if others cannot do it, that does not mean that I, Lei Zhen, cannot do it. The brown-haired teenager said with a smile. Lei Zhen? You are from the Lei Clan? Mu Mingzhu heard the name of the teenager and the color on her face changed. The others around also sucked down a cold breath as they heard his name, their eyes displayed a trace of fear. Although the Bai Clan can be said to be a first-rate family in their area, the Lei Clan ranked within the top 3 in the entire Jianghu country. The clan had dozens of spirit apostles and even a spirit master. Even if you are from the Lei family, this type of speech should wait for after the awakening ceremony. Mu Mingzhu was secretly surprised but still held on to her pride. She was reluctant to lose face for her family. However, this time Lei Zhen did not say any more. He glanced at the tall teenager next to the girl and left with a laugh. From beginning to end, he did not even glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat on the ground without moving and turned a blind eye to everything in general. On Savage Island, the more hidden one was, the better. Since this was the only way to survive a bit longer. Those with a lot of strength who entered into the spotlight, generally wouldn't live past a year. Although the outside world was different from Savage Island, Lu Ming did not try to change this aspect of himself. At this time, one could clearly see that Mu Mingzhu and Gao Chong were close, speaking warmly to each other. Every now and then, a small giggling sound could be heard. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, they completely excluded Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not care at all and once again focused his mind. He once more started training right there. In the remaining 7 to 8 days, the platform would stop every half a day, picking up around 3 to 10 of youths each time. Once the platform held around 300 to 400 people and could not hold any more, the man in black stopped picking up youths. He then directed the black cloud to return to the sect. Half a month later, the giant black cloud flew over many rolling mountains and went straight into the depths of a dark forest. In one breath, they went over 100 miles and appeared in front of a mountain range with over a dozen mountains. On the other side of the sky came a rumbling noise and another black cloud came toward the same mountain range. After a while, the two black clouds both arrived at the mountain range and landed on the side of one of the mountains. Go down. The gate of the sect is here. The man in black suddenly ordered as he appeared in midair. As the platform firmly landed on the ground, the black cloud and light disappeared. Many of the young boys and girls excitedly jumped off the platform. Lu Ming stopped at the edge of the platform and carefully looked around at his new surroundings. Chapter 11, Barbarian Ghost Sect. Chapter 11, Barbarian Ghost Sect. The place where the platform landed was a grassy plain. Not far from the plain was a sparsely filled forest that hid a couple of rock houses. Lu Ming took a couple of looks at the rock houses before glancing around the plain. Another 40 to 50 meters away from him was another platform that many youths also stepped down from. Go down. How much longer are you going to stay? An impatient voice came from behind Lu Ming, and when he looked, the middle-aged man was darkly rushing toward him. At this time, almost everyone had left the platform and his pause at the edge of the platform was a little eye-catching. Lu Ming lowered his head and apologized before walking with the crowd in front of him. Finally, he gave the mountain in front of him a look. The mountain was incredibly tall and the bottom half was covered with varying structures. A long, deep path twirled around the mountain like a serpent and led straight to the top of the mountain. The top half of the mountain was hidden behind white clouds and couldn't be seen well. Blobs of gray clouds flew down from the top half of the mountain. On top of these clouds were single or multiple people that had varying attire. They were young and old, male and female, and because of their height, their faces were indistinguishable. These people were obviously spirit apostles in the Barbarian Ghost Sect. When they passed over the plain, a few of the more curious ones took a peek while others just flew by without so much as glancing down. This demonstration of power created an excited buzz among the waiting youths. There were even some that started daydreaming of their life after becoming a spirit apostle. At this time, the middle-aged man left the platform. After seeing the messy and loud youths, he criticized them without reservation. "This is Barbarian Ghost Sect, not your home. Everyone shut up and line up behind me." After this, the man jumped onto a nearby path that led toward the rock houses. The few hundred youths quickly made a couple of questionable lines and followed him. On the other platform, a female dressed in white led the other group of youths down another path. A little while later, the two groups met at an intersection in the forest. Without any orders, the two groups naturally joined together and combined as they quickly walked out of the forest. What greeted them was a grass field with rows of stone houses. At this time, there were about a dozen green-clothed people waiting there respectfully. "I have brought the people with Senior Shun. You guys organize them. There is still half a month before the opening spirit ceremony, and during this time, they can wander around this hill but not leave it. If they do, their qualifications to attend the opening spirit ceremony will be taken away." The middle-aged man coldly glared at the green-clothed people before ordering coldly. "Yes, Senior Zhang, Senior Shun. We will definitely take care of them." Of them, a vicious-looking male walked up and respectfully answered, "Oh, Fang Xiong Jr.'s work is quite reassuring. I'll be going to the administration hall to get my reward." The middle-aged man nodded and responded with an easy expression. Then he and the white-cloaked female muttered a few words before gray clouds sprouted under their feet. With a shudder, they flew toward a mountain. "All right, you brats heard him. You will be living here for half a month, and during that time, you are not allowed to leave this forest. If I find someone disobeying my orders and leaving this forest, the first time I find you will result in 10 snake whips, second time will be 30 snake whips, and the third time I find you, I will take away your qualifications to participate in the opening spirit ceremony." The man named Fang Xiong waited until the middle-aged man left before he stood up straight and rudely yelled at the hundreds of youths waiting. "What? Didn't the person from before say that we could walk around a little? How did it become not leaving the forest? I came to participate in the opening spirit ceremony, not to be imprisoned." Hearing Fang Xiong's words, someone in the crowd protested. "Brat, what did you say?" Fang Xiong's face darkened as he grabbed the air in front of him. Immediately, a well-built youth from the crowd was pulled out of it and stumbled to the front. When the youth stood back up again, he had a knife in one of his hands. With eyes full of anger, he stared at Fang Xiong, but he didn't actually run forward to vent his anger, knowing the difference in strength. "I'll tell you the truth. We were the same as you a couple of years ago. We were also participants of the opening spirit ceremony. However, since we weren't successful in opening our spirit seas, we were forced to adhere to the rules and work for 20 years. Seeing that there are 700 to 800 of you here right now, you guys would be lucky if even 10 people become spirit apostles. In the opening spirit ceremony, at least 2/3 of you will die and the rest will become outer sect members like us. Therefore, don't even think of being all arrogant. If you guys don't listen, we won't hesitate to use force." What Senior Zhang said before was out of respect. "This place is way too big for us to let you brats run amok. One more thing, the weakest of us is a high-tier practitioner and I'm an elite practitioner. If someone says that they don't agree with my conditions, they are free to come and fight with me. If someone beats me, I'll let him or her do whatever he or she wants." Fang Xiong looked at the youths and spoke savagely. When the youths heard this speech, their excitement from earlier left them, and was instead replaced with fear and sadness. Seeing that Fang Xiong was an elite practitioner, the youths who were at most low-tier practitioners didn't do something as dumb as challenge Fang Xiong. When Lu Ming heard the speech, no expression was shown on his face. However, when he heard that Fang Xiong was an elite practitioner, his heart gave a violent beat. Fang Xiong was at most 30 and already so powerful. Even if Lu Ming failed the opening spirit ceremony, staying at the Barbarian Ghost Sect wasn't a bad option. However, he had to live through the opening spirit ceremony first. "Listen up. Now we will be dividing the rooms. If you're called, step forward." Seeing the effect of his words on the youths, Fang Xiong smiled. Of course, there were still a few youths with great backgrounds that didn't care, but it did not matter to Fang Xiong. As long as most of the youths would accept management, it was fine. Those youths with special backgrounds were people that even Fang Xiong didn't dare offend. Even taking away their backgrounds, these youths had a much greater chance to pass the opening spirit ceremony and thus become Fang Xiong and his group's boss. At this time, a 30-year-old female walked forward and took out a light yellow book. Quickly she started to call out names. Soon, at least 100 youths were called and taken to one of the stone houses by the female. Like this, each outer sect member brought a group of youths to each stone house. Almost instantly, the field was left with about 70 to 80 youths. Lu Ming, Gao Chong, Mu Mingzhu and Lei Zhen were all in this group. No need to call names anymore. All of you follow me, I'll personally see to you brats. Fang Xiong looked at the rest of the youths and spoke decisively. Hearing this, the other outer sect members all showed carefree expressions and left. When the youths heard that Fang Xiong, who was like a vicious thug, was going to arrange their living quarters, at least half of their faces paled. Fang Xiong ignored them and turned around to walk toward a group of stone houses. With a laugh, a youth walked out of the crowd and followed Fang Xiong. It was Lei Zhen from the Lei Clan. When the rest of the youths saw that someone else was already following Fang Xiong, they also started walking forward. Lu Ming walked among them, not attracting any attention. When the youths disappeared out of sight, a nearby tree rippled and transformed into two shadows. The first person had a face that was slightly yellow with a gown. He had a yellow wood hairpin in his hair and both of his hands behind his back. The other person had messy hair, bare feet and a bare chest with a scarlet gourd at his waist. Junior, how do you feel? Do you think that there is any talent in these youths? The gowned person watched the disappearing youths and asked. Senior Gue is asking when he knows the answer. How am I supposed to know now? Don't we pick our division members after the ceremony? Does Senior want to place bets on these kids early this year? The messy-haired man with a smiling round face muttered after hearing the question. It's not like you don't know how our division is. If there really are 9 spiritual pulse sect members, the other division would get first pick. If we want to get some talent, we have to look in these outside youths. I heard that there are some loose practitioners joining this year, maybe they are decently talented. The gowned man slowly said. Even if Senior is right, how are we supposed to glean anything right now? When the opening spirit ceremony finishes, the other divisions will definitely steal the talents. Chapter 12, Multitasking. Chapter 12, Multitasking. We aren't fighting with them for our sect trained members. If they dare try to take these outsiders, I will definitely fight them for it. Even though our faction has been weak for many years, we won't let others trample over us. The gowned man replied. Since Senior has already decided, Junior Zhong and I will support you. Our faction has only 3 spiritual masters, so we must do everything as one. After a few seconds, the messy-haired man responded. Just as the messy-haired man barely finished, his face changed and he started coughing violently. Quickly he took the red gourd at his waist and drank the crisp green liquid that was inside. A thick wine scent wafted in the air. What was in the gourd was an unknown powerful wine. After drinking, the messy-haired man's face recovered. Junior Zhu, are you okay? The chill in your body has been there for many years, and just using medicinal wine to suppress it isn't a long-term solution. Seeing this, the gowned man spoke with a worried face. It's fine. As long as I can drink this 3-sun wine in time, I can control the chill. You don't need to worry about it. Junior Zhu replied with a smile as if he didn't care about his chill. It's all my fault. I knew that you had just become a spiritual master and should have insisted that you rest and familiarize yourself with your new power. Instead, you went to Nightmare Valley. If you hadn't done so, you probably wouldn't have gotten that chill. This isn't Senior's fault. I requested to go of my will. After all, Senior was at an important point of his training and couldn't leave our sect. However, Junior Zhong was in a life-or-death situation and we couldn't waste any time. After this opening spirit ceremony, I'll go ask Martial Uncle for some pure sun pills. Even though these pills can't cure your chill, they can at least alleviate your pain. It's fine. Martial Uncle is still trying to make a breakthrough and our previous interruptions have caused displeasure with the other factions. If we go again, they would definitely make trouble. With a bitter smile, the messy-haired man replied. You don't need to worry about that. If they really do come, I will take care of it. The gowned man said with a cold. After hesitating for a second, the messy-haired man stayed silent. Soon, the two disappeared in a gust of mist. At this time, the youths had finally arrived at their newly constructed stone houses. Under the arrangements of the man leading, they quickly found their respective homes. When Lu Ming pushed open his fresh wooden door, a room that was about 4 to 5 meters in length appeared before his eyes. There was a green wood table, a chair of the same material, and a gray stone bed. On the bed was a thin layer of a blanket. Other than that, there was nothing else in the room. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't show displeasure and instead lightly sighed. With a few steps, he jumped onto his bed. The simple arrangement within the stone house made him recall his tough life on Savage Island. For an instant, he felt as if he was back on that deadly, ruthless place. After a long time, Lu Ming finally came back to his senses. Then, he sprang into action by inspecting every possible corner of the room before finally relaxing and recalling past memories on the bed. Back then, Lu Ming was sent to Savage Island because his father had been taken in by the government. Even though many years had passed, he could still recall every single detail of the ordeal. When it all began, there was only his father and a couple of servants in the house. He had never been able to remember his mother even in his oldest memories. What he was told was that his mother died of a miscarriage when he was young. As for his relatives and his parents' friends, he had never heard his father speak of them. When he asked others, they told him that his father had moved here when he was still an infant. Even they did not know where the duo of father and son had come from. His father was always very strict. Ever since Lu Ming could understand things, he was forced to learn and memorize ancient texts. A few days before Lu Ming's father was taken in, his father suddenly made Lu Ming, who was only a couple years old, memorize a secret place. Only when Lu Ming memorized the place and was told to not tell another living soul did his father finally let the matter go. And a few days later, his father was taken in while he was sent to Savage Island. Maybe those officers didn't think that a small kid would have any useful information. However, even if Lu Ming never said a word of it to anyone else, he would still smile bitterly whenever he remembered that place. When he was still small, he didn't know the meaning behind the place he memorized. Now that he knew exactly what that place was, it was no different than a tiger's cave or a dragon's lair. If he didn't have enough power, then going there would be suicide. Lu Ming was not stupid and realized that since his father was so serious about him memorizing that place, there was probably some kind of huge secret centered around it. It also probably had something to do with his father being taken in. The hands behind the scene used the sentence of great disrespect to the king to kill his father. This was definitely the act of someone with a lot of power, and normal detective skills were bound to alert that someone, bringing that person trouble. But the death of his father was something that had to be avenged. When Lu Ming thought about that, a glint of coldness that was uncharacteristic for his age flashed across his eyes. Before, he had no chance to avenge his father, but now, if he could become a spiritual apostle or at least live through the spiritual opening ceremony, he could easily take revenge. However, when he thought about the fraction that the man from earlier mentioned, it caused Lu Ming's heart to sink a little. During his time with Guan Laoda and Gu Lao San, Lu Ming had asked about the opening ceremony. Unfortunately, the two were only high-end servants in the Bai Clan and didn't know much. All they knew was that this ceremony would stabilize and show the spiritual pulses within one and create a spiritual sea within the participants that passed. Once one had a spiritual sea, one could slowly transfer Yuan Li into Fa Li, and the speed at which one trained Yuan Li would also increase by leaps and bounds. The spiritual sea was something of a mystery to Guan Laoda and Gu Lao San, so Lu Ming could not gain much information beforehand. All he could do was practice his Yuan Li manipulation. Even though Lu Ming didn't know if having better Yuan Li manipulation could help his chances of passing the opening spirit ceremony, it was all he could do right now. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of his special talent and a quick smile came to his face. This talent did not come to Lu Ming when he was born. Instead, it came to him after he had been taken to Savage Island. He had a huge fever after seeing the ruthless and bloody scenes on the island, and when he woke up, he strangely had this talent. This talent allowed Lu Ming to split his conscious in two and allowed him to control both halves of his body to do different things at the same time. However, this talent was slightly different from the well-known, being able to do two things with one mind. His two consciences could be individually trained to be stronger, and he could also have one half actively working while the other half was sleeping. However, that being able to do two things with one mind would never be able to do that. Once Lu Ming realized he had this new talent, he carefully asked the friendly inhabitants on Savage Island. He then looked through quite a few scrolls before confirming that he had a strengthened mutation of the two things, one mind. As for what this mutation truly was and what side effects it would bring, Lu Ming knew nothing of those matters. Either way, Lu Ming never wasted any time after gaining this new talent, and after years of training his two consciences, his mental strength was about twice the amount of a normal person's. If not for his mental strength, he would have died long ago under the pursuit of the Black Tiger Guards. He also didn't display this talent in front of Guan Laoda and Gu Lao San. Being able to utilize alternate halves of his conscious was no longer something as simple as 1 + 1. On Savage Island, Lu Ming could train a technique for 5 or 6 days before taking one nap to recover to peak condition. Basically, his training time was quite a few times greater than the normal person's. Which was why at such a young age Lu Ming could already smoothly perform so many techniques. As Lu Ming thought of this, he closed his eyes and started training on the stone bed. To him, relaxing was a luxury that he could not afford. In the next half-month, Lu Ming would train his Yuan Li manipulation every second, only pausing when it was time to eat. The tiger bite ring, which was originally quite hard to use, was much smoother to control with the half-month of training. At the same time, some of the other youths trained as recklessly as Lu Ming. Some walked around the forest, and some began to start forming relationships with the other youths. As for Fang Xiong and the outer sect members, they ignored the youths as long as they didn't walk out of the forest. Like this, the day of the opening spirit ceremony finally came. Chapter 13, Spirit Convergence Stage. Chapter 13, Spirit Convergence Stage. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the stone house, when he suddenly heard the envoy's voice. "Everyone come out, the opening spirit ceremony will be held today. I will bring all of you to Spirit Convergence Stage where the ceremony will proceed." Though the voice was not loud, it resounded around the stone house, allowing Lu Ming to hear each word perfectly. With a deep sigh, Lu Ming got off the stone bed, pushed open the door and proceeded to walk out. What greeted his eyes were countless young men and women who were crowding and rushing like a pack of angry bees along the small pathway. At the end of the path, through the cracks of the forest, 2 barely discernible ash-colored stages sat quietly on the grasslands. The man from Lu Ming's envoy, Senior Zhang, was wearing black, and the woman wearing a white cloak, Senior Sun, were each standing on 2 gray clouds floating above the platforms. Fang Xiong and the 10 or so outer sect members were standing near the platforms, making a respectful pose with both hands clasped together. A very different face from the overbearing ones they wore earlier in front of Lu Ming and the rest. When the young men and women saw this scene, they subconsciously fell into a respectful manner. They slowed their steps as they entered the platform in an orderly manner. After the final person stepped onto the platform, the man in black swept his gaze downward. Finding that everyone was on the platform, he nodded his head and fetched out a round plate. Then he made a one-handed technique and started chanting. As he completed his chant, the disc immediately let out a faint light. With a pu sound, countless spirit markings on the surface of the platform lit up at once. Another layer of white light, similar to the one from earlier, appeared, enveloping the entire platform in its glow. Following which, the demon statues surrounding the stage shuddered in unison as they opened their mouths to let a thick black fog spew forth. As the black fog surged forward and spread out, it transformed into a black cloud that gobbled up the entire platform along with the light he created. The 2 platforms slowly started to rise into the air before gently flying toward a huge mountain in the distance. Lu Ming stood near one of the statues and looked at the spirit light that glittered across the surface, his gaze dull as if he were deep in thought. Not far from him, shockingly, Mu Mingzhu and Gao Chong were discussing something in hushed tones. It had only been 10 days since they last met, yet this couple had become even more intimate. While at the center of the stage, Lei Zhen proudly stood. Coincidentally, he was surrounded by a crowd of about 30 members from various influential families. At other spots on the platform, groups of 7 to 10 people crowded around certain individuals. These past few days, many young men and women had spontaneously formed many small groups. It looked like quite a few people had realized that their chances at the spiritual opening ceremony were not too optimistic. Thus they placed all their hope on others who had chances to become spirit apostles. This way, even if they became an outer sect member of the Barbarian Ghost Sect, they would still have someone to rely on. As to why these people from influential families did this, it was likely due to prior instructions from their clan elders. Furthermore, some of them had probably even been given a list of targets to attach themselves to. Else they would not have formed groups so quickly. Surprisingly, there were also about 5 or 6 young men and women around Gao Chong and Mu Mingzhu. Compared to 10 days before, the tall young man looked much more confident. Looks like quite a few people looked favorably upon this loose practitioner's future prospects. Ever since Mu Mingzhu and Gao Chong had come aboard the platform, they did not seem to have any intentions of calling out to Lu Ming, who was a companion they had initially arrived with. Even more so, Lu Ming would not be the one to initiate a conversation with others. He was more like a lone wolf who would only watch from the side, detached from the others. Because the platform was completely wrapped in black clouds, Lu Ming and the others were unable to see what was happening outside. It was quite a while later before the platform slightly shuddered and the man's voice once again sounded out from within the light. "We have reached the spirit convergence stage, all of you can get off now." Just as his voice faded away, the black clouds rumbled as they started to disperse. At the same time the light of his also disappeared after one final flash. Lu Mu lifted his head and swept his gaze about the now visible surroundings. As the new view entered his eyes, he could not help but gasp. To everyone's astonishment, they were currently in a huge circular plaza. Just outside the plaza was a ring-shaped viewing tower. The tower was filled to the brim with about 4,000 to 5,000 people. The sounds from this restless crowds could be heard even from a distance away. Out of these people, only a small portion were true spirit apostles, the rest were just tag-along outer sect disciples of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. These tag-alongs were akin to servants of the spirit apostles. On closer inspection, there seemed to be an obviously higher level in the ring-shaped viewing tower. At this level, 7 or 8 figures shrouded in different colored lights were faintly discernible. They stood shoulder to shoulder as they discussed something in hushed tones. At the center of the plaza, there were over 100 Barbarian Ghost Sect outer sect disciples dressed in green gowns. Each one held a pen in hand as they drew thick, twisting silver lines on the ground. In the air above them, 7 or 8 spirit apostles flew back and forth on clouds, inspecting the work. These spirit lines crisscrossed and squirmed about. Viewed from above, a huge silver picture was gradually forming and could vaguely be seen. Within the picture, countless thick silver lines weaved together and overlapped with one another, roughly forming into many queer silver-colored words. Anyone who stared too long at these words would start to feel dizzy and nauseous. Lu Ming only glanced a few times at some of the weird characters in the picture before withdrawing his gaze, not daring to stare any further. As they were urged on, the group of young men and women walked down the platform one by one and stood in bewilderment just outside of the silver picture. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly thundered from the heavens, and a third black cloud descended from the skies. After the black clouds dispersed, a group of young men and women clothed in the garbs of outer sect disciples orderly stepped away from the platform. These young men and women were different than Lu Ming and the others from influential families. They were all eerily calm and were surrounded by a faint cold aura. As they walked down the stage, they noiselessly arranged themselves in an orderly manner. The descendants from influential families next to Lu Ming were stunned. At this point, everyone realized that these people were the spiritual pulse apprentices under the tutelage of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. If 1 out of every 100 person from the influential families could become a spirit apostle, then out of the carefully nurtured spiritual pulse apprentices, every 1 in 10 would be able to successfully open their spiritual sea. A spiritual pulse apprentice's chances of success were about 10 times higher than those in influential clans. It was no wonder that the sect took advantage of the wealth of the rich practitioner clans and paid little to no heed to their awakenings. Lu Ming's pupils shrunk as he watched the young men and women opposite him. The icy calmness each spiritual pulse apprentice possessed was incomparable to any regular practitioner youth. It was likely that they had gone through special training and were no stranger to violence and blood. At this time, the silver picture at the center of the plaza was finally completed. The outer sect disciples who had completed their task immediately withdrew from the plaza. Yet the few spirit apostles from the Barbarian Ghost Sect remained. Together, they took out about 100 fist-sized clear crystals and placed the crystals in succession on various predetermined points marked by grooves. After the spirit apostles had finished their work, they once again did a final check from above. At this time, from the highest section of the viewing tower, a glowing red figure suddenly laughed and then opened his mouth. "Fellow disciples, I've heard that this batch of spiritual pulse disciples are quite decent. Among them there are even a few who could be outstanding. I've even heard that one of them managed to cause an argument between Junior Chu and Junior Lin. Is this true? Sect leader, I hope that you will be impartial and bring justice to this matter. That disciple was first found by me, yet Chu Senior ignored the rules and coerced the disciple into his group." A slender figure within the light angrily exclaimed as she heard his words. The identity of the glowing red figure who had first spoke was unexpectedly the sect leader of the Ghost Barbarian sect. "Junior Lin, those words are not right. There are only so many good seedlings within this batch of disciples, not even enough to split one for each group. Since your dancing ghost group has already set their sights on one of the good seedlings, please leave the child, Jia Lan, to our evil spirit group." Nearby, another tall figure bathed in a greenish glow chuckled as he bantered, not a single trace of anger in his voice. "Humph, Our Barbarian Ghost sect is divided into 8 factions. Our faction is the most appropriate for women to train their techniques. Stealing Jia Lan is not only an insult to her beauty and talent but also detrimental to the growth of the sect. Junior Lin bluntly retorted. Furthermore, she brought the sect's interests into the argument. Junior Lin need not worry about that. I will let Junior Bin take Jia Lan as a disciple and guide her along. Junior Bin's technique is also suitable for a woman to practice. It will absolutely not affect this child's potential. Chu Sr. chuckled as he replied. You. Forget it, stop fighting. This matter will wait until the disciple has opened her spiritual sea. Even possessing an astonishing soul will be useless if the spiritual sea is not opened. The sect leader interjected with a wave of his hand. Hearing the sect leader utter these words, Junior Chu and Junior Lin did not continue to argue. They could only utter a tsh as they lapsed back into silence. Right, Junior Gue, your 9 infant faction should also decide on a disciple. If you delay any further, you'll be left empty-handed again. The sect leader turned his head as he reminded a certain individual who was clothed in an ash-colored light. Many thanks to sect leader for his reminder. Though there are quite a few disciples within the spiritual pulse apprentices who possess a special soul this time, our group is unable to contest for them. I guess we'll just have to pick a few from the influential family's disciples. The ash-colored figure slightly bowed as he replied. Astonishingly, this voice belonged to the scholar that had originally appeared in the Green Jade Forest. Descendants of the influential families? Could there possibly be any good seedlings in this batch? I wonder which few Gue Sr. has his eye on. Do share with a few of us too. Junior Chu asked while seemingly interested, a surprised expression on his face. I have no choice but to select from the aristocratic family group. How can there truly be any good seedlings there? Senior disciple Gue indifferently replied. Gue Sr. has always been known as the demon calculator. We don't quite believe those words. Exactly which few does Gue Sr. have his eyes on? Could you be afraid that the rest of us would contest for them if you revealed them? Junior Lin laughed before asking. Chapter 14 Jia Lan. Chapter 14 Jia Lan. Since Junior Lin has said it like this, I will speak of them. I believe that although the various juniors here love talent, they wouldn't lose face and fight for the clan descendant members with us, the 9 infants. After hesitating, the scholar replied with a sarcastic tone. Once these words left the scholar's mouth, the members from the other factions felt great embarrassment. Even though the 9 infants faction was much weaker than the other factions, to hear it be put so bluntly made everyone feel ashamed. Relax, Junior Gue. Take your pick. If anyone decides to challenge your right to do so, I will take care of it. No matter the talent that comes out of the clan descendant members, your sect will have the priority pick. The Barbarian Ghost sect leader acknowledged the difficulties faced by the 9 infant sect members and spoke in a solemn manner. Thank you, sect leader senior. Hearing that, the scholar smiled and thanked the sect leader. Naturally, the others had nothing to say. To be honest, there are only a few of decent talent from the clan descendant members. It's still uncertain if they will pass the opening spirit ceremony. Of them, Junior Zhu and I have already made contact with the 3 loose practitioners. From our estimates, the member called Gao Chong has a high chance of having a 9 spiritual pulse. Another member called Yu Cheng has some sort of innate talent in his eyes, and can practice the ghost dove techniques from our faction. There's some hope of him being able to master the unmastered dove eye technique. As for the last loose practitioner, he has very ordinary training talent. However, he has eaten a rotting poison spirit grass, and now his Yuan Li has a rotting poison attribute. If he can pass the opening ceremony, there may be other surprises. As for the others, we've also made contact with a few clan members. However, only Lei Zhen is worth paying attention to. He will probably have a 9 spiritual pulse and probably have some of that bloodline power of the Lei Clan. Once the scholar revealed his thoughts, the other faction members all showed signs of greed, but with the words from the sect leader, they could only stay quiet. Gue Sr. Lei Zhen is my nephew, so I plan to personally train him. A shadow that had been silent until now finally spoke with a low voice. I guessed that you would say something of that nature, so I only observed him without making contact. The scholar didn't show any emotions except slight disappointment. Thank you for your understanding. Junior Lei said with the hint of an apology. So Junior Gue would like to use your faction's 3 spots on the 3 loose practitioners? Junior Chu couldn't help but speak up. Yes. What? Does Junior want to trade your faction's pick of sect-trained members for these spots? The scholar replied with a smile. Haha, Since Senior has put his sights on them as your junior, I won't be forcing them away. Junior Chu yawned and quickly gave up. Even though Gao Chong and the other two loose practitioners were quite talented, they were obviously less important than the sect-trained members. Okay. If these 3 loose practitioners pass the opening spirit ceremony, they will be under the 9 Infant faction. I wish for the 9 Infant faction to recover its lost fame, and with our 8 factions together, our Barbarian Ghost sect can become even stronger. Seeing this, the Barbarian Ghost sect leader spoke slowly. Hearing this, some faction leaders nodded while others didn't move. The sect leader's brow furrowed upon seeing such a sight, but as he was about to say something, a spirit apostle flew over on a gray cloud. Sect leader, the spirit converging stage has been finished. It can be activated at any time. Since it is done, activate it. The sect leader replied without hesitation. Yes, sect leader. The sect member bowed and flew back to where he came from. At the same time, Lu Ming was surrounded by youths from influential clans. He was staring at a girl in the file of the Barbarian Ghost sect's own practitioners. Actually, it wasn't only him. There were countless gazes that were going to the same spot. There were even sect practitioners sneaking glances at her. That was because the girl was just too pretty. Even though she only looked to be about 13 or 14, she had snow-like skin and a delicate face. Jet black hair went past her shoulders, and there was an alluring glint in her eyes. Every move she made one's heart beat faster. The young girl seemed to be accustomed to being watched by many people. She retained her smile without showing any embarrassment. Lu Ming watched the girl for a while before suddenly realizing and biting his tongue to force his eyes away from her face. At the same time he whimpered in his heart, scary. Was this the legendary Aphrodite body? At such a young age the girl was already luring people in. Imagine the power she would have if she were a bit older. What made Lu Ming more scared was that the girl had been in the line for a long time but no one had noticed her before. How was it that it took a while for him to realize that such a pretty girl was there? In addition, Lu Ming felt a cold sweat when he realized that even the girls showed a hint of love as they gazed toward the pretty young girl. This girl was definitely strange. It would be better to be far from this girl. Lu Ming quickly made a decision. However, other people didn't have as strong of a conviction as Lu Ming, and their sneaky gazes turned to outright stares after realizing that the girl in question didn't care. After some time, the young girl furrowed her brow and looked toward the youths from the practitioner clans. The youths that met her gaze all lowered their heads with their cheeks flushed, but there were a few, like Lei Zhen, who returned her gaze boldly. When the young girl's gaze passed over Lu Ming and found that he wasn't looking at her like the others were but instead at the spirit convergence stage, she was slightly stunned but did not dwell on the matter. Hong. A milk-white beam shot out from the silver diagram and converged toward the sky. The clear crystals and silver lines embedded in stage also lit up, while the entire stage rumbled softly. At almost the same time, Lu Ming felt the air around him stiffen with something extra in it. After hesitating slightly, he took a deep breath and felt a refreshing sense wash over him. With such a drastic event, the youths who were still lost in the young girl's charm woke up, revealing surprised expressions as they looked to the stage. In addition, on the high platform, the Barbarian Ghost sect leader gave some orders after seeing the stage successfully activated. Junior Lei, as discussed before, you will be hosting this ceremony with the other juniors helping. The opening spirit ceremony is a large event for our sect and cannot be treated carelessly. Yes. Hearing that, the others on the platform bowed. The youths waiting suddenly saw a couple of shadows fly up from the high platform and speed toward the stage. The youths from influential clans were all stunned by this sight while the Barbarian Ghost practitioners kneeled down on one leg and shouted. Greetings to our martial uncles. Stand. In a while we will split you guys into files of 100 to enter the spirit convergence stage. In it, your life will be in jeopardy, but if you open your spiritual sea, you will no longer be immortal. I'll ask you one more time, is there anyone who would like to forego this chance? A shadow who was Junior Lei spoke softly and slowly. Hearing this, neither Barbarian Ghost practitioners nor youths from influential families spoke. No one was dumb enough to let so many resources go to waste. Good, very good. Junior Lei said 2 goods and nothing more. Lu Ming was hidden within the crowd and was curiously looking at the martial uncles in the air. Although he couldn't see the real faces of these people because of the layer of light that surrounded them. When he looked back toward the Barbarian Ghost practitioners, he realized that the pretty girl who was drawing everyone's attention had disappeared. In fact, he could barely remember where that girl had been standing. Even though Lu Ming could be considered quite brave, he still felt a tinge down his back, much like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The crowd that Lu Ming was in also seemed to have realized that they couldn't find the girl anymore. With the realization came a decent-sized commotion while many revealed expressions of disbelief on their faces. On the high platform, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader saw this and looked toward a slightly pretty girl. He smiled at Junior Lin, who hadn't flown into the air to host the ceremony. Jia Lan's Aphrodite body is truly amazing. It has quite an effect even before she has opened her spiritual sea. I think she will be quite impressive when she becomes a spirit apostle. If not for that, why would I fight with Chu Senior over her? Unfortunately, even though this spiritual body is quite rare, the owner of the body has many more obstacles in training. The Aphrodite body isn't very useful against those that are of a higher level than the owner. Junior Lin bragged proudly before starting to list off the inadequacies of that spiritual body. Chapter 15 A Awakening, Part 1. Chapter 15 A Awakening, Part 1. The Aphrodite body has unimaginable powers against opponents of the same level. Thus, as long as the child successfully awakens, even if her training talent is slow, we would use spirit medicines to push her level up. The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader said resolutely. Yes. This child will be very important to our sect in the future and will possibly become one of our pillars. However, besides Lei Zhen, there's nothing special about the rest of the kids from the clans. Even if some of them can barely become spirit apostles, they probably won't have more than a 3 spiritual pulse. That is the lowest type of talent and have no hope of becoming spirit masters. If the 3 loose practitioners cannot complete the awakening ceremony and there's no talent among the practitioners from the clans, I'm afraid Senior Gue will have to return disappointed. Junior Lin said after pondering the crowd. From past years, loose practitioners have at least a 1/3 chance of becoming spirit apostles. However, when you say the other practitioners are useless, I do not agree. The sect leader mused for a bit and spoke as he shook his head. What? Did I miss someone? Are there more good talents within the family disciples? No, even if I missed them, how could Senior Gue also miss them? Junior Lin said, startled. As for the others, I do not know, but this kid is a bit interesting. The sect leader smiled slightly. Suddenly, he lifted his finger and pointed it in midair before he drew a circle that lingered in air. Suddenly, a green light flashed and the circle turned into a mirror that was clear as water, revealing a youth dressed in a bright robe. The youth, who was looking up at the spirit masters without blinking, was Lu Ming. This kid? He doesn't seem very special. Does he have one of the mythical hidden spiritual bodies? Junior Lin looked at Lu Ming through the lens for a while before asking slowly. I don't know whether or not he has a hidden spiritual body, but his mental energy is probably a lot higher than the average person. The sect leader replied patiently. Oh, how does sect leader Senior know? Junior Lin heard this and was naturally curious. Very simple. Earlier when Jia Lan's Aphrodite body accidentally leaked out, only this kid was not affected at all, and he could actually force himself to look away from Jia Lan. Just this self-control is already worth complimenting. The sect leader replied with a smile. So it's like that. Then this kid really is worth looking forward to. Junior Lin said. Lu Ming naturally did not know that due to the charming girl from earlier, he had become known in the eyes of 2 spirit masters. Currently he was spending all his focus feeling the energy the magical formation on the stage was giving off. The surroundings now had many different abnormalities. As he ran through his nameless technique, the Yuan Li in his body started to run 1.5 times faster than before. As he raised his arm, he could clearly feel a sluggishness. Although it was weak enough that it could be ignored, it definitely existed. Lu Ming's face showed his surprise and he looked at the silver formation with a hint of anticipation. If such a startling effect could be felt outside the formation once he entered, the results would be even more amazing. Time is up, instill the spirit drops. The lay spirit master commanded. As the sound fell, dozens of spirit apostles flew from the tall platforms around. These Barbarian Ghost Sect spirit apostles were all wearing black robes while holding light green bottles. As they arrived close to the edge of the formation, they simultaneously smacked the bottoms of the bottles. Puff puff. A milky white substance poured from each bottle, forming dozens of white lines that shot toward the top of the formation. Then the milky white light started to fall from the air. Practitioners of our sect, enter the formation. The junior lay in the air commanded with a shout. The Barbarian Ghost Sect practitioners heard this and instantly sprinted onto the stage. They chose a seat to sit down on which were positioned a set distance from each other. Enough. As soon as the formation reached 100 people, the spirit master in the air spoke again and waved his arm downward. Even outside the formation, Lu Ming could feel the change in his surroundings and unconsciously started to squint. At this time, Lei Spirit Master said while in the air, "Under the power of the formation, we have caused the energy in the air to grow to its maximum concentration. At the same time, we imparted a bit of our own energy onto your body to increase your chances. What you need to do now is use this outside strength to awaken the spirit energy in your body and create your spiritual sea in your dantian in one breath. This will cause unimaginable pain as if 1,000 blades were cutting into you. Whether you end up with life or death, become an immortal or mortal is all up to you. Now, I will use some mantra in order to guide you through the awakening process." After Lei Spirit Master said this, he looked at the other Spirit Masters. Then he willingly took out a golden scroll and threw it in front of him. Chapter 16 A Awakening, Part 2. Chapter 16 A Awakening, Part 2. The golden scroll flew through the air and, in a flash, transformed into a film of golden light floating in the air. Within the light screen, grain-sized silver characters started to appear and flash in a faint light. The Lei Spirit Master then formed a sign with one hand, and at the same time the light around his body cracked open, revealing his true form. Shockingly, it was a huge bearded man dressed in a purple robe. He had a wide chest and just by standing he gave off an imposing feeling. Lei Spirit Master stared at the characters in the golden light. He changed his hand signs while he used his mouth to start his chant. Lu Ming surprisingly found that he suddenly could not hear anything. He glanced over at the other clan practitioners. He found out that most of them also had stunned faces. Obviously, he was not the only one who couldn't hear anything. As Lu Ming's gaze shifted toward the formation again, he found the Barbarian Ghost Sect practitioners showing expressions of pain as soon as the bearded man had started to chant. Some of their faces immediately twisted and the white light that surrounded them flashed strangely. A spirit master's techniques were really mysterious. Their mantra could actually focus on a specific area, leaving everything outside the formation completely unaffected. Lu Ming couldn't help but start to look forward to the spells of a spirit master. They obviously were not on the same level compared to practitioners who could borrow the strength of talismans to cast some small techniques. Bang bang. Two muffled sounds were heard. The faces of two of the youths that were sitting in the formation convulsed, before their heads suddenly exploded from within. The white light that was surrounding them also disappeared, allowing their headless bodies to fall directly to the ground. Seeing the bloody scene, some of the more timid clan practitioners let out a cry while the others couldn't help but turn pale. The practitioners of the Barbarian Ghost Sect that hadn't entered the formation also couldn't help but feel a hint of unease. But the spirit masters in the air and the spirit apostles within the formation acted as if they did not see it at all. Right as Lu Ming finished looking at the two headless bodies, a third Barbarian Ghost Sect practitioner stood up. His hands waved frantically for a bit before his head also cracked open. How useless. We just started and there are people that already cannot withstand the energy. The next time our sect chooses practitioners, we should probably be a bit more strict. The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader said unhappily as he saw this from the high platform. Sect Leader Senior. Without going through the awakening ceremony, we can only predict the practitioner's talent. For there to be some mistakes is unavoidable. The practitioner that just died was actually one that I had high hopes for. During the training before he performed quite well. Junior Lin forced a smile from the side. No matter how it is said, our sect invests a large amount of resources on each practitioner. To be more strict in choosing practitioners can't really be wrong. The sect leader replied, unmoved. Yes. Junior and the other seniors will definitely deliberate more over the next batch of disciples, in order to choose even more talented practitioners. Junior Lin could only reply as such. The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader heard this and gave a slow nod. He continued watching the rest of the practitioners still going through the ceremony. After the 3 deaths on the stage there were no more instant deaths. But as time went on, the white light started to form into strands that frantically tried to squeeze through the practitioner's skin. The face of the practitioners that had this white light in them started to convulse and shake. Quite a few had eyes that glowed incredibly red, showing hints of madness within them. After a couple of soft sounds, another 4 to 5 corpses fell into their own pool of blood. Lu Ming saw the situation and the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. At this time, the spirit rain in the formation started to slow down and the white light on the practitioners' bodies shrunk quite a bit. It was to the point that some of their limbs could be seen. The Barbarian Ghost Sect practitioners that had still wanted to enter after his command instantly felt an invisible wall and were pushed back. These practitioners felt a bit disappointed and stood waiting outside. Lu Ming and the other clan youths, without any orders, could only keep their eyes open as they stood in place without moving. They didn't have much anger in their hearts. This opening spirit ceremony was originally intended for the disciples of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. That meant they had nothing to complain about by being placed last. Some would actually use this chance to watch how the Barbarian Ghost Sect practitioners open their spiritual seas. Even though the elders of their respective families had explained the process countless times, being able to see it with their own eyes was a completely different story. They may gain something by seeing it, allowing them to obtain a small advantage during their own awakening. Lu Ming especially could not give up this chance to see the opening ceremony firsthand, and he stared at a select few that he had noticed before. At this point, the spirit masters in the air saw that all the practitioners had sat down and finished making their preparations. With a flash they all moved to their respective positions and started their own chants, letting out a horrifying spiritual pressure. The practitioners outside the formation quickly rushed back as they felt the pressure. Several useless and weak practitioners grew pale and fell down without strength. However, the practitioners within the formation seemed to be protected in some way and could not feel the horrifying pressure. Some practitioners even peeked at the spirit masters in the air out of curiosity. Lei Spirit Master's aura, under his chant, grew stronger and stronger. He lifted one of his arms and pointed out one of his fingers. With a soft hum, a drop of silver liquid left his finger and went into the white light created by the spirit drops. At that moment an amazing scene appeared. The white light, as if gaining a mind of its own, shot toward the silver liquid and quickly merged together with it. In a moment, a man-sized white circle formed soundlessly in mid-air. Go! Spirit Master Lei's hand pointed toward the white light. Under Lei's control, the white light sank like a meteor, shooting accurately at a Barbarian Ghost Sect practitioner that was sitting down. This practitioner was only around 13 to 14 years old and had a handsome face. As the white light touched him, he fell flat on the ground with his four limbs spread out. It was as if the white light was an incredibly heavy weight. Even more strange, as the white light pressed against the youth, it did not disappear instantly. Instead, under Lei Spirit Master's control, it moved around a bit and wrapped completely around the youth. The silver drop at the center of the light also merged into the youth's body and disappeared without a trace. The youth on the floor let loose a deep breath and crawled back up from the floor with a roar. After a struggle, he once again sat down in lotus position, and circulated his inner energy with his eyes closed. This same scene was happening all around him. The other spirit masters also let loose a silver liquid and let the large white light fall onto the practitioners below. Most practitioners reacted similar to the first youth and were instantly pressed to the ground without being able to move. Only a few with particularly strong bodies could sit and withstand the pressure. They watched the light being absorbed by their body. The spirit masters saw this and nodded secretly while noting each of these practitioners' locations and faces. The spirit masters cast their spell very quickly and rapidly gathered 100 silver drops to let each disciple be enveloped by the light. At this time, Lei Spirit Master reached into his sleeve and pulled out a green token. Without a word, he waved it at a light formation below. With a muffled sound, a finger-sized green light shot from the face of the token and into a crystal in the center of the formation. Boom! With a flash, the white light around the entire formation became bright and many white light pillars started to rise into the air. The remaining white light in the air grew blurry and started to fall down like rain. However, there was only one 9 spiritual pulse apostle. From the high platform, the sect leader couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when the Jia Lan girl awakened successfully with 6 spiritual pulses. Even though 6 spiritual pulses could only be considered average within the spirit apostles, with the sect's full support, it was not impossible to cultivate to a spirit master. As for the other spirit masters, their moods started to become different. Some of them with successful pre-picked practitioners, secretly became immensely happy, while the ones that had their picks fail, with some even dying in the formation, felt very depressed. As for the vacant slots, they could only be filled by the other spirit apostles. Although the clan practitioners were great in number, only a few would succeed in awakening. Besides the ones Gui Spirit Master named, the rest had little to no hope. With a shout from Lei Spirit Master, it was finally time for the clan practitioners like Lu Ming. After the first batch of clan practitioners entered the formation for 2 hours, The result caused the faces of Lu Ming's group to turn ugly. Out of the 100 clan practitioners, not a single one of them successfully in opening their spiritual seas. In addition, almost 2/3 of them immediately died. The remaining 30 people walked out of the formation like corpses while the other clan practitioners did not dare walk into the formation. If the rest of you are not willing to enter, that's good. Our sect can save on a large amount of resources. You can all become outer disciplines. Lei Spirit Master smiled coldly as he saw the situation and did not urge the people at all. The cultivation world was originally a world of survival of the fittest. He would not treat any of the clan practitioners with pity. Why are we still backing out now? I'm going up. One of the clan practitioners spoke and walked out first, taking large steps. This was Lei Zhen from the Lei Clan. The Lei Spirit Master saw this from midair and was startled, but quickly started to smile without saying anything else. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the youths finally took up the courage and followed along. Lu Ming's gaze shifted for a bit, and he lightly took in a breath before walking up with this group. Chapter 17 Awakening, Part 3. Chapter 17 Awakening, Part 3. Lu Ming willingly walked to the edge of the stage and calmly sat down. He saw a hint of tiredness in the demeanor of Lei Spirit Master and the rest of his group, since they had initiated the opening spirit ceremony several times already. Also, the crystals surrounding the entire formation no longer shined as brightly and piercing as they did originally. Even though Lu Ming did not know how many times the spirit masters could use their mantra under normal circumstances or the effect the crystals would cause when depleted, he definitely did not wish to be in the last batch to test it out personally. Also, after observing the ceremony several times, Lu Ming had already seen everything he needed to see. Even if he waited until the end, he wouldn't really gain any benefits. Thus, it would be better to just be in an earlier batch and start opening his spiritual sea. Quite a few of the family disciples were able to think through this point. However, the horrific death rate caused some of them to unconsciously flinch and decide to wait it out. Still, 100 people quickly walked in. To Lu Ming's surprise, Gao Chong and Mu Mingzhu were also within the formation, causing him to unconsciously give the two a glance. Mu Mingzhu's face did not look too good and carried a hint of fear, obviously shocked by the earlier scene. Although the huge teenager by her side was a bit pale, his expression was notably more stable compared to the girl. Begin. When Lei Spirit Master saw that enough people had entered, he immediately uttered a command. Suddenly, an excited buzz spread throughout the ceremony area as tens of streams of spirit drops started to head toward the formation, creating a thick spirit rain once more. Boom. After the sound, a huge white light fell from the sky, falling steadily toward Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt as if his shoulders were carrying 10,000-pound weights. His chest started to heat up and his body collapsed onto the ground, since he was unable to withstand the pressure. At this time, Lu Ming did not care about the other people anymore. He could see himself being wrapped up by the white light. Then, a chill went down his back and it felt like something was quickly squirming into his dantian. After seeing other people's awakening, Lu Ming did not panic. He knew that this was the Spirit Master's energy entering his body. Hitting the floor with both his hands, he tried to lift himself back up. But using only his two arms, his body remained firmly on the ground. Lu Ming felt a bit aghast. Although he saw earlier how hard it was for others to get up, he did not think it would be this hard. He was not the type to be born with godly strength, nor did he specifically train his strength. Thus, trying to get up via normal means was not easy. When Lu Ming thought of this, his breathing started to quicken. However, after taking a couple of deep breaths, he once again slammed the ground as he shouted, letting his body slowly leave the floor. During this time, he actually used a secret technique that permitted his arm strength to momentarily multiply, allowing his body to sit back up. During this, Lu Ming could hear his own bones crunching while his skin started to turn red under the pressure. After a while, Lu Ming was finally able to sit up straight. He spared a few moments to glance at the others, which resulted in a disappointed smile. He was definitely not the first to get up. Many of the other clan practitioners had already sat up, including girls like Mu Mingzhu. The other clan practitioners were obviously similar to Barbarian Ghost Sect practitioners in that they had training in this area or have control over techniques like Lu Ming's that increase physical energy. But when he saw Lei Zhen, Lu Ming's gaze couldn't help but pause. Lei Zhen had a clear and relaxed expression. His clothes didn't even have the slightest wrinkle, and it seemed as if he was never hit by the white light's pressure at all. As Lu Ming silently guessed why, the formation in the air started to spout out an obscure sound from the spells. The origin of the sound felt as it came from an extremely far location, but at the same time, the sound felt like thunder roaring right next to Lu Ming's ears. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body felt like it was boiling. The Yuan Li that was unmoving before started to circulate faster and more fiercely to every corner of his body. Although this was anticipated, Lu Ming still felt a heat that tore apart his body while his chi paths were relentlessly bombarded by heaven's and earth's energy. It was as if countless little knives were continuously cutting him, with each cut being more violent and wild. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but his face did not reveal an expression of pain. On Savage Island, in order to learn all the different secret techniques, Lu Ming's body went through torture. He didn't even remember how many times he felt torture that made death seem more appealing. Also, whenever he finished casting a secret technique, he would always end up in immense pain. After practicing the secret techniques over 1,000 times on Savage Island, Lu Ming's pain tolerance was far beyond what one could imagine. It can be said that it had reached the point of numbness for him. At this time, Lu Ming could easily rid the effect the pain had on his focus. He could devote his attention to using his Yuan Li manipulation technique combined with the guidance from the mantra to forcibly gather the violent Yuan Li a shred at a time. Then he would force them into his dantian. The other clan practitioners were not able to resist pain like Lu Ming. Under the pain, some of the ones with weaker wills completely lost control over the Yuan Li, letting it rush to their heads. After a few small cycles of violent penetration, the heads of these people started to crack open. And as time passed, other clan practitioners continued to add to the death toll. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Within the formation, less than half of the people were still sitting firmly on the ground. At this time, Lei Zhen let out a long howl. Along his body, stripes of crystal light started to appear, coming out with 9 stripes in all. In addition, each stripe of light showed hints of lightning coursing through them. He awakened extremely early and had 9 spiritual pulses. It really is the lightning-type spiritual pulse within the elemental spiritual pulses, and it's even a 9 spiritual pulse. From the high platform, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader saw clearly what occurred on Lei Zhen's body and immediately became immensely happy. Looks like our sect picked up a treasure this time. If it was only a lightning-type spiritual pulse or a 9 spiritual pulse, those separate are not very rare. However, with both of them combined, his value to the sect is not any lower than Jia Lan's Aphrodite body. I had thought that Lei Jr. wasn't too active in picking disciples, but he had actually already put his hopes in his own nephew. That single kid wins over the other disciples by 1,000 times. Lin Jr. murmured while looking at Lei Zhen with a passionate gaze. Lei Jr. also has lightning elemental spiritual pulse. Thus, having him to teach this child is very appropriate. The Barbarian Sect leader responded. Lin Jr. heard this and murmured a sound of pity. With their blood relation, there's no way other factions could take Lei Zhen. It's a good thing Lei Clan's Lei Jr. is already in our Barbarian Ghost Sect. Otherwise this kid might not have been sent to our sect. With his talent he would have huge value in other sects as well. Lin Jr. seemed as if she was on the side of the sect and continued with a smile. Definitely. Especially with the Windfire sect. They originally became famous through lightning-type techniques. If they were able to get this kid, they would probably treat him as a great treasure. The sect leader replied with a laugh. With this kid awakening successfully, only the loose practitioner Gao Chong is worth looking forward to. Oh yes. The kid with the huge mental energy that sect leader Jr. pointed out is also within this batch. I wonder if he will awaken successfully. As Lei Zhen sat down once more, Lin Jr. glanced at the rest of the people in the formation. Success or failure, we will naturally know the results in less than an hour. The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader's tone once again became calm. But as his voice dropped, a huge noise boomed from the formation. Following the sound, a strange energy wave started to roll out, causing the entire plaza to shake. What's going on? What happened? Lin Jr. jumped in fright. Even the sect leader was dumbfounded, and stared at the formation without a word. At this time, a practitioner started to tremble and rose slowly into the air. At the same time, the white light started to twirl around his body, creating a white misty aura. Could it be that that thing has appeared? The sect leader saw the scene and could no longer stay calm. He instantly went inside the formation without care. At this time, the white light on the practitioner in the air actually started to create a second white aura. Earth rank spiritual pulses. This is the effect of Earth rank spiritual pulses being born. How can this be possible? Lin Jr. finally awoke from her stupor and transformed into rays of light as she quickly rushed toward the practitioner. Above the formation, the lay spirit master, Chu Jr., and the other spirit masters also understood the situation. Almost all of them became incredibly excited as they rushed to that practitioner, watching him and counting the streaks of light appearing before their open eyes. At the moment, the one in midair chanting the mantra was actually the Gui scholar. When he saw the scene, it was obvious how shocked he was. Unfortunately, the mantra was still not complete, so he could only stay in the same position. However, his gaze landed on the practitioner with heavy passion. This practitioner had a huge physique and an honest face. It was Gao Chong from the loose practitioners. At the same time, seated in the corner of the formation and under nobody's notice, a number of white lines had also started to fill Lu Ming's dantian. Under the control of a huge mental energy, the white lines started to crisscross at an unbelievable rate. Through gradual integration, it slowly formed into a single white-silver string ball. Chapter 18, Earth Spiritual Pulse and Mu Yunxian. Chapter 18, Earth Spiritual Pulse and Mu Yunxian. At this time, all the spirit masters including the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader stared unblinkingly at the tall youth drifting down from the air. None of the spirit masters would move their focus to any of the other practitioners. With a puff sound, the 12th light ring formed on Gao Chang's body. He opened both his eyes and involuntarily raised his head to roar. The roar was deep and long. After dozens of breaths, he finally started to calm down. This. Gao Chong found himself in midair and his startled body immediately started to sink and fall back toward the ground. Child, do not be afraid. At this time, an ancient old voice rang next to Gao Chang's ear. Bang! The youth, under the support of an enormous power, stopped steadily in midair. Following that, a silhouette shook and a blond old man appeared in a hemp garment. His face was filled with a smile while he scanned the youth's body up and down without stop. The voice just now was the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader. Unknowingly, he had revealed his true face at some point. Almost at the same time, the wind started to pick up at the side. Lay Spirit Master, Junior Lin, Junior Chu, and several other Spirit Masters appeared at the same time, but after seeing the sect leader getting there first, they couldn't help but look at each other. Sect leader Senior, this kid is... Junior Chu hesitated for a bit and wanted to say something. You all don't have to say anything. The spirit opening ceremony has not been finished yet. Wait until all the practitioners have awoke, then we can talk about this kid. First return to protecting the formation, otherwise the consequences of our sect rules await you. The sect leader waved his hands and he spoke harshly in an uncompromising manner. The others looked at each other for a moment. Although they were unwilling under the sect leader's valid words, they could only say yes, and return to their original positions. But over half of them still stared at Gao Chong without stop. And when Gao Chong understood the old man in front of him was the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader, he frantically started to bow and pay his respects. No need to be too ceremonious. You already formed an Earth spiritual pulse. The formation here and the spirit rain won't have too much of an effect for you. Follow me over there, I want to ask you a few questions. The sect leader stopped the teenager from kneeling with one hand and talked to him in a strangely warm manner. Although Gao Chong still didn't fully understand yet, he naturally couldn't decline an offer while exposed to such shocking treatment. The old man then grabbed the youth's forearm, and flew directly back to the high platform. Junior Lin saw this and followed along without saying another word. The only ones remaining were Junior Chu and his group of spirit masters who could only curse silently in their heart. At the top of the formation, the Gui spirit master, who had been chanting without stop, grew very frantic watching the situation unfold. According to the earlier agreement, the loose practitioners would belong to their 9 infants faction, but the actions of the sect leader obviously showed that he wished to go back on his word. This made him anxious, and he could only wish that the ceremony would immediately end. That way he could follow the sect leader and question him. It was not only him who had such thoughts. The rest of the spirit masters almost wished the practitioners within the formation would all just quickly die, so that they did not have to waste any more time on them. It should be known, every moment they spent here was a moment more for the sect leader to pull that Earth spiritual pulse youth into his faction. This type of 12 spiritual pulse talent was something that only occurs once in 100 years in Dexian. The last time the Barbarian Ghost Sect received talent of this level was at least several hundred years ago. 4 talent above Earth spiritual pulse, the 15 spiritual pulse Heaven spiritual pulse, had never been seen before in the Barbarian Ghost Sect. Only the top sect in Dexian Heaven's Moon Sect has ever been blessed by this type of talent, and that was 1,000 years ago. That disciple helped lay the foundation for the Heaven's Moon Sect's dominance of power over the rest of the other sects for the next 1,000 years. An Earth spiritual pulse could not be compared to a Heaven spiritual pulse. Still, as long as Gaochong matured, it was very possible that Barbarian Ghost Sect would rise in power and strength. The temptation was such that the spirit masters, including Junior Chu of each faction, would naturally use their utmost effort in an attempt to induct this Earth spiritual pulse disciple into their faction. This would easily allow their faction to become the #1 power within the sect. As time passed, even though there was not much time until the end of the ceremony, many clan practitioners died painful deaths. For a while, no one was able to awaken successfully. Gui Rushen, Junior Chu, and the others did not take this to heart at all as their gazes swept across the high platform. What they saw on the platform was the sect leader speaking indiscernible words to Gao Chong, who kept nodding his head like a chicken eating rice. Seeing this, Junior Chu and all the spirit masters in the formation grew pale. At this time, a cry came out of the formation. The white light around Lu Ming flashed and started to form white lines. As the lines appeared, the formation began to dance wildly while the air around started to make a buzzing sound. Some spirit masters finally noticed such a large movement and turned their gaze over. Seeing this strange scene, they had hope in their hearts that another good talent had appeared. In contrast to what the spirit masters expected, there were only 3 light rays around Lu Ming's body when the white light stopped and disappeared. He was actually only a 3 spiritual pulse A. Junior Chu and Lei Spirit Master saw this and felt disappointed. Immediately, they no longer bothered looking at Lu Ming and turned away, looking back at the high platform. Gui Scholar's eyebrows slightly wrinkled before shaking his head as he no longer gave any attention to Lu Ming. But at this moment, Lu Ming showed a very happy expression. At this time, the silver light ball circled around his body non-stop. After a deep breath, Lu Ming shivered. It felt like every hair on his body had started to absorb a cool stream from the outside world. Although he had only formed 3 spiritual pulses, he had awakened his spiritual sea. Thus, he was definitely a spirit apostle. In reality, during the last crucial moment, Lu Ming split his immense mental energy in 2. One half to guide the energy into his dantian and the other half to weave the energy inside his dantian to force it to form a circle. If he didn't do such a thing, it would have been a completely different story on whether or not he would have been able to awaken his spiritual sea. This feat was due to him mastering Yuanli manipulation and having a strong conscience that could be split in 2. If it had been another disciple, there was no way they would have been able to accomplish this. While Lu Ming was still immersed in his immense happiness, the endless mantra finally stopped. A silhouette appeared and Lei Spirit Master blurrily appeared at the top of the formation. He announced without any expression, "Time is up. The practitioners that were not able to awaken their spiritual seas will all need to leave. There will be people that will take you away from this field. As for the practitioners that successfully awakened their spiritual sea, please rest to the side for a bit. Later we will go together to the ancestral hall." As the voice fell, the formation came to a stop with a buzz. Junior Chu and the other spirit masters did not say anything and immediately shot toward the high platform. When the Lei Spirit Master saw them, he rolled his eyes and after saying a few more words, he also flew along. Lu Ming saw this occurrence and looked at the high platforms intently. After that, he walked out of the formation but stopped when he saw a dazed girl. This girl was Mu Mingzhu. The girl did not die during the ceremony but also failed to awaken her spiritual sea. With her arrogant personality, the disappointment in her heart could only be imagined. At this time, a young female spirit apostle, who was within the formation and looked similar to Mu Mingzhu, walked over and hugged the girl. She started consoling her softly. The young girl in purple could not hold back the pain in her heart and she cried out loud. In the end, the girl was only 11 to 12 years old. It was impossible for her to control her emotions any longer after receiving this large of a shock. Lu Ming shook his head and started to walk away from the 2 girls. But at this time, the pretty young woman suddenly called out and asked with a smile, "You are young Master Bai, right? I Mu Yunxian saw your father several times. Your successful awakening is something to celebrate. If you'd like, why don't you find a chance to visit me? I can introduce several of my good friends to you." "So you are an acquaintance of father. Once I manage to have some free time, I will definitely come over for a visit." Lu Ming's quickly turned and connected his hands in a polite reply. "Ah, then I will wait patiently for you. Oh yes, now that you have become a spirit apostle, we will be fellow disciples under the same sect. You do not need to be overly polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Yun. Yunxian smiled sweetly, with her eyebrows showing a hint of seduction. Lu Ming acted as if he did not notice anything and left after a few words. Aunt Yun. This Bai Clan kid is only a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. There's no way he will become a spirit master. Is he even worth roping in? Mu Mingzhu asked quietly while her eyes were still red. She finally stopped crying when she heard their conversation. Mingzhu, what would you know? It is not that easy to become a spirit master. Our sect has over 1,000 spirit apostles but less than 30 spirit masters. From that, you can see how hard it is to reach such an achievement. Even the people with 9 spiritual pulses simply train a little faster than 6 spiritual pulses like mine. Their chances of becoming a spirit master are only higher by 1 or 2%. Moreover, to keep a foothold in the sect is not an easy thing. If that kid can add a shred of strength to my circle, it would be worth it to rope him in. There are no disadvantages. Mu Yunxian shook her head and spoke in a voice that almost could not be heard. Aunt Yun, is your position in the sect not too good? Do I need to? Relax. You don't need to worry about me. Although you did not become a spirit apostle, as long as I am here, you won't have to experience too many grievances. This isn't a place to speak too much. Leave first. About the situation in the sect and the different taboos, I will find another chance to let you know in detail. The young aunt cut off the young girl's words and told her in a solemn manner. Mu Mingzhu felt her heart tremble and naturally nodded her head before following her aunt out of the formation. At this time, Lu Ming arrived in the midst of the Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples that had successfully awakened their spiritual sea. He then casually sat next to a delicate and sweet-looking young girl. The young girl turned her head and looked carefully at his face. A strange look flashed in her eyes, but her face quickly grew emotionless as she turned back around. Chapter 19, Sect Disciple. Chapter 19, Sect Disciple. Though Lu Ming thought it was odd, he did not put it to heart. He then glanced at the high platform in the distance. Over there, a group of spirit masters were circling a tall youth, and it seemed like they were talking about something with him. However, due to the large distance, Lu Ming could not hear the contents of the discussion. He could faintly feel that the atmosphere was somewhat tense over there. At the same time, on the other circular high platforms, there were also quite a few groups discussing what had occurred with each other. Senior Sima. It looks like our days in the future won't be easy. Haha, this year actually has 3 extremely talented disciples. One with an Aphrodite body, another with 9 spiritual pulses of the lightning attribute, and an earth spiritual pulse that's only seen once in 100 years. This batch of disciples is probably far more important in our master's eyes than us. A tall, skinny young man, who was wearing a long green robe and had numerous bone spears situated on his back, smiled and revealed his observations to a man next to him who exuded a chilling aura. Even if their talent is great, so what? Senior Zhao, Senior Lan used to have far more talent than us, but where are they now? Although our sect values individual talent, it also pushes for free competition between disciples, and has a survival of the fittest mindset. Otherwise, the yearly small competitions, the big competition, and the life and death trial every 3 years would be a joke. Although these 3 juniors have overwhelming talent, they will still need to train for many years before they can threaten us. More so, even if there are people that worry about their position in the sect, I'm afraid we won't be those people. Senior Yang and Senior Qian will have to worry about this even more. The gloomy man closed his eyes before replying with a cold smile. Ah, that's true. They always place as the top 10 core disciples. Now that we suddenly have so many impressive juniors, they won't be able to sit so calmly anymore. After hearing that, the tall, skinny young man laughed lightly. At the same time, on the other side of the circular high platform, 2 girls that were situated between a group of female outer sect disciples started to discuss the same topic. An earth spiritual pulse. I truly did not expect it to appear in our sect. Chores, looks like you will have a strong foe in the future. In terms of cultivation speed, your spirit marrow body was definitely at the top. This allowed you to become a late spirit apostle from a beginning spirit apostle in 3 years. However, the earth spiritual pulse contains 12 spiritual pulses. This allows him to absorb heaven and earth energy several times faster than the average disciple, which is probably slightly faster than you. In addition, someone with an earth spiritual pulse will have a much easier time reaching the spirit master realm compared to someone with a spirit marrow body. An older woman in yellow spoke lightly to a 15 to 16-year-old girl in a green dress. Is the earth spiritual pulse really that amazing? I still can't believe that with my spirit marrow body, I can't compare to his cultivation speed. If it comes to it, I'll just play less in the future and use more time for training. The pigtailed girl stuck her tongue out, revealing a very cute face. I knew you weren't applying your full attention to training. From now on you will live with me. I will personally supervise your training. A blue-dressed girl said happily while revealing a beautiful smile. Senior Qian, please don't. The green-dressed young girl's face instantly turned miserable. When the outer sect girls saw this, they couldn't help but smile secretly. So how do all of you view our new Earth Spiritual Pulse Jr.? A large man dressed in a tight suit moved his gaze from the high platform to the companions next to him. Standing next to him were spirit apostles that were quite old, around 30 to 40 years old. There was even an elder that had fistfuls of white hair. Senior Wu's question is a bit strange. We have already passed the age to fight for a core disciple position. The hope of becoming a spirit master to us is basically non-existent. Even if this tiny junior has amazing talent, it doesn't have anything to do with us. Another dark-skinned, large man around the age of 30 asked back in curiosity. That might not be certain. Senior Feng, how do you see it? The big man dressed in the tight suit turned around to ask the elder with white hair behind him. Junior Wu, if you have something to say, then say it directly. We have known each other for quite some time now. There's no need for all these twists and turns. The white-haired old man replied expressionlessly. When the others heard this, they also revealed questioning gazes. Since Senior has put it like this, I will be frank. I'm planning to lead us to go and submit to that kid, our Junior Gao. The vigorous man said with a laugh and did not hide anything anymore. What? Submit to that kid that just became a spirit apostle? Immediately there was someone that couldn't control his voice. Right. Don't any of you know that because we are too old to compete for a core disciple position, the resources we get from the sect are many times lower than before? Normally we can only risk our lives to accomplish missions in order to gather contribution points to continue training. Under this kind of situation, do you think we have a chance to aim for Spirit Master? According to what I know, everybody over 30 years old that becomes a Spirit Master uses an enormous amount of resources. In addition, they rely on the help of other Spirit Masters and good luck in order to barely enter the Spirit Master realm. The vigorous man spoke slowly. Junior Wu means that we should bet on the fact that this Earth Spiritual Pulse kid will definitely become a Spirit Master. And if we go submit to him now, then later on he may help us out when he becomes a Spirit Master. The white-haired old man's eyes opened, since he understood what the vigorous man meant. Senior Feng is right. That is what I meant. The sect has strict rules and us older disciples cannot compete with the new disciples. Still, rules are dead and people are alive. If it's just a bit of indirect help, our little junior shouldn't refuse. Also, this type of stuff has been done before. The vigorous man replied with confidence. Yes, this is definitely a way. As everyone understood what the big man meant, they couldn't help but grow interested. Looking at the situation now, relying only on their own strength to break into the Spirit Master realm was definitely impossible. However, if it was with the help of another Spirit Master, a shred of hope would appear. You all can do that, but I will not participate. The white-haired old man was quiet for a while before he spoke as he shook his head. Senior Feng, why not? Junior Wu was very surprised. All of you juniors can still be considered young. As for me, after battling with a 1,000-foot ghost once, I sacrificed over half of my life force to cast a forbidden technique. Even my appearance has turned this old. Even if a Spirit Master helps, there is still no chance of becoming a Spirit Master for me. So, a few days ago I applied at the duty hall to leave the sect and establish my own clan. Even if I cannot become a Spirit Master, I still cannot let my bloodline disappear. The white-haired old man gave a wry smile and explained. As others heard this, their expressions grew dim. In a hidden room within a mountain in the Barbarian ghost sect, a person had his eyes closed while sitting in an area filled with black air. Suddenly, one of the secret holes in the room opened and a piece of paper quickly flew in. Those guys. Didn't I say to not disrupt my cultivation unless there was something important? The dark shadow saw the scene and grew frustrated. However, with a move of his hand, the piece of paper fell into his palm. He lowered his head and gave it a quick glance. What? This year not only had the Jia Lan girl's Aphrodite body but also a 9 spiritual pulse with a lightning attribute? Even the legendary Earth spiritual pulse appeared. This is amazing. Yang was just thinking that the sect's big competition was getting boring, but it looks like I can look forward to the upcoming years. After the dark shadow saw the paper, he was no longer angry and instead laughed out loud in happiness. The laughter shook the entire room. The dark air also started to shake violently and spread out. Faintly, an enormous skeleton tens of feet tall could be seen standing behind the dark shadow. Lu Ming gave a calm look outside the formation. When the clan practitioners saw that Lu Ming and many others had been able to become spirit apostles, they grew excited, and the third batch quickly assembled. And as the people on the high platform finally finished what they were saying, Lei Spirit Master, Gui Scholar and the other Spirit Masters also flew back with a gloomy expression. After that moment, the buzzing sound of the formation rang out once more and the opening spirit ceremony started once again. Half a day later, as the daylight grew dim, the last surviving batch of clan practitioners numbly walked out of the formation. Out of the 8 remaining batches of clan practitioners, only 6 people successfully awakened their spirit seas. In addition, most of them were on the level of Lu Ming with 3 spiritual pulses. From the other 2 loose practitioners, only the red-haired youth was able to become a spirit apostle. But the spirit masters present didn't pay much attention and hurriedly announced the end of the opening spirit ceremony. Besides one of them staying behind, the rest of them flew back to the high platform once more. Obviously, when they were speaking with Gao Chong earlier, there had been no results. The remaining spirit masters slowly landed in front of the group of spirit apostles. As the light dispersed from their body and showed their true appearance, it was surprisingly a woman in her 40s. She wore rough clothing and had an ordinary appearance, but her gaze was abnormally cold. "I am your Li martial aunt. Follow me. You will first arrive and wait in the ancestral hall. The sect leader will arrive there shortly." The lady told them this and performed a technique with one hand. Opening her mouth once more, she blew out rich dark air. The dark air scattered in 4 directions before turning into a black cloud the size of an acre. It floated quietly as if it were flat ground. The lady walked up the black cloud without a single word. When the disciples saw this, they hurried to get on. Lu Ming stood on the black cloud and looked at the headless corpses in the formation that still hadn't been cleaned up. Then the dark cloud rose up, carrying tens of new spirit apostles toward a faraway mountain peak. Chapter 20, Belonging. Chapter 20, Belonging. The Barbarian Ghost Sect had dozens of mountains of differing sizes. However, most of them belonged to the 8 different factions within the sect. Only the largest mountain of them did not belong to any faction and instead housed the duty hall, scripture library, alchemy room and other very important structures that belonged to the sect. Even at night, there were carefully selected disciples to patrol and guard the area. Since the ancestral halls is where all the Barbarian sect disciples pay their respects to their ancestors, it was naturally constructed on this largest mountain. The giant dark cloud started to descend upon a flat platform at the middle of the mountain. From a nearby hall, many green-robed disciples flew out to pay their respects to the lady on the black cloud. They said, "Welcome Martial Uncle Li. Everything within the ancestral hall has been readied. All that is left is the sect leader and all of the martial uncles." "Good. First lead the new disciples inside. After a while the sect leader will also come along," the lady ordered very casually. "Yes, martial uncle." The green-robed disciples nodded and then headed toward Lu Ming and his group of people. After a greeting, they brought the new disciples toward the large hall. The lady stood in place without moving as if she was going to wait outside for the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader and others. Sandwiched between the group of people, as Lu Ming entered the hall doors, he glanced upwards. Hanging from above was a long silver plaque. On it, the words Ancestral Hall were written in golden letters, with a faint crystal light swirling on the plaque. As soon as they entered the large door, quite a few disciples took a deep cold breath. From the outside, the building looked like a normal temple hall, but the inside was actually a hall hundreds of feet tall and stretching acres wide. Within the hall there were hundreds of black chairs. At the end of the hall there was a long ancient painting. The painting portrayed the back of a person in green. On his head, a long hairpin could be seen while he had a long sword without a sheath swung over his back. His feet were stepping on 2 abnormal and hideous skulls that had a layer of black aura, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Beneath the drawing, there was a silver altar around 50 to 60 feet long. To each side a lantern was lit. At the center, there were 15 to 16 golden tablets with different names written in black on them. And in front of the altar there was a large green cauldron. Scores of scented candles burned down over halfway were still stuck in it, allowing it to give off a solemn feeling. After the green-robed disciples led all the other disciples to stand in the hall, they returned to standing straight at the doorway, not caring in the least about the newest disciples. As all the youths saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. However, being affected by the solemn feeling in the hall, nobody dared to whisper secretly. They could only stand in place and wait honestly. Lu Ming sized up the four corners of the huge hall, and unconsciously let his gaze fall back into the huge drawing hanging at the front. For this painting to be hung in such an important spot, the figure within the painting would probably be the founder of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. However, the fact that the painting only showed a backline was quite peculiar. Lu Ming's random thoughts didn't last long, since after a couple of minutes, footsteps sounded from the entrance of the hall. The green-robed disciples bowed in unison and said, "Greetings to the sect leader and various martial uncles. Stand." The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader faintly came, and many spirit master came in from the entrance. At the end of their line was the Barbarian Sect leader. At this time, the spirit masters had dispersed their protecting light and showed their true faces. Lu Ming and the new disciples quickly followed suit and bowed. However, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader did not let everyone rise. Instead, he brought the others to go to the ceremonious table and place a candle within the bronze three-footed pot. Afterwards, he turned around to allow everyone to rise. "I am Huang Shi. I think that over half of you know me, so I will not waste my time. Since all of you have opened your spirit seas, you will become a true Barbarian Ghost Sect disciple after you pay your respects to our founder. The painting within this ancestral hall is our founder, 16. Of the 8 factions that our sect has, 6 of them were founded from him. The slates below the painting represent ancestors that have stepped into the crystallization state. Without them, our sect definitely would have fallen. Now, all of you will pay your respects to them and state your name at the same time." The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader solemnly said. "Crystallization state? Is there a state above the Spirit Master state?" Lu Ming heard this phrase for the first time and felt a tinge in his heart. As someone who wasn't a practitioner from birth, he really knew too little about this world. Seeing how the other disciples were shocked by this, they probably knew about this beforehand. While Lu Ming was thinking about those things, Gao Chong, who was an Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple, under the direction of the sect leader, kneeled down first in front of the painting and said, "Disciple Gao Chong, after being accepted in Barbarian Ghost Sect today, wishes for the founder and various ancestors to look after me. I will try my best to bring pride and power to the sect." Afterwards, he stood up and placed a candle into the huge bronze pot before returning to his place. With someone starting it off, the youths gradually walked up to pay their respects. Their words were all alike to Gao Chong's. As soon as all of the disciples finished paying their respects, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader once again stood in front of everyone. He said with a motionless expression, "Our sect has 3 forbidden rules, 36 sect laws. Break a single one of them and the worst will be destruction of your flesh while pulling out your soul. The easiest would be the sealing of your Fa while being thrown into the Black Wind Valley to go experience the wind lightning punishment. As for the full descriptions of these sect rules, someone will tell you in detail in a few days. All of you better take care of yourselves." "Yes." The group of disciples replied loudly with all their heart. Also, our sect also splits into 8 factions. Dancing Ghost, Baleful Een, Mysterious Glyphs, 9 Infants, Poisonous Spirit, Corpse Refinery, Heaven's Secret, and Blood Control. According to traditional practice, the martial uncles from each of the 8 sects will take turns picking you. Do any of you have any comments? The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader asked patiently. Naturally, none of the disciples would actually speak out and object. Seeing this, the sect leader continued satisfied, "Since it's like that, then let an old man like me represent the Blood Control faction to first pick a disciple. Gao Chong, your talent is not bad. Are you willing to join the Blood Control faction and become my personal disciple?" As soon as the words were out, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader's gaze fell sharply onto the tall youth. Gao Chong is willing to become sect leader's disciple. As the tall youth heard the old man, he walked out of the group without hesitation and gave a large bow to the old man in respect. "Good child, you can get up. From now on you are this old man's 7th personal disciple. Your other Shixiongs and Shijies will be introduced to you later when you follow me to our residence." The Barbarian Ghost Sect leader laughed loudly and allowed the tall youth to get up and retreated to the side with him. The Ru, Chu and Lei Spirit Masters had ugly faces when they saw this but didn't actually speak up against this. "I am Chu Chi, the faction leader of Baleful Een. Ruan, come over here." Chu Spirit Master then walked out and waved to a girl that was mixed in among the crowd. Chu Spirit Master, who showed his true face, actually looked about 30 years old and was quite handsome. "What? She's the one who has the Aphrodite's body." "No way. I know her, isn't her name is Shu Er? Stupid, she used a fake name. The disciples next to the girl quickly made way while the other disciples started muttering among themselves. The girl treated all of this commotion as if it was nothing and walked out of the crowd with a calm face. After slightly bowing to Chu Chi, she stood up without any orders. Chu Chi showed approval and nodded before bringing the girl to his side. Aphrodite's body. Lu Ming stared at the girl again before remembering the extremely beautiful girl that he saw while waiting for his opening spirit ceremony. Suddenly, he connected the dots and realized the relationship between the two. Lei Zhen, what are you waiting for? Get over here. The Lei Spirit Master stood where he was and yelled at Lei Zhen among the crowd. The edges of Lei Zhen's eyes twitched as he walked out of the crowd as if he was unwilling. Like this, the 8 factions picked their first disciple. 8 of the most talented disciples quickly followed behind the various spirit masters. The Gue Spirit Master helplessly chose a 9 spiritual pulse disciple. It seemed like this was the best disciple he could gather under the approval of the sect leader. For the 9 infant faction leader, being able to have a 9 spiritual pulse disciple was definitely something that was worthy of celebration. However, when he thought about the Earth spiritual pulse disciple that was promised to his faction, he could only force his smile. As for the other factions, they all chose 9 spiritual pulse disciples. In the second round, all the factions basically choose the remaining 9 spiritual pulses, 6 spiritual pulses and disciples that showed talent in a particular subject. As a 3 spiritual pulse disciple, Lu Ming naturally wasn't able to be chosen in the first few rounds. However, when the 6 spiritual pulse disciples were all chosen, someone finally noticed Lu Ming. It was Ghost Dance Faction's Lin Spirit Master. Her full name was Lin Xiyu and looked like a 20-year-old girl. When her gaze swept across Lu Ming, she remembered how the sect leader said that Lu Ming's mental energy was much stronger than normal people. Their sect relied quite heavily on the art of illusions and thus needed some disciples that had decent mental energies. After pondering for a moment, Lin's Spirit Master decided that when it was her turn again, she would choose Lu Ming. As for the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader, he was already planning out the training route for Gao Chong and completely forgot about Lu Ming. However, something happened beyond Lin's Spirit Master's expectations. Oh, your name is Bai Chong Tian, right? Are you willing to our 9 infant faction? When it was the Gue Spirit Master's turn, he pointed to Lu Ming and asked in a carefree voice. Chapter 21 Recorded Disciple. Chapter 21 Recorded Disciple. Yes, I am willing. Lu Ming was naturally unable to decline a Spirit Master, even if the other party seemed like he had not put any thought into his words. Good, you can also stand to one side. Gue Spirit Master instructed in a carefree manner. Currently there were already 2 standing besides Gue Scholar. Besides the one he had chosen at the start called Xiao Feng, a 9 spiritual pulse disciple, the other was a red-haired loose practitioner named Yu Cheng. However, the 2 were wearing completely opposite expressions. Xiao Feng was gloomy and depressed while Yu Cheng looked happy as he smiled at Lu Ming. Lin Kaiyun could not help but hesitate inwardly when she saw Lu Ming being picked first by Gue Spirit Master. If it were some other faction, she would only need to ask and the other party would not reject her request for a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. However, the 9 infant faction did not have good relations with the other factions. In addition, they had forced out of a Earth spiritual pulse this time. If she once again suggested to exchange disciples, it was very likely that the other party would see it as a form of provocation. It's better to forget about it. Lin's Spirit Master weighed her options in her heart for a while before sighing lightly as she finally made up her mind. After all, this Bai Cong Tian was only a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. It was not worth to risk angering another Spirit Master for him. The faction head of the Dancing Ghost faction did not open her mouth in the end. When it came to her turn, she casually picked one of the other 3 spiritual pulse disciples. In the blink of an eye, the tens of disciples had been completely cleaned up by the various factions of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. The faction leaders then brought their newly chosen disciples and left the ancestral hall one after another to return to their respective mountain tops. With Gue Spirit Master's spells, Lu Ming and a few others were brought towards one of the mountain tops at the fringe of the mountain range through a gray cloud. This mountain top was the base of the 9 infant faction, also known as the 9 infant peak. However, the buildings on this mountain top were clearly unable to match up to the other mountain peaks. Especially at the very peak, only a few huge temples could be seen. The gray cloud suddenly scattered and Lu Ming and the rest landed on a plaza right in front of one of the temples. Here there were already 10 or so 9 infant faction disciples all clad in green gowns waiting. Right at the front of these disciples was a 30-year-old man with disheveled hair and a vermilion gourd at his waist. Seeing Gui Spirit Master, Lu Ming and the rest, the man's eyes shone as moved forward to welcome them. "Senior, how did it go? I heard that an Earth Spiritual Pulse Loose practitioner appeared in the recent opening spirit ceremony. Did you bring him back? What do you think, Junior, with such a high-tier disciple, would the main faction give him to us? However, there was a good haul this time. I brought back a 9 Spiritual Pulse disciple. The few of you come and pay your respects to your Shu Zhu Qi." Gui Spirit Master let out a bitter laugh before gesturing for the new disciples to come forward. "Our respects to Zhu Shu." Lu Ming and the rest did not dare to tally as they immediately came forward to pay their respects. "No need for so much bowing, please stand up. Then the main division has taken the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple. Nothing weird about that. If the main division left such a gem for us, then there would be something fishy about it." As Zhu Qi heard these words, he first waved his hands about before his expression turned gloomy. "This is not a good place to talk. Let us first enter before we continue our discussion." Gui Spirit Master cut the conversion with these words. Naturally, Zhu Qi Yuan had no issues with that and immediately accompanied Gui Spirit Master in as they both walked towards the temple behind them. The rest of the disciples quickly followed suit. The new disciples and the original 9 infant disciples subconsciously split into 2 groups as they sized each other up. Lu Ming somewhat curiously sized up the 10 old disciples in one glance. Half of the group was male and the other half was female, and most of them were around 17 or 18 to 20 years old. The oldest was a determined-looking 27 or 8-year man. He had a heavy aura around him as if there was more to him than the eye could see, and he also gave one a steadfast feeling. At this moment, the man also realized that Lu Ming's attention was on him and he lightly smiled at the latter. Lu Ming likewise returned the gesture with a good-natured smile. Among the other disciples, only 2 other females also drew his attention. One had an goose egg-shaped face, fair skin, and was rather tall. Overall, she gave others an exceptionally gentle feeling. The other had relatively thick and black eyebrows and eyes like water, while she also had an exceedingly ample figure. The appearance of these 2 women were extraordinary. It was easy to imagine them drawing the gazes of many young men wherever they went. On Lu Ming's side, besides Xiao Feng and Yu Cheng, there was also 1 male and female disciple, both of which were 3 spiritual pulse disciples casually picked by Gui Spirit Master in the end. While Lu Ming was still secretly pondering to himself, the group walked into the temple. Gui Spirit Master and Zhu Qi both sat down somewhere at the front, while the rest of the disciples could not help but stand after splitting into 2 rows. "Chuan, these are your new juniors. This is your senior Shi. As of now, every ordinary matters in the mountain are handled by him." Gui Spirit Master muttered to himself for a while before beckoning towards the 27 or 8-year-old man and introducing him to the rest. "Fellow juniors, if you have any needs while in the mountain, you can come and find me." Chuan cupped his fist at the new disciples and said with a smile. Lu Ming and the rest did not dare to delay as they one by one bowed in return. "In our factions, besides the 2 spirit masters, Zhu Shu and me, there is still one more called Zhong Shirgu. However, she is currently in seclusion for a breakthrough, so all of you would be unable to see her. Additionally, Senior Zhu and I have limited energy, and thus we are unable to take every single one of you as personal disciples. We will only take on Xiao Feng and Yu Cheng. The rest of you will be considered as recorded disciples." Gui Spirit Master's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest as he slowly explained. At these words, Lu Ming felt somewhat depressed in his heart, but he did not let it show on his face. The other 2-3 spiritual pulse youths showed disappointed expressions but naturally did not dare to speak back. "All of you need not worry. Whether you are a recorded disciple or a personal disciple, you will only learn the most basic techniques of the sect at the initial stage. There is not much difference even if we personally impart these techniques, as your progress will mainly depend on your own comprehension. Even though the few of you are somewhat lacking in the talent department, as long as one shows that he or she is exceptionally gifted during training, Gui Shu and I can also once again take you on as a personal disciple. If you have any problems in your training, you can first approach your seniors, and if they are unable to answer your queries, then come and find the 2 of us. However, there are not many spirit masters in our faction. The 3 of us also need time in seclusion for training, and we also need to frequently go away to complete missions assigned by the sect. If all 3 of us are somehow not at the mountain, there is still an wisdom hall set up by the sect. Every half a month, a spirit master will be there to pass on his own specialized techniques and at the same time answer any questions the attending disciples have. You can also go there. I believe that it would certainly be an excellent experience for you. Zhu Qi supplemented from one side. Good, from now on you will slowly understand about the matters of the sect. Chuan, you will first bring these 3 disciples down to the duty hall to take their things and then arrange living quarters for them. Also remember to inform them about the rules and taboos of the sect. Gui Spirit Master nodded as he gave out instructions. The 3 juniors, please? Chuan nodded and gestured respectfully to Lu Ming and the other 2. After which, he brought the trio towards the door and left. In the instance when they walked out of the door, Lu Ming faintly heard Gui Spirit Master command the remaining disciples. Besides Xiao Feng and Yu Cheng, the rest of you can also leave. In another 2 months, it would be time for the small competition. All of you need to be more diligent in your training such that you can win honor for our faction. Naturally, the acknowledging sounds of the disciples followed. 3 juniors, follow me. I will first help arrange your dwellings before we go to the duty hall. Oh, that's right, I still do not know your names. Chuan brought the trio out of the entrance while he asked with a smiling expression. Senior Shi is too courteous. I am called Bai Clan. Shueshan. Wan Xiaoqian. Lu Ming and the other 2 hastily answered. Shueshan had a rather sturdy figure and a dark complexion, while Wan Xiaoqian, who could not considered good-looking, did have a trace of a firmness that was rarely found in woman between her eyebrows. So it's Junior Bai, Junior Shui and Junior Wan. Our faction has only 10 or so disciples. Compared to the hundreds that the other 7 factions have, our numbers are rather lacking. Furthermore, according to the rules of our sect, any disciple over the age of 30 is not allowed to continue staying on the mountain. They need to find their own cave dwellings outside, thus there are not many disciples living in the mountain and the dwellings we have here are rather plentiful. The 3 of you can go ahead and take your pick of the dwellings. This can count as one of our faction's few luxuries. Chuan gently smiled. From Senior's tone, can it be possible that there is something we have to pay special attention to when we pick a dwelling? As Lu Ming heard these words, a thought flashed in his head and he turned to inquire his senior. Shueshan and Wan Xiaoqian exchanged a glance at Lu Ming's words. Junior Bai is indeed a smart person. For normal training, it is better to choose a dwelling where the yuan qi is thicker. Although most of the dwellings are constructed in such areas, there are still minute differences between them. In addition, according to the different techniques a disciple chooses to practice, different dwellings would be more suitable. For example, if one practices a light or strength-attributed technique, he would naturally want to dwell in a place where the sun will be able to shine anytime during a day. Those that pick a technique that is more dark-attributed will have an opposite opinion. They would love to stay underground where all 24 hours will be spent away from the sunlight. This way they will save effort and obtain better results during their training. Chuan opened his mouth to lecture. So that is how it works. Lu Ming and the 2 suddenly exclaimed in a flash of understanding. However, since the 3 of you have just started training, you need not think too much on this matter. As long as you choose a place where the yuan qi is relatively thicker, your training progress will be slightly faster. Chuan once again explained. Many thanks to Senior Shi for your advice. Shueshan somewhat gratefully replied. Haha, we are already disciples from the same sect. You 3 need not be so courteous. Although our faction is weaker than the other factions, our disciples are always rather united because of that. Compared to the other factions, we end up with less of those messy and annoying situations of infighting. Since the 3 of you have joined our faction, you can be at ease and concentrate on your training. Alright, I will bring all of you to the empty dwellings to take a look around. If you see any place that you fancy, feel free to speak up. Chuan had reached the plaza they had initially arrived at when they came to the 9-infant peak and soon after started to chant some phrases, in preparation to cast a spell. Chapter 22, Duty Hall. Chapter 22, Duty Hall. A dark cloud that was 10 feet in length slowly condensed and rose up in front of the 4. Chuan beckoned towards the 3 and brought them flying down the mountain. Standing on the dark gray cloud, Lu Ming felt that the cloud under his feet was soft and spongy. This was a huge contrast to Marshal Uncle Lee's black cloud's hard and solid ground. In addition, this cloud of Chuan's didn't fly very fast. Except for being able to be moving high in the air, its actual speed wasn't much faster than Lu Ming's speed before he became a spirit apostle. Senior Shi, I see that everyone in the sect can call on the clouds to use as transportation. What kind of spell is this and how fast can one go with the cloud? Finally, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask his question. Junior Bai, this is called Soaring Sky Technique. It's an extremely simple spell, All Junior has to do is convert your original Yuan Li to Fa Li to be able to perform it. As for the speed, it's very slow. It's only suitable for short-distance flying. If you're going to be traveling a moderate distance, it would be smarter to use other methods. Sichuan answered without pause. Hearing Senior's tone, there are more than one flying techniques? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Of course. If you want to fly, there are quite a few ways to besides the soaring sky technique. However, these methods require glyphs or totems to perform. For example, one could use a special flying totem or the Godspeed glyph. Or if one practices one's own cultivation method to a certain level, one can perform the unique escape technique associated with it. For example, the famous sword flight is the escape technique associated with sword practitioners. However, the former are much simpler. As long as Junior reaches the middle spirit apostle level, you will have the strength to activate a couple of the simpler glyphs. At high spirit apostle level, you will be able to use a couple of the single function totems. As for the latter, there are few in the sect that know or have achieved such a level in their cultivation technique such that they know escape techniques. Sichuan thought about it for a moment before replying. What is a totem? Is it the same thing as a practitioner weapon? Lu Ming asked again. Of course they are not the same. The power between the two is far from the same, and after bonding to a totem, you change the size of the totem and use it based on your liking. The two things are not even on the same level. However, totems are extremely rare, and besides the martial uncles and other on their level, there are only a few spirit apostles that have totems. In our faction, besides Junior Zhu, all of us disciples are still using practitioner weapons. Junior Zhu. She's Martial Uncle Zhu's daughter. You should have seen her in the main temple earlier. So it's like that. Thanks for your help. Lu Ming finally understood the differences and recalled the two girls' pretty faces. Senior, sure, does our faction have numerous entrance cultivation methods that we can choose from like the other factions? If Gui teacher isn't going to teach us personally, then where are we supposed to learn these cultivation methods? The girl named Wan Xiaoqing also pipped up. If Junior wants to learn the entrance cultivation methods, then the Scriptures Pavilion has the 13 entrance cultivation methods for all disciples to learn free of charge and restrictions. However, since our sect is split into 8 factions, there are favorable methods for each faction. For example, in order to learn our 9 infant factions' most famous cultivation method is called Dark Sticks Devil Method. One should choose Earth Spirit Method or Dark Sunflower Method as their entrance cultivation method. If you choose to start with a different method, you'll have much trouble practicing the Dark Sticks Devil Method and not be able to achieve the higher forms of the method. In addition, a couple of the more powerful sect techniques require certain cultivation methods to be at a certain level. Thus, it can be said that picking an entrance cultivation method is very important. This time, Sichuan was extremely serious when he was speaking. Senior Shi, I have another question. I heard that. Like that, Sichuan slowly brought the 3 to their possible dwellings and answered the questions that they may have had. Under Senior Shi's suggestions, the 3 found their dwellings after some time. The dwelling Lu Ming chose was a 3-house courtyard that was at the waist of the mountain. Not only was its position extremely far and distanced, it was also quite quiet. Afterwards, Sichuan brought them to the mountain in which the duty hall was at. Not long after, the dark cloud which was carrying everyone landed in front of a 300-foot tall tower. Junior Bai, this tower has 3 levels and is owned by the duty hall. Each level has a different function. The first level is for the various chores and assigned missions within the sect. The second level is for the posted missions that can be taken in order to earn contribution points and spirit stones. The third floor is duty hall's disciples' temporary resting place. Contribution points. Spirit stones. Lu Ming's eyes slightly closed while he thought about the 2 new terms. On the way to the duty hall, he had learned that normal disciples within the sect could only learn the entrance cultivation method and a couple faction techniques for free. For the powerful and secret techniques, one had to earn enough contribution points in order to learn from the Scripture Pavilion. These contribution points could be exchanged for pills, glyphs and various other materials or be used as entrance fees to special training places within the sect. As for spirit stones, they were the most universal currency in the practitioner world. They were basically stones that contained worldly chi and were cut into slabs the size of an inch in length and width. The huge crystals that were used in the opening spirit ceremony were original spirit stones that had not been cut into individual small pieces. Even though it was the first time Lu Ming had heard of these 2 objects, he knew that if he wanted to excel within the sect, these 2 things would be extremely important. The gaze in which he looked at the huge tower also grew heated. At this time there were few disciples entering and exiting the huge tower, probably because it was quite late. Quickly Sichuan brought the trio through the huge door of the tower. The first floor of the tower was only about a half-acre large and had a long rectangular stone table with an old man with muddled eyes behind it. In front of him were about 5 to 6 disciples listening to what the old man was saying. Okay, you can leave. I will count this mission as complete. However, if your next mission is still as bad, I will penalize your contribution points. Take out your nameplates. Finally, the old man impatiently said. Thank you, Hu Enforcer. The outer sect disciples were all smiles as they hurriedly took out white jade slates and placed them on the large stone table. The Hu Enforcer also took out a light gold stick and tapped the white jade slates before putting away the stick. After this was done, the outer disciples smiled as they left the stone counter. Senior Hu, I have brought a couple of new juniors to receive their things. Seeing this, Sichuan quickly brought the trio forward and respectfully said to the Hu old man. I was wondering who it was. So it's Junior sure. These few disciples are the new disciples in your faction? They all look promising. Alright, the dark chi stones that Junior brought last time, are there any more of those? I'll be buying them all at the same price as before. Once the old man saw Sichuan's face, he immediately smiled and ignored Lu Ming and the new disciples after a curious glance. Senior Hu, I've been busy training recently and haven't had time to go to the Dark Sand Valley. Sichuan's eyebrows furrowed as he faintly said. Haha, no problem. When Junior sure has time, remember to bring Senior a couple pieces. Oh, I'll retrieve the things for the 3 juniors. Your names are. The old man with the last name who showed disappointment on his face but soon cheered up as he turned to Lu Ming and the new disciples. Lu Ming and the others quickly said their names, and after verifying that these names were all correct, the old man walked to the blank green stone wall behind him. The result scared the new disciple trio. Right after making contact with the wall, a bright white light shone from the old man, and after the light disappeared, the old man was gone. Junior Bai, you don't have to be so surprised. That was just an extremely simple passing object technique along with a couple of seals. Sichuan smiled as he explained. Hearing this, the shock on Lu Ming's trio's faces diminished a little. After a while, Hu old man came out again with a flash of light. In his hands were quite a few things that he placed on the stone table. Each person will get 1 nameplate, 1 dust avoidance suit, 1 practitioner sword and 5 spirit stones. Also, I will remind you that new disciples can get 5 spirit stones from here every month, but you also need to finish a mission in order to receive their 5 stones. Alright, each of you must mark the slates in front of me with a drop of blood in order to activate them. Hu old man lightly said. The nameplate is a thing of the sect that will show one's identity and contribution points. By itself, it's a special practitioner weapon that will bond to one after a drop of blood is placed onto it. After bonding, it can only be used by 1 person. Sichuan explained at the side. Even though Lu Ming still didn't really understand, he knew that now was not the time to ask and moved his finger to his mouth. After biting a small wound onto the tip of his finger, he let a drop of blood fall onto the slate. The drop of red blood landed squarely and was sucked into the jade slate. Instantly, the nameplate shone with a layer of soft white light and a couple of weird silver glyphs before turning back to normal. Lu Ming curiously picked up the normal nameplate and poked around. Junior Bai, once you have Fa Li, all you need to do is insert a tiny bit of Fa Li into this and you will learn how to use it. Sichuan said. Nodding, Lu Ming quickly put away the nameplate and grabbed a green sect disciple clothing and a yellow sheathed sword. Shueshan and Wan Xiaoqing copied Lu Ming's actions and quickly finished. After saying thanks to the Hu old man, the 3 followed Sichuan out of the stone tower. We still have some time right now. Junior Bai, do you guys want to go to the scripture pavilion to look around? Right after exiting, Sichuan stopped and asked after some hesitation. Chapter 23, Martial Uncle Ruan. Chapter 23, Martial Uncle Ruan. We must go to the scripture pavilion. Shueshan and Wan Xiaoqing heard this and happily agreed. Of course, Lu Ming had no problem with the arrangement. Thus, Sichuan quickly made a symbol in his hands and created the dark cloud which brought the 4 of them to a certain place. After the time it took to drink of a cup of tea, 10 minutes, the 4 of them landed at the middle of a mountain. In front of them was a man-made green rock pillar forest, and at the end of it was a temple that was leaning on the mountain. Half of it was exposed outside while the other half was within the mountain. On the banner of the temple, 2 great purple-red words that showed expertise in calligraphy read, Scripture Pavilion. To the sides of the entrance to the pavilion were 2 demon statues that were 20 feet in height. They both were expertly crafted to the point where they looked real. However, their dark skin that looked like metal betrayed their real identity as statues. You all must remember that since the scripture pavilion is one of the most important places in the sect, you must not come to the pavilion in any other way than the one we just took. Even if you are flying, you must not come within 5,000 feet of the pavilion. Or else, you might trigger the mechanisms hidden within and be killed by the golems guarding the pavilion. This has happened before. Chuan seriously said. What? The golems that were mentioned, it's not these two large fellows, right? Wan Xiaoqing said in a surprised voice while glancing at the two statues. Correct, it's them. Don't look down on them being golems. Once activated, they are on par with spirit masters and can easily kill us spirit apostles. However, using them wastes too many spirit stones. Chuan explained as they went in the pavilion. Lu Ming glanced forward within the temple and showed surprise. Right after entering, there was a small and narrow room that only had a chair and nothing else. However, Chuan didn't show any surprise. With a flick of his wrists, his nameplate appeared in his hand and he placed it against the wall to his opposite. After a poo-chi sound, a white light flew from the nameplate and shot into the wall without leaving behind any traces. Afterwards, Chuan waited with Lu Ming and the others without showing any signs of impatience. A little while later, white light sprayed from the wall and a chubby old man with a high hat came out while yawning. He seemed as if he still wasn't too awake. Disciple Chuan, greetings to Martial Uncle Ruan. After seeing the chubby old man, Chuan quickly went up and respectfully said. Oh, so it's you, the kid from Nine Infants faction. Already bringing your new juniors to pick their cultivation methods. The old man glanced at the party and lazily said. The juniors wanted to come take a look at the cultivation methods offered, but whether they choose now is up to them. Chuan answered without thinking. All right. According to the rules, the new disciples to indeed have a chance to browse the scripture pavilion once for free. I will also be explaining the advantages and weaknesses of each cultivation method. However, rules are rules and I can only bring one person in at a time. Who will go first? The chubby old man said fairly. Elder, I will go first. Shan immediately took a step forward and said with much anticipation. Hee, then you better come with me, brat. After the hee, the old man waved his sleeves and a bright white light came pouring out. Lu Ming and the rest could not help but close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Shan and the chubby old man had both disappeared. This. Wan Xiaoqing said while looking shocked. No need to worry. Martial Uncle Ruan just used the formation power within the temple and directly transported Shui Jr. to the scripture pavilion. Chuan didn't seem surprised and explained quickly. Hearing this, Wan Xiaoqing relaxed. However, Lu Ming's brows furrowed as he asked. Senior Sure, is this Martial Uncle Ruan always looking after the scripture pavilion? Also, which faction is he a spirit master under? Haha, I know what Junior is worried about. Relax, the scripture pavilion has always been guarded by Martial Uncle Ruan, and since his situation is quite special, he doesn't belong to any one faction. Chuan smiled as he answered. Oh, okay. Lu Ming let out a small breath in his heart. Afterwards, he and Wan Xiaoqing asked Chuan about the scripture pavilion and was answered in full. After the time it took to have a meal, about 30 minutes, the wall in front of them flashed as the chubby old man and Shan, who had a large smile, came out. Congratulations, Shui Jr. It looks like you have already found the cultivation method for you. Chuan's eyes flashed as he smiled. Haha, it was all due to Martial Uncle Ruan's guidance. Shan quickly nodded as he spoke. Who's next? The old man didn't respond to Shan and instead looked towards Lu Ming and Wan Xiaoqing. Junior Wan, why don't you go first? Seeing this, Lu Ming courteously said to the girl beside him. Since Senior Bai is being courteous, then Junior will thank you. Wan Xiaoqing didn't fake more gestures as she took a step forward. Good. The chubby old man nodded and waved his sleeves. After an explosion of white light, Wan Xiaoqing was also teleported away. Shui Jr., what cultivation method did you choose? At this time Chuan asked Shan. I picked the Earth Spirit method described by Senior before. Martial Uncle Ruan checked my talents and helped me analyze the various cultivation methods. After hearing everything, I felt that this method was best for me. Shan spoke truthfully. Then I'll congratulate Junior. I also practice Earth Spirit method, and also at the early stages this cultivation method cannot compare to the other methods. There are extremely few bottlenecks in which you don't find your strength increasing for long periods of time. This is also one of the most practiced methods within the sect. After you practice this method to a certain extent, you can also change to the Dark Sticks Devil method. Shi Chuan smiled as he explained. What? Shi Senior also practices this Earth Spirit method? Great. Then when Junior has any questions about the method, can I ask you for help? Shuishan replied happily. Of course. If Junior has any questions for Earth Spirit method, feel free to come and ask me. Shi Chuan responded without any hesitation. Hearing this, Shuishan quickly and repeatedly said thanks. Lu Ming stood by the side smiling. The time which Wan Shaoqing took wasn't long, and after only about half the time Shuishan took, she and the old man appeared in the room. Wan Shaoqing also had a happy expression which made it obvious that she didn't return empty-handed. This time, before Lu Ming could ask anything, the chubby old man waved his sleeve towards Lu Ming. All Lu Ming saw was a vast expanse of white light, and suddenly he felt like he was free-falling. After stumbling a step, he almost fell to the floor. Thankfully, Lu Ming's reaction time was far from normal, and with a near impossible twist of his waist, he steadied himself. Pretty good. You're quite agile. The two kids before couldn't stand after being teleported. The old man's voice came floating into Lu Ming's ears. Recovering himself, Lu Ming looked towards his surroundings. Lu Ming saw that he was in the middle of a foreign hall while the chubby old man was about 2 meters away. The entire hall was a couple acres large and split into different regions by 5 colored light walls. In each region, there was a stone table, and on top of the tables were various scrolls in different shapes and sizes. Each pile of scrolls were covered by a colorful light lid. Before, I had learned some mortal techniques and thus have a reaction time faster than others. Suddenly coming back to his senses, Lu Ming quickly bowed to the old man before explaining. You don't have to explain anything to me. I was only randomly asking. Come with him, all the entrance cultivation methods are here. The old spirit master waved his hand and walked towards a certain light wall. After a bitter smile, Lu Ming followed behind. Ping. Under an arc drawn by the old man's nameplate, the light wall was immediately broken into sparkling dust. After walking into the region, Lu Ming showed surprise on his face. These are the free entrance cultivation methods that you can learn right now. What, do you have any thoughts? After glancing at Lu Ming, the old man asked without much surprise. Martial Uncle Ruan, I heard from Senior Shi that there were only 13 entrance cultivation methods in our sect. However, there are much more than 13 cultivation methods here. Lu Ming glanced at the hundreds of stone tables as he asked. Our sect only has 13 entrance cultivation method, but after being founded for thousands of years, we have also found and collected other entrance cultivation methods. There's nothing surprising about that. However, I would suggest new disciples like you to not choose any of the other entrance cultivation methods. There's a reason for our sect only having 13 main entrance cultivation methods. Many of the other methods either don't have a more powerful method corresponding to it, or that practicing requires some special environment. Thus they are not suitable. The old man answered lazily. Martial Uncle, thank you for your advice. Do you have any suggestions for the right cultivation method for me? After Lu Ming heard the old man, he looked over nearly 100 stone tables before asking again. What spiritual pulse are you? Without even thinking, the old man asked. I am a 3 spiritual pulse. Lu Ming answered respectfully. 3 spiritual pulse. Okay. After nodding, the old man suddenly waved his arm and beckoned to the air in front of Hai. Lu Ming suddenly felt his body tighten as if it was bounded by some unknown force. Then with a so sound, he was pulled towards the chubby old man. After an initial shock, Lu Ming stopped struggling. Then he saw the old man chanting as the old man's palms starting lighting up. Then they transformed into shadows as the old man started patting Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming felt nothing from the pats. Instead, after every pat, there was a warmth that would dive under his skin and even into his bones. Chapter 24, Dark Bone Method. Chapter 24, Dark Bone Method. Decent bones still has some potential for growth. Ligaments and muscles are extremely flexible. Seems like you have had some special training. However, there are many torn places in your body. If you want to avoid the consequences of such tears, you should exchange for a couple bottles of healing ligament pills, once you get contribution points. Your meridians are quite strong and can accept more energy than normal kids of your age. Your spiritual sea is quite strange. It seems to be much more solid and thick than other 3 spiritual pulse disciples. As the chubby old man patted Lu Ming, he started mumbling. However, at the last sentence, his hands stopped as an expression of shock showed on his face. Taking this chance, Lu Ming escaped from the grasp of the old man and asked surprised. "Oh, Martial Uncle Ruan, are the other spiritual Cs different from mine?" "They aren't really different. It's just that such a solid spiritual C usually appears in 9 spiritual pulse disciples. Are you really a 3 spiritual pulse disciple and not lying to me?" After staring at Lu Ming, the chubby old man said with a serious expression. "How would I dare to lie to Martial Uncle? I really am a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. It's just that during the opening spirit ceremony, I used a small trick to open my spirit C." After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming said with some reluctance. "What trick? Tell me." Hearing this, the chubby old man asked. "When I formed my spiritual C, I used my mental energy to shape my Yuan Li into threads and weave them together like clothing." After a slight pause, Lu Ming didn't feel that it was a great secret and said, "What? You can use your mental energy to control the Yuan Li to this extent? That must mean your mental energy is exceptionally strong." After hearing Lu Ming's experience, the chubby old man concluded. "Yes, my mental energy is indeed stronger than most people." Lu Ming slightly nodded his head. "A 3 spiritual pulse with mental energy that's exceptionally strong. TSK, that cultivation method is pretty much made for you." The chubby old man seemed to have thought of something, and after looking at Lu Ming for a couple more seconds, he exclaimed. "Which cultivation method? Is Martial Uncle not talking about the 13 entrance cultivation methods?" Lu Ming heard the meaning behind the old man's words and asked quickly. "According to your potential, I can give you 2 choices. The first is the Phantom Yang method, and the Ghost Spirit method, of the entrance cultivation methods. However, these 2 methods aren't really popular in the 9 infant faction, and when you want to change cultivation methods in the future, you'll have quite a bit of trouble. As for the other cultivation methods, you'd be wasting your talent and mental energy, and after 30 to 40 years, you'd be like the other 2 out there, a high spirit apostle level or even a middle spirit apostle for the rest of your life. However, you can also choose to practice a cultivation method outside of the 13 entrance ones. This cultivation method is extremely special since it has 2 requirements to practice. To have a mental energy that is stronger than the normal person and have a 3 spiritual pulse. You fit these 2 conditions," the chubby old man said. "Even though Martial Uncle has already said so much, could I first look at the 3 methods before deciding?" After hearing that, Lu Ming's mind was still quite undecided and he asked. "No problem." With a hand symbol, the chubby old man pointed at 3 stone tables. With 3 sounds of peng, the light barriers on the tables all shattered. From within the tables flew 2 scrolls and a black bamboo scroll. They all flew before Lu Ming and strangely floated 2 feet in front of Lu Ming. Taking a light yellow-colored scroll, Lu Ming saw the 3 words Phantom Yang Method written in large purple-red color at the front. After looking through a few pages, Lu Ming then folded the scroll and placed it back in front of him. With a slight movement of his arm, Lu Ming got the silver-colored Ghost Spirit Method and started looking through it. This time, Lu Ming looked through over a dozen pages before placing the scroll. After thinking for a while, he nodded to the chubby old man and said, "I've seen the requirements for practicing these 2 methods. Since my mental energy is stronger than other, it is indeed easier for me to practice these 2 methods. However, the Phantom Yang method said that the continuations of the method is more focused on illusions. For the Ghost Spirit method, it's more focused on slaving ghosts and refining corpses. Why would I lie about such a thing? The Phantom Yang method is one of the more important methods for the Ghost Dance faction, while Ghost Spirit method is for the Corpse Refinery faction. Your 9 infant faction is more focused on refining demon heads to assist you in battle and not extremely good with illusions or slaving ghosts," the chubby old man said with a smile. "But I heard that if I get enough contribution points, I could directly exchange for a high-leveled cultivation method." Lu Ming slowly asked. "If you have enough contribution points, you can indeed get a high-leveled cultivation method, including the 3 secret methods that the sect was founded on. However, do you know how many contribution points are needed for a high-leveled cultivation method? There are countless disciples that have not practiced their methods for years and only performed sect missions for quite a few years and still not been able to get a cultivation method. Do you think that you can get that many contribution points? In addition, you'd need various pills, glyphs during your everyday life. All these need contribution points." After hearing this, the chubby old man said sarcastically, "Thank you for your advice. I'll look at the suggested method first." Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as he said. Picking up the black bamboo scroll, Lu Ming started look through it. However, after 2 seconds he raised his head up. Ruan, martial uncle, what is this? Lu Ming asked the chubby old man in a surprised voice. The bamboo scroll was broken in some places and had green words carved onto it. However, the green words were all curly and in a language that Lu Ming wasn't sure of. Hee, this is the ancient spirit language, Green Death. It's not strange that you don't know it. Here. This is the translated dark bone method that I did. The old man smiled before slowly fetching out a thin book and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly speechless as he took the book and started looking over it. The chubby old man patiently stood next to Lu Ming and acted as if the events occurring had nothing to do with him. This dark bone method does indeed require the practitioner to have a 3 spiritual pulse with his or her mental energy as strong as possible. What? There are a total of 9 levels. The first level would take about a year to finish. The second level would take 2. The third would take 4 while the fourth would take 8 years. In addition, there only seems to be 4 levels here. As Lu Ming was reading, his face started to turn ugly. Kid, look carefully. Once you finish the first level, you will have the strength of a beginner spirit apostle. The second level goes to a middle spirit apostle while the third level goes to a high spirit apostle. As for the fourth level, if you manage to master it, then you can be like me, a spirit master. As for the later levels, once you get the fourth level, I will give them to you. What are you so antsy about? In addition, in comparison the entrance cultivation methods of the sect, this method has one major advantage. The chubby old man snorted and rolled his eyes. Advantage? Lu Ming asked questioningly. When practicing this dark bone method while you are a spirit apostle, all you need to follow what's written on it and you won't meet any bottlenecks while cultivating. If you don't believe, flip to the last page and look at it carefully. The old man said with a harsh tone. Is that true? Hearing that, Lu Ming's heart started beating heavily. Quickly flipping to the last page, Lu Ming confirmed what the old man said. How is it? Did I lie? If I were you, I would definitely choose this cultivation method. As long as you are little persistent in training, you should have no problem in becoming a high spirit apostle and can start to tackle the spirit master barrier. In addition, after you become a spirit master, you won't have to go through the trouble of changing your cultivation method and can keep using this dark bone method. The old man shook his head as he said. However, I heard that a lot of the fighting techniques in the sect require one of the entrance cultivation methods of the sect to perform. If I practice this dark bone method, would I still be able to use such techniques? After thinking for a long time, Lu Ming asked another question. You haven't practiced this dark bone method yet and thus naturally don't know about how the training in the first few levels are extremely similar to the ghost spirit method of the sect. I'm guessing that all the techniques that the ghost spirit method can use should also be usable by this method without any problems. You're guessing that it should be without problem? Hearing this, Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Kid, this method can promise you get to the high spirit apostle level in about a dozen years and you don't need to worry about changing methods. You're lucky that I'm even offering you the chance to practice this method. What else do you want? If you keep being so long-winded and don't want to practice this method, then never mind. Give it back to me. If not for you fitting the requirements of this method, I would have never taken it out. The old man seemed slightly mad as he started grabbing for the book. I'm sorry, martial uncle. I will be learning this dark bone method. Lu Ming jumped in surprise and quickly shoved the book into his pocket. At least you're somewhat sensible. Oh right, when you leave later, do not tell anyone about the dark bone method, instead tell everyone else you're practicing the ghost spirit method. Seeing this, the old man seemed to calm down. Chapter 25, Soul Shaking Chain and Spirit Communication Technique. Chapter 25, Soul Shaking Chain and Spirit Communication Technique. Yes, martial uncle. This time Lu Ming answered easily. Good. I'll help you a bit more. Here are 2 secret techniques that are from the ghost spirit method. Why don't you go and practice them? This way, when you fight against someone, they won't question your cultivation method. Seeing Lu Ming, who was answering much quicker now, the old man smiled. Taking 2 scrolls from his pockets, he threw them at Lu Ming. Thank you very much, martial uncle. After catching the scrolls, Lu Ming bowed as he thanked the old man. According to the sect rules, all disciples that take cultivation methods and secret techniques from the scripture pavilion must swear upon the natural order that they won't teach or give their methods and techniques to another person. The punishment for violating this rule ranges from having your FA wiped out and having you imprisoned for the rest of your life to certain death. This is our sect's natural order contract, swear upon it. The old man nodded and seriously took out a sheet of paper that had black fog swirling around it. In addition, the words on the paper were written in a blood-red color. With a slight hesitation, Lu Ming agreed. First put a drop of blood onto it and then repeat what I say, the old man said as he threw the page forward and muttered a curse at it. Slowly, the page turned into a blob of dark fog that floated in the air. From it, sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard while a bloody scent, that would make one want to vomit, was scattered from it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, 10 to 15 minutes, Lu Ming and the old man appeared in front of Shi Chuan and the other two disciples. Ruan, martial uncle, sorry to bother you. Seeing this, Shi Chuan smiled as he thanked the old man. Since I am in charge of the scripture pavilion, it is my duty to give you young ones some guidance. Alright, now that everything is done, leave. I still need to sleep. The old man expressed irritation as he waved his hand and disappeared with a flash of white light. Let's go. Ruan martial uncle's cultivation method is a little weird in that Ruan martial uncle needs to be sleeping for most of the year. Shi Chuan wasn't surprised in the slightest as he brought the trio out of the small room. At this time, the sky outside had already darkened. Shi Chuan once again cast a spell to generate the dark cloud and brought the new disciples to the Nine-Infant Mountain. On the way, Lu Ming found out that Wan Shaoqing's cultivation method was the other cultivation method that fitted the Nine-Infant faction, Dark Sunflower Method. With the discovery came a bitter smile. It looked like the situation Lu Ming had encountered was a little special and could be either good or bad for him. However, under those conditions, Lu Ming had no other choice. This Ruan martial uncle was basically shoving the dark bone method onto him. If Lu Ming had declined, Ruan martial uncle probably would have grown angry and forced Lu Ming to practice this cultivation method. Ruan martial uncle was a spirit master with an extremely high position in the sect while Lu Ming was only an ordinary disciple. If Ruan martial uncle wanted Lu Ming to do something, Lu Ming had no choice but to accept. In comparison to making Ruan martial uncle force Lu Ming to practice the dark bone method, it was much smarter to just agree on practicing the method. However, no matter what intentions Ruan martial uncle had for making Lu Ming practice the dark bone method, as long as the effects described were actually manifested, practicing the dark bone method might be a good decision. As for the possible consequences, it was too early to tell, and Lu Ming could only choose the best path available. When Shi Chuan and the other disciples asked Lu Ming about what cultivation method he had chosen, Lu Ming's answer was naturally, Ghost Spirit Method. This made everyone else surprised, but Lu Ming pushed the blame to the old man. He said that Ruan martial uncle saw that his mental energy was quite strong and thus had said that the Ghost Spirit Method was more suited for him. Shi Chuan definitely knew how mental energy was essential when practicing the Ghost Spirit Method, and thus, although he was a little confused, he could understand the reasoning of Ruan martial uncle. Shui Shan and Wan Shaoqing showed jealousy after hearing about Lu Ming's possibly quicker training speed. However, when they heard Shi Chuan talk about the deficiencies of practicing such a method, they felt much more balanced. The two choices were, to be able to train faster but having to worry about later cultivation methods versus to be training at normal speed but not needing to worry about succeeding cultivation methods. T was indeed a tough choice. It's unfortunate that Junior didn't go to the corpse refinery faction. Their Junior wouldn't need to worry about such a problem. Shi Chuan said regretfully. It's alright. If it really comes to it, I'll save some contribution points in exchange for a succeeding cultivation method. Lu Ming confidently said. That might be your only choice. As long as it's not the unique cultivation method that's special to the corpse refinery faction, you should be able to obtain it. Shi Chuan slightly nodded as he spoke. Like this, they all returned to the Nine-Infant Mountain and were sent back to their respective dwellings by Shi Chuan. After returning to his courtyard, Lu Ming organized a couple things before feeling hunger. He took out the dry rations and after eating them fell asleep on his bed. After experiencing the opening spirit ceremony earlier in the day and then choosing a cultivation method, Lu Ming was exhausted and thus it was not weird for him to fall asleep so quickly. Lu Ming didn't know how long he slept for, but when he opened his eyes again, the sun outside his window was already at the top of the sky. With a lazy yawn, Lu Ming walked out of the room and into the courtyard. In the courtyard was a well that a previous disciple had dug out. Using a wooden bucket to fetch the water, Lu Ming used his hands to drink a few gulps. Unlike any water that he had tasted before, this water was extremely sweet and had a refreshing cold that went down to the stomach. After quenching his thirst, Lu Ming dunked his head in the bucket and washed his face. Afterwards, he went back to his room and sat before a yellow wooden desk. After a slight pondering, Lu Ming took out the two scrolls that the old man had given him yesterday. Placing them on the desk and unrolling them, Lu Ming started to read them. They contained the techniques Soul Shackling Chain and Spirit Communication Technique. Soul Shackling Chain involved extracting the souls of demons and ghosts and refining them into chains to act as weapons. Spirit Communication Technique was meant to allow the user to communicate with demons and ghosts in order to enslave them. As Lu Ming was reading, a thought popped up into his head. These two secret techniques really do match the ghost spirit method. However, when he saw the requirements for the two techniques, his brow furrowed. The two techniques required for Lu Ming to be at the beginning Spirit Apostle and middle Spirit Apostle level respectively to learn. Until Lu Ming passed the first and second level of the Dark Bone method, he had no way of practicing these two methods. With some depression, Lu Ming started to silently memorize the two techniques. With a strong mental energy and the talent to do two things at once, this was naturally not a hard task. After 4 hours, Lu Ming had memorized both techniques, and as long as he silently rehearsed them in his head once in a while, he could be sure of remembering both. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming returned the two scrolls to his pockets, took out the book for the Dark Bone method, and flipped open to the first page. However, before Lu Ming could start reading, he heard knocking sounds from his door while Shui Shan's rough and careless voice sounded. "Senior Bai, are you inside? Junior Yuan and I have come." Pausing for a moment, Lu Ming returned the book to his pockets and left the room. Beyond the half-closed door of the courtyard were 3 people. Besides Shui Shan and Wan Xiaoqing, there was one other person that was about 40 years in age and male. His hair was only a couple of inches long while he wore the clothing of outer sect disciples. "Junior Shui, Junior Yuan, why did you come? Also, who is?" Walking up and pulling the door open, Lu Ming said with some confusion. "Haha, let me introduce you all. This is my cousin Shui Yuan Hai, who has been an outer sect disciple since 20 years ago." Shui Shan smiled as he pointed to the man behind him. "Oh, so it's Brother Shui. Sorry for my confusion earlier." After a slight pause, Lu Ming brought his hands up and cupped them. "No. Once a person becomes a spirit apostle, all outer sect disciples must call him or her senior. In the future I will need to rely on you all here." Shui Yuanshan quickly returned the gesture and said with a smile. "Yuan Hai cousin, you are my older cousin. I can't let you call me senior. However, for Senior Bai and Junior Yuan, you guys can use any pronunciation you feel fit." Shui Shan quickly said. "Haha, since Brother Shui is older than Junior Shui, then me and Junior Yuan can't mess up the order. How about this, me and Junior Yuan will call you Brother Shui," Lu Ming said with a smile. Brother in this context means someone who is older. To the side, Wan Xiaoqing also agreed. "Since it's like this, then I will call you guys Junior Yuan and Senior Bai." After another few courtesies, Shui Yuan Hai agreed. "Bai Senior, my cousin is an outer disciple under the 9 Infant faction and understands a lot of inner workings of the sect. Yesterday, although Sure Senior explained quite a few things to us, the time was too short and thus there are still a lot of things that we don't know. Therefore, I thought that Cousin Shui could help us gain a better understanding of the sect and help us avoid common mistakes that neophytes like us make," Shui Shan said with a smile. "Oh, I see. Brother Shui, why don't you come on in?" Lu Ming quickly moved aside as he invited 3 inside. After a few seconds, the 4 people were seated besides the table in one of the rooms. After about 4 hours, Shui Shan and Wan Xiaoqing left with heavy expressions. Lu Ming had a smile on his face as he sent his guests out, but once he returned to his room, his smile also disappeared. "Wow. I never knew that the difference between a recorded disciple and a personal disciple was so huge. Also, the fight to become a core disciple is also quite scary with the possibility of death. Looks like the amount of work necessary to survive in this sect isn't small at all. In order to get enough resources, I must become a core disciple." Lu Ming muttered to himself before sinking into deep thought. "Whatever. I'll first practice the Dark Bone method until I achieve the first 2 levels. In order to have a chance at becoming a core disciple, I must have the strength of a middle spirit apostle. Once I have strength, I'll also find surviving in the sect to be much easier." After a while, Lu Ming let out a deep breath as he came to his conclusion. Chapter 26, The Pill of Fasting and Training. Chapter 26, The Pill of Fasting and Training. However, before Lu Ming could officially start practicing his cultivation method, he first needed to retrieve a few pills of fasting and some scrolls for simple spells from 9 Infant Mountain. According to what Shui Yuan Hai said, these things were not only free, but they were also absolutely essential for a beginner spirit apostle's training. After Lu Ming decided he was going to the mountain, he immediately changed into his dust-resistant clothing and left his dwelling to follow a winding path towards the peak of the mountain. While ascending the mountain, he met a few outer disciples carrying large sacks and parcels going up and down the mountain. When the others saw the light green dust-resistant clothes that Lu Ming wore, they respectfully moved aside and let him pass. Only after Lu Ming had gone past them did they dare to continue on their way. In the Barbarian Ghost Sect, the status of a Spirit Apostle disciple and an Outer Sect disciple were as different as heaven and earth. They could not even be mentioned in the same sentence. This small road that led directly to the peak was rather steep. Even having trained his body with mortal techniques and having started halfway up the mountain, it still took Lu Ming half an hour or so to finally arrive at the mountain peak. After Lu Ming set foot inside the mountaintop plaza again, he instantly decided that after he converted a bit of Yuan Li to Fa Li, the first thing he would learn would be the soaring sky technique. Otherwise, if he were to go to another mountain, a round trip would take over half a day. That would be far too inconvenient. As Lu Ming walked along the plaza, a pair of young girls across from him walked past. The more well-developed girl, after looking at Lu Ming, smiled sweetly and said, "Ha, isn't this Junior Bai? Oh, little junior disciple, you are going to the outer duty hall to claim your things, right?" Lu Ming was briefly startled, before he realized that the two females across from him were the pair of female disciples from yesterday's meeting with the disciples of the Nine Infant faction. Lu Ming quickly stopped and respectfully said, "Oh, my two senior sisters, I am indeed going to the outer duty hall to fetch a few pills of fasting." Senior female equals sure Jia. Looks like Junior Bai does not know our names. Remember this, I'm Gu Maishan and this is your senior Zhu Xinglian. Gu Maishan said with a smile. Zhu Xinglian was slightly surprised when she heard Gu Maishan give her name to Lu Ming, but after a slight blush she respectfully greeted him. "I dare not forget your names, I promise to remember them," Lu Ming said with a serious face. "Okay. Junior Bai, you should quickly go to the outer duty hall, it's that way. If you're late you might have to wait until tomorrow to get the pills of fasting." After pausing for a second, Gu Maishan pointed in the direction of the outer duty hall. Afterward, Gu Maishan held on to Zhu Xinglian as she cast the soaring sky technique. In an instant the two flew away on a cloud. After watching the two leave, Lu Ming walked towards the direction Gu Maishan had pointed at earlier. Passing through a couple of buildings, Lu Ming arrived at a small hall named Outer Duty Hall. Even though it was called a hall, the actual building was only slightly larger than a decently sized auditorium. As Lu Ming walked in, he saw a male Outer Sect disciple sitting behind a table. The disciple had his head lowered as he calculated something with a golden abacus. Next to him was an opened thick accounting book. "Oh, are you a new senior, coming to claim your pills of fasting?" The disciple had great reaction time as he quickly stopped what he was doing right after Lu Ming came in and greeted Lu Ming with a smile. "Yes. Is it true that all disciples can receive 3 months' worth of pills of fasting for free?" Lu Ming asked without thinking. "Definitely. Could senior please take out your nameplate? After I record it, you will be able to receive your pills of fasting." The man quickly said. "Okay." Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took out his nameplate and passed it to the man. After flipping the accounting book to a certain page, the outer disciple pressed the nameplate onto the page. Immediately, Bai Chong Tian appeared as silver words on the page. "So it's Senior Bai. Here are your pills of fasting. You should take 1 pill at a time, and every time you do, you won't need to eat anything, but you will still need to drink a little bit of water during those 3 days." The man quickly pulled a palm-sized gray sack from the shelf filled with various materials behind him. Along with the nameplate, he respectfully passed them to Lu Ming. Taking the small cloth sack and his nameplate, Lu Ming opened the sack and dished out a pill with his hand. The pill was slightly yellow and had a faint fragrance. It was exactly as Shui Yuanshan described it. Nodding, Lu Ming put away the 2 things and after a short pause asked the man, "All right. I want to borrow a few basic spell books. Where should I go?" "Oh, if senior wants to learn spells, go to the Spirit Spell Pavilion. Just follow the path out this door and you should see it after a bend in the road," said the man carefully. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled and said his thanks before leaving for the Spirit Spell Pavilion. You can only borrow 3 beginner spell books at a time and each book costs 1 spirit stone to borrow. In front of Lu Ming was an extremely skinny girl that used a harsh tone when speaking to him. "Senior, isn't borrowing spell books free?" After hearing the female spirit apostle's words, Lu Ming paused for a second before asking. "It's only 1 spirit stone for a spell book, that's basically free. If you don't have enough spirit stones, come back after the sect distributes spirit stones next month to borrow a few books. The skinny girl said in a condescending tone without leaving any face for her new junior. Okay, I'll borrow these 3 books first. Lu Ming was slightly angry in his heart but didn't show his displeasure. Lu Ming quickly handed the 3 books from the stack he had beside him, 3 spirit stones and his nameplate over. The spirit stones that he passed over were 3 pinky-sized rectangular crystals. They were all about the same size and were pulsating with a soft white light. The skinny girl took the 3 books and after looking at the covers impassively said, Soaring Sky Technique, Flame Technique and Condensation Technique. You must return these books after a month. As soon as she recorded Lu Ming's identity with his nameplate, she threw the 3 books along with the nameplate towards Lu Ming and instantly put away the 3 spirit stones. After being cheated out of his spirit stones, Lu Ming naturally did not want to stay and after catching the things thrown at him, he quickly left. However, soon after leaving he encountered 2 people that were going to the spirit spell pavilion as well. The person leading the way was Shi Chuan with his straight and somewhat handsome face. The person behind him was the red-haired Yu Cheng who had been accepted as a personal disciple. After seeing Lu Ming, Shi Chuan smiled as he said, Oh, Junior Bai also came to borrow spell books. I'm bringing Junior Yu to pick out books to borrow. The red-haired youth also nodded to Lu Ming. After smiling and returning the greeting, Lu Ming seemingly offhandedly asked, Senior, does borrowing spell books at the Spirit Spell Pavilion require spirit stones? What? Senior Zhao is charging spirit stones from people borrowing spell book again? Outrageous. I'm sorry about that. Senior Zhao has some relations to Teacher Gue and thus sometimes goes overboard with what she does. If you can, don't take her actions to heart. Alright, how many spirit stones did Senior Zhao take? I'll pay you back. Slight anger showed on Shi Chuan's face before he smiled in frustration while taking out his spirit stones. What do you take me for, Senior? I don't care about a few spirit stones. Now that I know Senior Zhao and Teacher Gue are related, I don't care about them anymore. Senior Shi and Junior Yu, I will be taking my leave now. Lu Ming waved his hand and immediately left. Shi Chuan stared at Lu Ming's back before sighing and taking Yu Cheng towards the Spirit Spell Pavilion. When Lu Ming finally got back to his dwelling, it was already afternoon. However, Lu Ming didn't have any intentions of resting. Instead, he went straight to the well to get a bucket of fresh, cold water. Afterwards, he brought the bucket back into one of the rooms that had nothing but a futon, put the bucket down and sat down onto the futon. Taking out the cloth sack that had the pills of fasting, Lu Ming took one out and popped it into his mouth. The seemingly solid pill of fasting turned into a liquid as soon as it touched the insides of Lu Ming's mouth and went straight into his stomach. Immediately, a warm feeling filled Lu Ming and he even felt slightly full. After confirming the reactions he felt, Lu Ming felt a tinge of excitement in his heart. These pills of fasting really did have a strong effect. After eating just one of these, he would not have to worry about eating anything else and could focus on his training. Quickly, Lu Ming fetched out the book that had the Dark Bone method recorded and started reading the cultivation method from start to finish. Although much of Lu Ming's early life was spent on the Savage Island, there were many well-educated people imprisoned there. With his unique talent of multitasking, Lu Ming was able to absorb much of the information and knowledge, and was probably as well-educated as some of the famous geniuses in literature. However, even with his knowledge, Lu Ming felt that every sentence and word in the Dark Bone method had 2 or 3 meanings which made quick comprehension impossible. With slight shock, Lu Ming's expression turned slightly serious. With his fingers pressing on his temple, he activated his double mind talent. His mental conscious immediately split into 2, one half concentrating on the cultivation method while the other half went into a deep sleep. Soon, Lu Ming became entirely immersed in understanding the cultivation method and was ignorant of everything else. After a really long period, an extreme pain due to hunger entered Lu Ming's brain and he was jolted awake. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he almost fainted. With a shocked and pained expression, Lu Ming quickly took out a pill of fasting and swallowed it. Right after, Lu Ming grabbed the bucket by his side and drank a few gulps of water before his face turned back to a healthier shade. Even after all that, Lu Ming still felt as if his head was splitting apart, which was a symptom of the overuse of his mental energy. This time, his pondering of the cultivation method had taken 5 days and 5 nights. Had it not been for his hunger, Lu Ming might have still been dissecting the cultivation method inextricably. The Dark Bone method was definitely scary. Chapter 27, The Beginnings of Spells. Chapter 27, The Beginnings of Spells. What made Lu Ming feel even more depressed was the fact that he was only able to understand about 30 to 40% of the Dark Bone method's first level. This cultivation method was entirely different from the practitioner method that he practiced previously. A lot of the sentences had double, sometimes triple interpretations that made it hard to determine the text's true meaning. Under this situation, there were two things that Lu Ming could do. He could ask someone to explain the method sentence by sentence, or he could read some texts on cultivation experiences and determine the true meaning based off of those experiences. Clearly the first would yield quicker results. However, Ruan Martial Uncle had warned Lu Ming about telling others about the Dark Bone method, and thus Lu Ming could only choose the second option. After confirming that the second option was his only choice, Lu Ming put the book away and left his dwelling. Once again he set out for the Spirit Spell Pavilion. When Lu Ming came back, he had acquired 2 extremely thick books on cultivation experiences while his final 2 spirit stones were gone. However, Lu Ming had quite a bit of excitement on his face. The 2 books on cultivation experiences were written by 2 spirit masters of the Barbarian Ghost Sect, and contained careful explanations of the various intricacies in entry-level cultivation methods, which was just what Lu Ming needed. However, when Lu Ming returned to his dwelling, he did not dive straight into comprehending the Dark Bone method. Instead, he went straight to his room and fell onto his bed. He slept for a full day and night. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again, he quickly went to the courtyard to wash his face before walking back into the room that was designated for his training. Sitting down cross-legged, Lu Ming opened the 2 borrowed books and the Dark Bone method in front of him. After some slight hesitation, he also took out a small cloth pouch and poured out quite a few pills of fastening, which he then shoved into various places in the Dark Bone method book. With this precaution, Lu Ming would no longer face situations where he might accidentally starve himself to death. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming began reading the pages of the book. Soon after, Lu Ming became immersed in the text. Half a month later, a burst of wild laughter came from Lu Ming's training room. From his seated position, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and raised his head, laughing. However, Lu Ming's appearance told a completely different story. His hair was scattered into thick, tangled strands that stuck together, his clothes were full of wrinkles, and he faintly carried with him a pungent, sour scent. But there could be no doubt as to why Lu Ming was in such a bad state. For the past half-month, whenever Lu Ming was hungry, he would eat a pill of fasting. Whenever he was thirsty, he would take a gulp from the bucket beside him, and whenever he was tired, he would sleep on the futon below him. He had not even once taken a step outside of the room this whole time. However, because of Lu Ming's persistence, he finally understood the first level of the Dark Bone method. All he needed to do now was slowly train in it until he got to the middle spirit apostle level. After Lu Ming overcame his excitement, he quickly realized the inadequacy in his appearance, and thus, with furrowed brows, he dragged the wooden bucket out of the room. After taking off his clothes, Lu Ming washed himself with water from the well and once again, became what some might call presentable. With his wet hair, Lu Ming put on the dust-resistant clothing and returned to the training room. Although there were wrinkles on the dust-resistant clothing, it was made of a special material and was not dirty in the slightest. In addition, even if water was poured on it, the water would just flow till it hit the ground and not affect it in the slightest. Sitting back down, Lu Ming didn't start practicing the Dark Bone method. Instead, he took out the 3 spell books and started reading them over. The original obscure sentences in the methods now seemed to be extremely simple in Lu Ming's eyes. After spending nearly 4 hours, Lu Ming memorized the 3 techniques. Lu Ming let out a light breath as he placed all the books to the side, then closed his eyes and held up strange hand signs above both of his knees. A second later, Lu Ming felt as if his mind sank into his body, and suddenly he could see his inner self, which was currently a jumble of lights. Lu Ming could see the subtle pulsation of his regular meridians. The 3 thick spiritual pulses that wrapped around his entire body and the fist-sized silver spirit sea that was quietly sitting within his dantian. With a slight thought, Lu Ming's spirit sea started spinning faster and faster. With a few popping sounds, a couple of white Yuan strands flew from Lu Ming's spirit sea and pushed themselves into Lu Ming's meridians before they were finally transported all over Lu Ming's body. Like this, Lu Ming finally took the first step into the training of Dark Bone method. 3 days later, Lu Ming was still seated on his futon. However, he was muttering some chant as his hands furiously made symbol after symbol. Before him, a small gray fog was forming. As time went by, more and more gray fog formed until it finally became a small gray cloud after 10 to 15 minutes. "Rise," Seeing the gray cloud below him, Lu Ming changed the symbol in his hand without any hesitation. With a ping sound, the cloud rose and carried Lu Ming as it slowly flew higher. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face showed happiness. However, while Lu Ming was busy celebrating, his hand symbol had been altered slightly. With another ping, Lu Ming fell from the disappearing cloud and heavily crashed onto the ground. Thankfully, the cloud had not risen more than a couple of feet above ground. Thus, Lu Ming did not suffer any damage besides a slight bruise. Although he fell, Lu Ming showed an exuberant expression. This was only Lu Ming's third attempt at the soaring sky technique. To already have mastered the technique to such an extent was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. According to the Cultivation experience books, even the simplest spells need dozens to hundreds of repeated practices before they could be performed. It looked like the above-average mental strength and talent of his gave him two benefits. One was boosting his cultivation training, the other helped him master spells much faster than other disciples. Once Lu Ming transformed more Yuan Li into Fa Li and was more practiced with the technique, he would master the soaring sky technique. As Lu Ming thought about what uses the soaring sky technique had besides transportation, he started make another hand sign and started practicing in the other two spells. After most of the day, Lu Ming was still sitting quietly on the ground. However, one of his hands suddenly formed a sign while his other hand started to move forward with its palm facing the sky. With a piu, a ball of fire the size of an egg started to burn within his palm. With a light smile, Lu Ming made a fist with that hand and the fire immediately extinguished. Afterwards, Lu Ming started chanting as his fingers danced in front of him. A line of white mist started to form in the air before Lu Ming, and when he spat out the final word of the chant, it condensed to form a clear water ball the size of Lu Ming's fist. It unsteadily hung in midair and appeared as if it would fall down at any time. At this time, Lu Ming's hands finally stopped. Lu Ming slowly extended a finger, poking the ball of water. Afterwards, he quickly withdrew his wet finger and tasted the water before finally smiling with a sense of achievement. About a dozen days later, Lu Ming was sitting on a decently sized gray cloud as he flew back and forth a few hundred feet above his dwelling. Feeling the strands of wind that passed him by, Lu Ming had an excited expression that was hard to hide. Even though Lu Ming was usually much more calculating and mature than other youths of his age, Lu Ming right now looked like a regular kid. Soon Lu Ming felt that his Fa Li was about to run out. Immediately, he made a hand sign and the gray cloud slowly descended towards the ground. Lu Ming couldn't sustain the soaring sky technique for long right now, but the time in which he could perform it was more than enough for him to use it as a method of transportation. As for the flame technique and condensation technique, Lu Ming had also achieved quite a high level of mastery in them. Unfortunately, these three techniques were the most basic spells and were mainly used to introduce new disciples to the art of spell casting. They had very little use in actual combat. It looked like the next time Lu Ming went to the Spirit Spell Pavilion he needed to pick out 2 combat spells. However, when Lu Ming thought about the Spirit Spell Pavilion, the first thing that came to his mind was Senior Zhao that was in charge of the pavilion. All she ever saw was money, and it showed through her narrow and skimpy face. When Lu Ming thought of money he suddenly remembered that he had been in the sect for almost a month now. Thus he had to go to the duty hall to receive a Chore sect mission, or else he would have no spirit stones for the next month. However, Lu Ming didn't rush out of his dwelling. Instead, he quickly returned to his training room and began to recover his Fa Li. Thankfully, Lu Ming was still quite weak and the amount of Fa Li he needed to recover was not large, which meant that recovering the Fa Li did not take that long. After an hour Lu Ming was once again sitting on a gray cloud, flying towards the duty hall. When Lu Ming went into the duty hall, his face was instantly filled with surprise. The first floor was filled with 50 to 60 people. However, most of them were outer sect disciples while only 7 or 8 of them were disciples with the clothings of inner sect disciplines. Could I ask you a question, Senior? What is going on right now? Are there usually this many people here? Lu Ming blinked his eyes and walked towards an inner sect disciple around the age of 20 that was standing by the door. After greeting the senior with his hands together, Lu Ming began asking his questions. Oh, you're a new disciple junior, right? Haha. Today is the duty hall's annual rotation in the various sect chores and missions. Therefore, a lot of people have came early in order to pick a better mission or chore. However, the reality is that the good missions that pay quite handsomely have already been reserved by others. This inner sect disciple was extremely friendly and after glancing at Lu Ming, explained the situation in detail. Oh, I see. Thank you for your advice. Lu Ming was not dumb and instantly realized the situation. Hehe, I am Lei Zhen from the Corpse Refinery faction. What is your name and which faction are you under? Seeing how respectfully Lu Ming was despite his age, the inner sect disciple got a fairly favorable impression of him and thus carelessly asked him another question. My name is Bai Tian. I am under the 9 Infant faction. Lu Ming answered without hiding anything. Oh, so Junior is under Gui Martial Uncle's teachings. However, the 9 Infant faction has been quite weak for many years now, so Junior's future doesn't look too great. Hearing this, Lei Zhen's expression became one of sympathy. It's alright. I think that my seniors are quite caring about us juniors. Lu Ming answered back without showing any emotion. Within the factions, everyone is friendly. However, when the large competition and the following trials start, you will come to understand the pain of being in a weak faction. Lei Zhen shook his head as he slowly muttered. Oh, the large competition and trials. Although I have heard people talk about them, I really do not know the specifics. Could Senior Li enlighten me about them? Hearing this, Lu Ming became thoughtful. Chapter 28, Sect Chores. Chapter 28, Sect Chores. Oh, okay. Since Junior will hear about it later, I might as well tell you about them right now. After a slight hesitation, Lei Zhen didn't decline. Our sect has a small competition every year and a large competition every 3 years. The small competition is for each individual faction and, basically, is a check of the faction's disciples' spell mastery and progress in the training of their cultivation methods. The rewards are usually given by the older generation in the faction, who are in charge of the competition. Although the rewards aren't high, these small competitions has a friendly air to it. It's completely different for the large competition that's held every 3 years. All spirit apostles in the sect are required to attend this competition, and the top 100 disciples of this competition will be accepted as core disciples. In addition, their names will be imprinted on the sect's lunar monument for all disciples to see. More importantly, these core disciples will receive the sect's special treatment during the next 3 years. The higher their placement, the more rewards they will get. Of course, the large competition also determine how many resources a faction will get in the sect based on how many core disciples came from their factions. Thus, even the spirit masters pay extreme attention to the competition. To my knowledge, the 9 Infant faction has always been at the bottom of the large competition for the past dozen years. Thus, the resources that the 9 Infant faction receives is the least amongst all the factions. Because of this, the 9 Infant faction has an extremely hard cycle of never performing well. In addition, although there are spirit masters hosting the competition, they are sometimes incapable of stopping a fight before it's too late, and thus, deaths in that competition are extremely common. In fact, these large competitions are also called blood challenges. Lei Zhen said all that in a complete breath as Lu Ming started nodding like a chicken. Okay. I think I understand the small and large competitions. However, what's the life and death trial about? I heard that name from someone before. Lu Ming asked again. The life and death trial involves not only our Barbarian Ghost sect. In fact, the other 4 sects of the Jianghu country host this trial with our Barbarian Ghost sect. It determines the rankings of the sect and is bloody beyond our imaginations. Deaths and injuries in the large competition are quite few compared to the fact that less than half of the disciples that go the life and death trial comes back alive. In the past few hundred years, our Barbarian Ghost sect has not been performing well in these life and death trials, and thus we are often in last place. Lei Zhen said with a sigh. If the life and death trial is so dangerous, then how does the sect pick the disciples that go to it? A normal disciple would be extremely wary of such a trial. Hearing that, Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though this life and death trial is extremely dangerous, as long as one can return alive, there are many benefits beyond your imagination. From what I know, a majority of the older generation of each faction had experienced the life and death trial. Thus, even if normal disciples wanted to join the trial, they would still be rejected. The ones that are allowed to join the life and death trial are the top 10 core disciples in the lunar monument. In addition, as long as one gets one of the top 10 spots, the entire sect would give him or her the best possible training and treatment so that he or she can help the sect gain better footing in the Jianghu country. Lei Zhen replied without thought. Oh, I see. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. After Lei Zhen finished, Lu Ming was silent for a while before he wholeheartedly thanked Lei Zhen. It's nothing, you really aren't like others in the sect. Oh right, when you ask for your sect chore later, if you want a better chore you can tell them my name and then secretly give the one in charge something good. With that, you should be able to get a good chore. Lei Zhen laughed as he winked. Lu Ming also smiled and thanked Lei Zhen again before joining the long line. There were many people entering and exiting the duty hall, and thus the line went by quite fast. Soon it was Lu Ming's turn. Before Lu Ming was a bald, middle-aged man wearing enforcer clothing. However, Lu Ming did not have any spirit stones to bribe the enforcer with, and thus did not offer up Lei Zhen's name. Instead, Lu Ming obediently gave his nameplate to the enforcer and said, "I am a new disciple and here to receive my sect chore." "Oh, you're a new junior. Let me see what chores are still available." The bald enforcer seemed to be extremely friendly, and after receiving Lu Ming's nameplate, he quickly started flipping through a thick book beside him. The available chores that are suitable for new disciples are chopping down wood on Sky Bamboo Mountain and farming in the South Spirit Valley. Which one would you like to choose, Junior? After a few seconds, the enforcer looked up again and asked Lu Ming. What? Chopping down wood and farming? Lu Ming thought that he heard wrong. According to Lu Ming's previous understandings, these sect chores were probably along the lines of standing guard somewhere or patrolling a particular mountain, and not what he had just heard. I know Junior has some questions, but they should be answered after you start the chore. The bald enforcer seemed to be accustomed to reactions like Lu Ming's and spoke with a hint of mystery. Then, I'll choose to farm. Even though Lu Ming was still confused, he could only suppress his confusion and choose one of the tasks. At the very least, Lu Ming had once farmed half an acre of mixed oats while on Savage Island. The farming chore must be completed within 3 days, or else the chore will be counted as incomplete. Hearing his answer, the bald enforcer held up Lu Ming's nameplate and pressed it down onto a certain page in the book beside him. After taking back the nameplate, Lu Ming left while still confused. Suddenly he realized that he did not know where the South Spirit Valley was. Right as he was about to ask the enforcer, he saw that there was another disciple talking to the enforcer, and the line had become extremely long. When his gaze turned, Lu Ming suddenly saw that Lei Zhen was still around the main entrance of the hall and had yet to leave. Instantly Lu Ming walked over. Bai Junior, what chore did you get? Hopefully it's not taking care of Spirit Beast. That's one of the most troublesome chores. Seeing Lu Ming walk over, Lei Zhen actively greeted him. Li Senior. It's great that you haven't left yet. My chore isn't taking care of spirit beasts but farming. However, I don't know where South Spirit Valley, where I will be farming, is located. Farming? It's not a good chore but also not a bad one. South Spirit Valley? Here I have a self-made map of the sect, and since I have no use of it now. Here you go. After pondering for a slight while, Lei Zhen took out a beast skin map and threw it towards Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. I won't be too courteous. Alright, Li Senior, why do we have to farm? With the pills of fastening, does our sect really need food? After receiving the map, Lu Ming smiled and asked with some confusion. When I first joined the sect, I also had the exact same questions as you. Relax. When you get there, you will understand why there's a farming chore. You might even receive some good things. Hearing this, Lu Zong laughed and did not answer Lu Ming's question. Seeing Lei Zhen's avoidance, Lu Ming knew that Lei Zhen wasn't going to answer his question. After thanking Lei Zhen again, he walked out of the hall. Right after Lu Ming came outside, he cast the soaring sky technique to generate a small gray cloud and flew off. Following the instructions on the map, Lu Ming flew past a couple of mountains and finally landed in a decently sized valley. A short distance from where Lu Ming landed was a square field that split into about 100-acre large smaller fields. Within the field, there were numerous people that were wearing the clothing of inner disciples and using light silver hoes as if they were normal farmers tending to their farms. While Lu Ming was watching the scene absent-mindedly, a cough suddenly sounded from behind him. The cough wasn't loud, but the sudden appearance of it caused Lu Ming to jump in surprise and quickly turn his head. Behind Lu Ming was a dark-skinned elder that had somehow appeared behind Lu Ming. The elder's body was slightly bent as he was holding a burnt yellow smoke pipe and emotionlessly appraising Lu Ming. A new disciple of the sect. Yes, elder is? Even though the elder didn't look like much, he gave Lu Ming a sense of pressure to the point where Lu Ming answered without any thought. How could those duty hall people send me a new disciple like you? What do they think this place is? Whatever, take this and take charge of a piece of land like those over there. In 3 days, you must hoe over the entire piece of land in 3 days such that each inch of the land has been hoed half a feet and not have a single piece of weed in it. If you cannot finish it, leave immediately and don't ever let me see you again. The old farmer coldly said. After touching his waist, he was suddenly holding a hoe that was about as high as a person and threw it before Lu Ming. This scene made Lu Ming stunned. What are you looking at? Get to work. That was a storage glyph that cannot be used until you are at the Spirit Master level. The old man said one more sentence impatiently and turned around without waiting for a response. After taking a few steps, a black cloud appeared below his feet and carried him towards a forest beside the farmland. Storage glyph. At this moment, Lu Ming would not be Lu Ming if he did not realize that the old farmer was a spirit master. After muttering a few words, he bent down to pick up the silver hoe and quickly walked towards an empty field. The acre of field might not seem that big, but it was completely filled with weeds that were almost a feet tall. After stretching a little, Lu Ming raised the hoe above his head with both hands and chopped into the ground. Chapter 29, Spirit Farms. Chapter 29, Spirit Farms. With a ping, sparks flew from the ground. Lu Ming felt as if his hands were on fire, and under a great rebound, the silver hoe almost flew out of his grip. The ground was as hard as steel, and the hoe wasn't even able to enter the dirt. After a slight pause, Lu Ming quickly bent down and observed the ground. Only then did he realize that the ground here was different from normal farmland. The dirt was actually of a purple-red color. The weeds also had dirt-covered roots that dug far down into the ground, which made the plants seem as if they were one and the same with the ground. With furrowed eyebrows, Lu Ming poked the purple-red dirt and realized that it was uncharacteristically cold and hard. Kid, stop examining the ground. This isn't ordinary dirt but a special dirt called resting dirt which is used to plant spirit rice. It can't be hoed with normal methods. A half-naked large man that was sporting extensive muscles saw Lu Ming's actions and smiled as he lectured Lu Ming. Resting dirt. Naturally, this was the first time Lu Ming heard such a name, so he stood up to look at the other inner sect disciples working their fields. The disciples within the surrounding fields were all furiously waving their hoes, but not much was accomplished by them. Only a thin layer of dirt an inch deep was hoed over. In addition, the silver hoes in their hands were pulsing with white light. Obviously, this wasn't a simple farming activity. This thing is actually a practitioner weapon. Lu Ming retrieved his gaze, and after looking at his own hoe, he realized that there were lightly carved spirit tattoos on the surface of the hoe. Since this is a practitioner weapon, I might as well insert a little Yuan Li into it. Lu Ming thought for a while and started urging the Yuan Li in his body to pour into the silver hoe in his hands. However, Lu Ming's face changed after a while had passed. No matter how much Yuan Li he poured into the hoe, the spirit tattoos didn't change in the slightest. It was as if Lu Ming had wasted all of his previous efforts. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, and after another few seconds, he tried pouring his newly converted Fa Li into the hoe. In an instant, the spirit tattoos on the silver hoe lit up, and a soft white light shone from the hoe. This was the trick. No wonder there were only inner sect disciples in these fields and no outer sect disciples. In order to hoe these fields, one must use Fa Li. After Lu Ming understood how to use his hoe and why this was a sect chore, he crashed the hoe down again. With a pew sound, the silver hoe landed on the ground and brought up a thin layer of purple-red dirt and weeds. Taking a light breath, Lu Ming started furiously hoeing. After the majority of a day, Lu Ming was resting within the field, and after a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. However, as soon as he looked at his field that had just been hoed, he smiled bitterly. The resting dirt was extremely hard to hoe, and in Lu Ming's attempt to hoe the field, not only did he exhaust all of his Fa Li, his arms were also extremely tired and in pain. What made Lu Ming even sadder was that although he had just hoed the field, there were already weeds growing from the resting dirt. Even though these weeds were extremely small, their roots were just as strong and would be a great pain to Lu Ming when he hoed the field for a second time in order to hoe to the required depth of half a foot. For some of the 20-plus-year-old inner disciples, that had a huge reservoir of Fa Li, hoeing the field was easy, and they had already finished and left after giving their hoes to the elder within the forest. As for the disciples that were about 17 to 18, they had already hoed their field a couple of inches deep and would probably be able to finish in half a day. After seeing all of this, Lu Ming could only bitterly smile. He couldn't compare to the older disciples with his shallow Fa Li and could only barely finish the task of hoeing half a foot deep in 3 days. He didn't even have a lot of time to rest. What made Lu Ming even more depressed was the fact that he seemed to be the only new disciple working the fields. However, after giving it some thought, Lu Ming realized that it wasn't so unexpected. The opening spirit ceremony only yielded a few tens of spirit apostles, and each new spirit apostle received his or her sect chore at different times, which meant that getting the same sect chore was pretty rare. After thinking about his situation for a while, Lu Ming stood up again and walked to the edge of his field. After a flash of white light from his hoe, he swung his hoe down again. At the morning of the second day, the other fields had already been hoed while Lu Ming was the only disciple left still hoeing his field. However, when it was at noon of the second day, Lu Ming was standing at the middle of his field and could only stare helplessly at his arms that were red and swollen like radishes. Because of excessive force, Lu Ming's arms were swollen to the point where even if he moved his arms, he would feel an extreme pain and thus could no longer swing a hoe. Not bad, there aren't many new disciples that have endured as long as you have. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around in shock and saw the spirit master that was dressed like an old farmer behind him. However, the old farmer's gaze had a bit of approval when he looked at Lu Ming. "Hello, martial uncle." Without pausing, Ling Ming quickly greeted the spirit master. "What faction are you under and what's your name?" the old farmer asked. "My name is Bai Tian and I am under the 9 Infant faction." Lu Ming answered truthfully. 9 Infant. That's Gui Senior's faction. What spiritual pulse are you and are you a personal disciple? The old farmer asked again after looking over Lu Ming again. "I'm only a 3 spiritual pulse. How could I possibly be a personal disciple?" Lu Ming replied respectfully. "Only a 3 spiritual pulse. Your talent is a little low. It's a pity because with your mental fortitude, I would have liked for you to become my disciple." Hearing this, the old farmer sighed. "I am very sorry, martial uncle is?" A thought popped into Lu Ming's mind and he couldn't resist asking the spirit master. "My first name is Su. You can call me Su martial uncle. However, looking at your current state, it's impossible for you to keep on going. I'll teach you the set of exercise punches, and if you perform it a couple of times, the swelling of your arms should go away." "Thank you for your generosity." Hearing this, Lu Ming had a great smile on his face. "You don't need to thank me. These exercise punches can be learned by all disciples that have been in the sect for an entire year. I'm just teaching it to you early," Su martial uncle said indifferently. Then, the spirit master's body flickered, and suddenly he was in a strange body position. Then he started to slowly perform each movement of a peculiar boxing technique while muttering a mysterious chant. Lu Ming had seen countless secret techniques on Savage Island and was naturally interested in this boxing technique that looked like a secret technique. Using his talent of being able to do 2 things at once, Lu Ming started to memorize each movement and word the spirit master performed. In the end, the old farmer only had to perform the boxing technique 3 times before Lu Ming had memorized the technique completely and was able to perform the boxing technique without fail. Seeing this, Su's spirit master showed an expression of regret and left without saying anything else. Lu Ming, who was completely absorbed in the exercise punches, performed it 7 or 8 times until his body was emanating heat and his swollen arms had returned to normal. Not only did his body feel great, Lu Ming felt as if his mental energy had also grown a little. Finally, Lu Ming realized that Su martial uncle was no longer beside him. While still excited, Lu Ming immediately went and picked up the hoe on the ground and started hoeing the field. During the night of the 3rd day, Lu Ming threw his hoe to the ground and stretched backwards. Below his feet was a field that had been hoed half a foot deep with not a single weed in it. Just when Lu Ming wanted to rush into the forest and return the quest to Su martial uncle, a sound of breaking air came from the horizon and ash-colored clouds descended from the sky one after another. Shockingly, those were the old disciples who were hoeing with him 2 days ago. These disciples stood at the side of the field silently, but on the face of every disciple, there was happiness that could not be hidden. In Lu Ming's mind he felt curious. Just when he was about to go and ask the disciples what happened, that Su martial uncle rode on a cloud, flying from of the forest, and appeared on top of the spirit field. In one of his hands was a small golden bowl, while the sleeves of his other hand fluttered constantly. Faintly, there were lots of golden granules being tossed from the sky, evenly covering every field. When Lu Ming saw that the spirit master's cloud flying towards his own field, he dodged aside hastily. After a while, the old farmer's gray cloud stopped. Immediately after, he tossed the golden bowl up high and after mumbling some words, the golden bowl unbelievably grew to the size of a water tank. Then, with a gulyalu sound of water, spring water that was as white as milk flowed out from the tank and fell as rainwater on every field below. Although Lu Ming was standing outside the field, he could still clearly sense the condensed yuanli that was in the field. Something that was even stranger was that as the rain continued to fall, seedlings of rice emerged from under the field and subsequently grew at an amazingly fast speed that the eye could see and started to tassel. After 2 hours, The rainwater finally stopped as the 100-acre field had turned golden with gigantic grain stalks that were over 5 feet tall and were full of rice. Old rules: everybody can go to your own field, collect 10 spirit rice stalks and leave on your own, the faint voice of the old farmer commanded. Then he rode on his cloud and flew back towards the forest. The disciples who were waiting outside the field bowed and thanked the disappearing spirit master before rushing towards their own fields and picking the rice they wanted. In addition, they started using all kinds of practitioner weapons to collect the stalks. Incredibly, every one of them were really honest and collected only 10 stalks of rice. Not one person dared to take more. After looking for a while, Lu Ming uncontrollably went and grabbed a 17 or 18-year-old disciple who finished collecting the stalk and was about to leave and asked, "Senior, what can these grains do? Why is every senior so joyous about it?" "This is spirit rice. It will be beneficial after cooking it. Go back and try it yourself and you will know." The male disciple unwillingly and hastily offered 2 sentences and after that, left. Chapter 30, First Successive Training. Chapter 30, First Successive Training. Although Lu Ming was being glared at by the disciple as if he was a country bumpkin, he did not get angry. Instead, he went to his own field without any hesitation and picked the best spirit rice stalks. Then he used his standard practitioner sword, which he brought with him anywhere he went, to collect it. He then took out a yellow cloth from his arms, packed the spirit rice stacks in carefully and strolled towards the forest. After 2 hours, Lu Ming had returned the completed chore and gone back to his own dwelling. Sitting down in front of his desk, he opened the cloth pack and spread out the spirit rice stalks again to carefully observe them. Every spirit rice stalk was half a foot long, the grains on it were as big as soybeans. However, each rice stalk only seemed to have about 7 to 8 rice grains that had the shiny gold coverings as if they were made of gold. After examining it for a while, Lu Ming raised his hand and plucked a grain from the rice stalk, putting it between his hands and rubbed it. The covering broke and dropped off like paper mache, showing the greenish, translucent rice grain. Putting the single grain of rice under his nose, Lu Ming realized that it was giving off a faint fragrance. There was a slight sense of happiness in Lu Ming's heart. Not hesitating anymore, he found a small ceramic can in another room, poured some water into it and then removed the coverings as he placed the spirit rice grains from a couple of stalks into the can. With one hand, Lu Ming lifted the crock can and made some one-handed finger gestures with the other while mumbling something. With a ping sound, red flames emerged from his palm, covering the ceramic can, burning ferociously. This was the flame spell Lu Ming had just learned. After some time, a special smell of rice came out from the ceramic can, stirring Lu Ming's appetite. Lu Ming made the flames smaller and after waiting for a while, he felt that it was almost ready. Then with a poochie sound, he cancelled the spell completely before quickly placing the hot can on the table. After that he opened the can's cover. A layer of rice that was as white as snow appeared in front of his eyes together with a distinctive fragrance. Lu Ming took out a wooden spoon that he had prepared a long time ago and impolitely took a spoonful of rice from the can. With just one spoonful, half of the rice in the can disappeared into Lu Ming's mouth. He ate the spoonful of boiling rice and immediately, an indescribable feeling of smoothness filled the mouth. The rice grains wiggled around as if living and entered into Lu Ming's stomach one after another. The delicious taste this rice brought was a first for Lu Ming in his life. Lu Ming failed to resist his temptations and ate all of the rice in the can quickly and cleanly. The next moment, Lu Ming immediately felt a surge of hot breath rushing from his stomach and spreading out into his 4 limbs rapidly. This hot breath was an extremely pure worldly qi. Without thinking about it too much, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began practice his dark bone method. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again after 2 hours, his face had a pleasantly surprised expression on it. The increase in his FA during this training session, which lasted only for 2 hours, was far greater than the increase in FA he would have received from training an entire day. It was surprising how much spirit rice could help in his training. No wonder Lei Zhen said that the chore of farming might bring surprising benefits. If Lu Ming could eat this spirit rice several times a day, his training speed would grow at an exponential pace. However, after this thought circled several rounds around Lu Ming's mind, he immediately shook his head and rejected it. In addition to the probable rareness of the spirit rice, which meant that normal disciples could not expect it from the sect, the feeling of fullness from his stomach right now was a few times stronger than the pills of fasting. Even if there was enough spirit rice supplying him, one person could only eat it once every 6 or 7 days. If that was so, the speed of one's training could only be increased by 12 to 15%. Compared to the results when he used his innate talent of doing two things at once, this kind of increase was far from useful. After having such thoughts, the excitement in Lu Ming's heart had calmed without him noticing. When Lu Ming finished packing the spirit rice that was left, he went back to his room and sat down cross-legged. In the month before, Lu Ming had used the dark bone method to convert all the Yuan Li in his body into Fa Li, and thus, his training was quite quick. Now that the Yuan Li inside Lu Ming's body had been completely converted, if Lu Ming wanted to continue to increasing his Fa Li, he could only depend on his own training. Lu Ming knew from the 2 books of cultivating experiences that higher-level cultivation methods would also have higher mental energy consumption rates, which forced one to put aside a lot of time for mental energy recovery. Of course, generally as one improves his or her strength, his or her mental strength would also slowly build up. So when the new disciples and the middle to late spirit apostle disciples were both training on the same cultivation method or technique, the middle to late spirit apostle disciples had obvious higher training speeds than the new disciples. As for the cultivation method such as the earth spirit method, normal new disciples would have no choice but to rest for 10 to 12 hours after training for the same amount of time before being able to train again. But when Lu Ming was using his multitasking talent to train on the dark bone method, he did not need to care about this at all. A day's sleep was what he needed to train with full energy for a continuous 5 to 6 days. The amount of time Lu Ming spent training was almost twice as much as the other disciples' training time. Also, from the 2 books of cultivation experiences, Lu Ming learned that he could not compare to the 6 or 9 spiritual pulse disciples in his training speed. Spending 2 hours on his training, Lu Ming's 3 spiritual pulse would yield a result that was half of the result that a 6 spiritual pulse disciple would achieve during 2 hours and only 1/3 of the result of a 9 spiritual pulse. Because of this, even though the time Lu Ming spent on his training was far longer than the other disciples, the actual increase in his Fa Li and his training speed was equal to a 6 spiritual pulse disciple. It was no wonder that the spirit masters were only interested in the 6 spiritual pulse disciples and did not even care about the 3 spiritual pulse disciples. If Lu Ming was the leader of one of the factions, he would also focus his resources on the 6 spiritual pulse disciples, since the difference between the training results of high pulse disciples and low pulse disciples was frightening. From this, Lu Ming could only imagine how incredibly fast Gao Chong would be improving once he started to train with his earth spirit pulse. With 12 spiritual pulses in his body, Gao Chong's training speed would be 4 times faster than the normal 3 spiritual pulse disciples. Even with Lu Ming's talent of doing 2 things at once, his training speed was only about half of the of Gao Chong's training speed. As for some elemental spiritual pulses such as the thunder spiritual pulse and wind spiritual pulse, they would not have a great effect during training, but when the owner cast techniques or spells that were of the same element as his or her spiritual pulse, the spells would have extremely increased power. Thus, they could also be noticed by the sect and given more resources than normal disciples. Besides spiritual pulses, some cultivators had innate talents and abilities from their bloodline or some congenital occurrence. Some of these talents and abilities could increase one's training speed, some could allow the owner to train secret techniques and cultivation methods that normal people could not, and some would even have strange effects. These abilities and talents had not been clearly tallied by the training world, and those with such abilities were said to have spirit bodies. Compared to the 9 spiritual pulse and elemental pulse, the appearance of a spirit body disciple was far more unusual. However, not all the spirit bodies were useful to their owner. Rather, most of the known kinds of spirit bodies were all unimportant, useless abilities. Along these lines, Lu Ming's talent of doing 2 things at once could also be classified as one of the spirit bodies. However, his ability differed from the normal spirit bodies. Other spirit bodies were innate, spirit bodies that were with them since they were born, while on the other hand his multitasking talent was an acquired ability which appeared after an accident. Whether these 2 were related or not, Lu Ming himself also could not tell. As Lu Ming thought of these things in his room, he began to feel morose in his heart. However, he was also much more determined and had a lot more perseverance than other people. Very quickly he calmed the thoughts that were bothering him, and using the dark bone method he began to train. Half a year passed by in a blink of an eye. During this time, besides going out to do the sect chores and going to the spirit spell pavilion to borrow some useful spells, Lu Ming had never went out of his dwelling one step. He just used his whole heart to train on the dark bone method, boosting his Fa Li with incredible speed. Today when Lu Ming was training, his body suddenly shivered, the sound of metal hitting metal came from within his body. Then he opened his mouth and released thick black gas. The thick black gas transformed into dark gusts of wind entrapping his body. Inside the gusts of wind, there were several faint, black tentacles fluttering, but in a blink of an eye they completely disappeared. A clear sound of incantation came from inside the winds, and after a low groan the gusts of wind stopped, showing Lu Ming's standing shadow again. This first level of dark bone method is finally completed. 1 year? For me half a year is enough, said Lu Ming, a strand of laughter emerging on his face as he raised his arms and saw strands of dark gas winding between his fingers. Suddenly when Lu Ming raised his hand, and the tiger bite bracelet on his wrist glimmered before him, he pointed towards a wall that was not far away. With a pew sound, a black gust of wind shot out from the bracelet, making a small hole in the wall. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart jumped with joy. This kind of strength could completely prove that he and the highest level of practitioners were at the same level. It looked like Lu Ming had really entered the beginner stage of a spiritual apostle. Because of this, Lu Ming could finally start training in the soul shackling chains technique that he had. At this time, there was Bell's sound of dang dang coming from outside of his dwelling. Lu Ming was shocked. He went out hastily and looked towards the mountain top. The bell sounds came from the peak of the 9-infant mountain and each sound was louder than the previous one, until the bell had rung 9 times. 9 rings? Could it be that today is 9-infant mountain's day of the small competition? Lu Ming said with a surprised look on his face after listening to the bell sounds. At this time, gray-colored clouds came from foot of the mountain and flew towards the mountain top. Looking at the situation, Lu Ming hesitated for a while before making some hand signs and casting the soaring sky technique to form a gray-colored cloud at his feet to help him ascend the mountain. Soon after, 70 to 80 disciples gathered around the field on 9-infant mountain peak, and they were all looking at the 3 people at the center with serious expressions. Chapter 31, Small Competition. Chapter 31, Small Competition. The 3 people in the center were the Gui scholar, Zhu Qi and a beautiful long-haired 30-year-old Taoist nun. Lu Ming already knew that the Gui scholar, who was a spirit master, was known by Gui Ruan. The beautiful Taoist nun who was standing together with them, was obviously the Zhong martial ant who had been training when Lu Ming first arrived at the 9-infant mountain. As for the other disciples, besides the new disciples and the disciples that Lu Ming saw last time, there were many new faces who were above 30 years old. Although the faces of the older disciples were unfamiliar, all of them had a sense of power. It was obvious that most of them were far along in their cultivations. Soon about a dozen inner disciples landed around the field, but after that no one else appeared. After a small cough, Gui Ruan opened his mouth and spoke. Excellent, except for the disciples who could not make it because of the sect missions, all of our 9-infant sect's disciples are here. This is the first time that our sect has organized a small competition since the addition of several new juniors. Whoever performs well in the competitions will be rewarded, and the disciple who performs the best will receive extra rewards. Zhu Jr., go ahead and take out all the competition's tools. The scholar's last words were spoken towards Zhu Qi. Don't worry, senior, I have already prepared everything. The shaggy-haired man grinned and walked ahead. Suddenly yellow-colored glyphs appeared in his hands and were thrown out. With ping-ping sounds, white smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, several items had appeared out of thin air and were lying in the middle of the field. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes brightened as he realized that the glyphs that Zhu Qi had used were the storage glyphs mentioned by his Su martial uncle. To be able to place so many things in such a small glyph, the storage glyph was indeed incredible. 5 jet black steel locks of different sizes, a cloudy white rock monument about 5 feet tall and 7 to 8 simple puppets the size of normal people. These puppets were all different. Some had armor on while others had giant swords the size of a person. According to the old rules, this competition will be conducted by dividing all of you into 3 groups. The new disciples will be in one group, the disciples whose ages are above 30 in one group and the rest of the disciples in another group. The subjects for the competition are strength, spells and also actual combat. Zhu Jr. will be in charge of the test of those who are above 30 years old, Zhou Jr. will take charge of those who are under 30 years old and I, personally, will be in charge of the new disciples. Gui Ruan briefly explained. Zhu Qi and the Zhong martial ant naturally did not have any objections. After a short discussion with each other they decided to start with the new disciples, before testing the disciples under 30 before finally getting to the old disciples above 30. After a slight cough, the scholar walked out and said, New disciples, step forward and let your seniors know who you are. Our 9-infant faction might not be the strongest within the sect, but our faction is the most united of all factions. Hearing the scholar, Lu Ming and the other 4 new disciples walked out and introduced themselves while greeting the surrounding disciples. The other disciples replied with smiles on their faces. Yu Qing, as a personal disciple, you will start the competition. Let me see the result of your half-year of training. The scholar said to the red-haired teen after looking at Lu Ming and the 4 other. When the red-haired teen heard those words, he bowed and walked towards the 5 jet black steel locks and stood before the smallest lock. Even though this washbowl-sized lock was the smallest of the 5, it weighed a hefty 400 to 500 pounds. Normal people would not even be able to shake it. For the previous Lu Ming, if he didn't use his technique which burned his potential, he would have also had a hard time shaking it. After a low roar, the red-haired youth grabbed the 2 handles on the steel lock and started lifting. The steel lock shifted slightly but didn't actually rise from the ground. Seeing this, the red-haired youth's face flushed. Chanting something, his body suddenly became shrouded with a pale yellow light and seemed somewhat changed. With another roar, a couple of yellow spirit tattoos appeared on Yu Cheng's arms and he shakily lifted the steel lock. With a ping sound, the steel lock was dropped back to the ground and made a small crater. Looks like you have trained your earth spirit method to the 1st level. You wouldn't be able to lift this lock with a simple use of your Fa Li. Do you want to try the 2nd one? Seeing Yu Cheng's performance, Ruan smiled but did not compliment him on the fact that he could raise the 1st steel lock. The other inner disciples on the field watched this scene with smiling faces and did not show surprise at Yu Cheng's performance. I have already used all my strength in raising this one. It's impossible for me to raise the 2nd one. The red-haired youth took a deep breath and calmed his heaving chest before responding respectfully. Okay. Next, use your strongest spell to attack this stone monument made of white Myanmar crystals from 10 steps away. The scars that you make in 10 breaths, 20 seconds, on the monument will be used to measure the power and understanding of your spells. The scholar slowly said. Yes, Teacher Gue. Yu Cheng answered and quickly walked to distance himself 10 steps from the cloudy white monument. With a serious expression, he started to form hand signs and after a few breaths, a green blade the size of his hand appeared between his hands before steadily growing brighter. Suddenly Yu Cheng yelled, "Wind blade!" Raising his hand, the green blade flew forth. With a piu sound, a half-inch deep scar appeared on the smooth surface of the stone monument. The stone monument was incredibly sturdy. Once again Yu Cheng started making hand signs and chanting. However, before the wind blade in his hands could fully form, Guru Quan emotionlessly said, "Time is up." The red-haired youth could only dissipate his unfinished spell as his face showed some frustration. Good. To be able to leave a half-inch scar on the monument shows that you have spent quite a bit of time on this spell, and you can be considered to have understood this spell. However, you must continue to practice hard until you can release 2 attacks in 10 breaths. That would mean that you have begun to master the spell. As you train further, the difficulty of improvement also increases, so you must be prepared for such a thing. The scholar took a look at the stone monument and nodded. The red-haired youth quickly agreed. I can only give you a moderate grade for the first 2 tests. The grade that you receive will highly depend on how you do in actual combat. Since you are a new disciple, you only have to fight against the weakest golem. The scholar said as he walked over to the golems. Stopping before the shortest golem with no weapon, Guru Quan put a spirit stone into a notch in the chest area of the golem. Afterwards, he gently poked at the head of the golem, inserting a wisp of black air. Immediately, the previously immobile golem's eyes flashed red, and walked in large strides towards a circle already drawn in the field. After entering the circle, it stopped. You will fight with this golem that has a low-level war soul in this circle. Whoever leaves the circle first loses. The score you receive depends on how long you manage to stay in the circle. Guru Quan said with his hands behind his back. Quickly, Yu Cheng drew a green dagger from a pocket at his waist and carefully walked towards the circle. Right as Yu Cheng's feet entered the circle, the seemingly clumsy golem pounced like the wind towards Yu Cheng. With shock, the red-haired youth instinctively slashed his dagger towards the golem that was decently far away. With a piu sound, a faint green light blade flashed past, but when it hit the golem only paused for a moment before continuing to pounce towards Yu Cheng. With the incoming golem, Yu Cheng was obviously shaken as he backed away. As he continued to wave his short dagger around fruitlessly, he was not able to finish the chant for wind blades as he made errors while chanting. After a moment, the golem already neared Yu Cheng and with a single brush, it knocked Yu Cheng out of the circle. A low grade for actual combat. Your overall grade will be moderate to low. Guru Quan emotionlessly said while shaking his head. Yuqing did not suffer any actual injuries from the exchange and could only walk back towards the other disciples with low head. Seeing Yuqing's performance, Lu Ming and the new disciples exchanged glances with each other. Next, Shueshan. Gu Spirit Master called the next name immediately. Shueshan gave a forced smile as he walked up. As expected, Shueshan, who hadn't even finished the first level of his cultivation method, did poorly. He could not even raise the first steel lock, barely made a scratch on the stone monument with his flame technique, and was knocked out of the circle before even touching the golem. His final grade was a low. Wan Xiaoqing, who was next, had a better overall performance. Even though she didn't do as well as Yuqing in terms of strength and spell power, she had the idea of placing a lighten spell on herself at the start of the actual combat and managed to stick through the attacks of the golem with a wind-type support spell for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, 15 to 20 minutes. In the end, she also got a moderate to low grade. Bai Chong Tian. The scholar's gaze finally landed on Lu Ming. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming started using his dark bone method, and immediately, a layer of black gas emerged on his skin. Then Lu Ming started walking towards the steel locks. Seeing this, the scholar's gaze became focused. At Guru Quan's side, Zhu Xi was originally saying something to the Taoist nun beside him, but when he saw the state Lu Ming was in, he could not help but forget what he was saying. The Taoist nun to his side furrowed her eyebrows as she asked, "What is the matter, Zhu Senior?" Zhong Jr. might not know, but this kid is only a 3 spiritual pulse, and the cultivation method he chose was the ghost spirit method that our faction doesn't practice. Looking at him, he obviously finished the first level of the ghost spirit method. That's quite unexpected. Zhu Xi said slowly. Oh, looks like this kid isn't a simple 3 spiritual pulse then. The pretty nun heard Zhu Xi's explanation and immediately gazed at Lu Ming with an interest in her eyes. Chapter 32, Evaluation. Chapter 32, Evaluation. It all depends on his performance, Zhu Qi said with some thought. At this time, Lu Ming gave a low roar as his arms suddenly thickened. Quickly, he raised the steel lock above his head with ease before putting it back down again. Lu Ming's performance brought forth quite a few surprised expressions from the crowd. Because Lu Ming had shown that he mastered the first level of his entrance cultivation method, it was no surprise that he could lift the lightest lock. However, the easy manner in which Lu Ming lifted it was quite surprising. Some disciples were quite curious if their new junior could lift the second steel lock. Contrary to their expectations, Lu Ming took a deep breath and restored his arms back to normal before walking towards the stone monument. After chanting, a green wind blade shot out and left a scar on the monument, similar in size to the one that Yuqing had left. This barely decent result left Zhu Qi and the nun quite disappointed. For the first 2 events, the first is a moderate high, and the second is a moderate. The scholar appraised after thinking a bit. Hearing this, Lu Ming looked at the golem inside the circle and instinctively rubbed the tiger's bite bracelet on his wrist. The moment he stepped into the circle, the golem immediately and furiously rushed towards him. However, Lu Ming was well prepared. His feet slightly moved and with a strange angle, he dodged the straightforward attack from the golem. Afterward, he shook the tiger's bite bracelet on his wrist and whispered, "Lighten." The tiger's bite bracelet shone with a white light. Instantly, Lu Ming's body became a few times lighter than before, and among the twists and turns, he seemed to have become much more agile. After the golem's punches all missed, it suddenly opened its arms. After spinning crazily around like a spinning top, several illusory arms, created by high spinning punches, appeared and attacked Lu Ming. For a moment, there were shadows of punches all around Lu Ming, trapping him in the middle without any way of escape. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed as the black smoke on his body suddenly thickened. Then he suddenly passed through the punches of the golem with incredible agility and ended up right in front of the golem. With a slight move of his arm, the hand that had the tiger bite bracelet was placed onto the crystal at the golem's chest. Then Lu Ming called out, "Tiger's roar." With a slight buzz, a yellow tiger head surfaced from the bracelet and roared, creating a white sound wave blasted ahead. With a hong sound, the golem was blasted backwards by the sound wave. After stumbling a few steps backwards, it suddenly became motionless with a noisy creak. Even though the golem was not harmed in the slightest, the spirit stone lodged in its chest had completely shattered. Ah, good. Not bad. To be able to find the weak spot of this low-level golem in such a short amount of time. That was pretty good. Looking at your reaction time and movement, you have some real combat experience, right? Guru Quan laughed as he saw the golem defeated. I have previously trained mortal secret techniques and have thus been in quite a few fights. Lu Ming vaguely answered. Great. For your final event, I will give you a good grade. Therefore your average grade is a moderate to good, and with this grade, you should be eligible for the extra awards at the end. The spirit master peacefully said while showing a smile. Thank you, Teacher Gu. Lu Ming felt joy in his heart as he made a bow to the scholar and returned to his place among the new disciples, who now surrounded him with surprised gazes. Senior Bai, you're so strong. To actually find a method to directly defeat the golem, that's incredible. Wan Shaoqing was still incredulous when Lu Ming returned. That's right. Senior Bai, have you really finished the first level of the ghost spirit method? If it was not for us going through the opening spirit ceremony together, I would have never thought that you would be a 3 spiritual pulse like us. Shueshan said with envy. The red-haired teen standing at the side also looked at Lu Ming with a complex look. Didn't you listen to what Teacher Gue said? This time I was just lucky to find the golem's weakness so that I could beat it in one attack. If the first one to be tested was me, surely I would not have been able to do a thing, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Although these words sounded a bit empty, the disciples Shueshan and Yuqing finally found some reasons to their previous failures and their hearts were finally at ease. Only Wan Shaoqing was still staring at Lu Ming, and after a while, the corners of her lips slightly curled, showing that she did not believe Lu Ming's words. However, Lu Ming did not care about whether a girl believed in his words or not, and instead put all of his attention on the last new disciple to be tested, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was quite handsome with only his nose being a little flat. However, as a 9 spiritual pulse disciple before he even appeared in the field, a lot of people were already taking secret glances at him. Earlier on, even though he was standing amongst the new disciples, he did not talk to anyone. His eyes even showed disdain towards the results of Shueshan and the other new disciples. However, when he saw Lu Ming defeat the golem in one hit, his face finally showed a hint of seriousness. When Guru Quan finally called his name, he finally came out of his trance and stepped forward. Taking a few steps towards the steel locks, he did not stop in front of the smallest lock and instead stopped at the second lock. After taking a light breath, threads of green light appeared beneath his skin and made him seem as if he had turned into a light green human. That's the Withering Wood method. Teacher Gue actually taught him that method. In addition, from the looks of it, he has even finished the first level of the method. The older inner disciples who were watching Xiao Feng flinched in surprise as someone yelled out Xiao Feng's cultivation method. Although the Withering Wood method was an entrance cultivation method, it was one of the hardest methods of the 13 entrance cultivation methods. If one did not have someone guiding them or exceptional talent, it was impossible to actually learn it. After the green flash of light under Xiao Feng's skin faded, he bent down and slowly raised the second steel lock above his head. This incredible feat silences the buzzing crowd that was still discussing Xiao Feng's cultivation method. After throwing down the steel lock, Xiao Feng did not leave. Instead, he started chanting on the spot. Is he trying to? Some of the disciples understood what Xiao Feng was doing and showed expressions of surprise. After a second, a flash of blue light sparkled and an icicle that was about a feet long appeared in Xiao Feng's hand. With a light flick of Xiao Feng's wrist, the icicle shot towards the stone monument 30 steps away. The result was an explosive sound. The upper half portion of the monument had been covered by frost, while in the middle of the monument there was a small hole with a radius of half an inch. He actually mastered the spell, icicle technique. It really is incredible. Did he really start training half a year ago? Another buzz sounded throughout the crowd. Seeing this, the scholar nodded his head as he showed a pleased expression. Very good. I had thought that because you were practicing the Withering Wood method, your spells would be a little weak. It looks like that I worried needlessly. Your comprehension abilities are extremely good, and for the first 2 events, you deserve good grades for both. However, I hope that you don't disappoint me in the actual combat event. After replying yes, Xiao Feng fished out a light green ring and walked towards the circle. With a hoochie sound, the golem, which had a new spirit stone, pounced towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng did not show any intentions of dodging and instead lowly roared. Instantly, his skin turned into a shade of strange oily green. With a ping, the golem's punch landed on Xiao Feng's shoulder. However, the only effect of that punch was Xiao Feng leaning back a bit while his feet were firmly planted on the ground. Not only did the punch not have much of an effect, Xiao Feng used the time in which the golem had not retracted its arm and punched 3 times with both of his arms towards the golem. With a hong sound, the golem was sent flying, and when it finally landed, it could no longer stand. The spirit stone in its chest had turned to dust after the 3 hits. Ah, good. Feng Air, to be able to push your advantages to the max and using the Withering Wood method's defense ability to help you make that crucial attack. Impressive. This event also deserves a good grade. With this, your average grade is good. The scholar praised happily. It's the result of Teacher Gui and Martial Uncle Zhu's teaching. I do not dare to take credit. Even though Xiao Feng was extremely gleeful, he didn't forget to bow and humbly give the credit to his teachers. If not for your outstanding talent, you would not get such a result no matter how much I tried to teach you. However, you can't be too full of yourself. Also, look at your seniors and their events. For now, you can go back to the new disciples. The scholar smiled as he walked back towards Zhu Qi and the nun. Junior Zhu and Junior Zhong, how do you think Feng Air did? Can he be of use in the next large competition? Once the scholar neared to the other 2 spirit masters, he immediately asked. Feng Air did quite well and really stands over the other disciples, which was to be expected since he is a 9 spiritual pulse. However, I think that him performing in the next large competition is too hasty. No matter how fast he trains, he will at most be a middle spirit apostle by the next large competition. Zhu Qi first nodded before furrowing his eyebrows. I'm not expecting Feng Air to gain a core disciple spot at the next large competition. I just hope that our faction will look a bit better. Our 9 infant faction has really underperformed in the past few large competitions. Not only do we not have a spot in the top 10 core disciples, we don't even have that many disciples with potential. Guru Quan sighed. Since Senior is thinking like that, then it's alright. However, that personal disciple named Yu Cheng is quite ordinary. He's probably not worth your efforts, while that 3 spiritual pulse disciple named Bai Chong Tian performed quite well. However, how could he have possibly finished the first level of the ghost spirit method with his talent? Does he have a hidden spirit body? The pretty nun finally spoke up. Chapter 33, The 3-Star Shield. Chapter 33, The 3-Star Shield. I don't think that he has a hidden spirit body, or it would have been exposed during the opening spirit ceremony. From what Chuan said, this disciple has a strong mental energy. Because of this attribute, Ruan Senior of the Scriptures Pavilion had him practice the ghost spirit method, since having a strong mental energy is beneficial in practicing that method. Maybe that was why he was so quick in finishing the first level of the cultivation method. Guru Quan said slowly. A strong mental energy. If that's the case, then the question of his training speed can be answered. However, won't he have huge problems in the future with other cultivation methods? Will he have to take the route of the corpse refinery faction? The nun said with furrowed brows. Since he has chosen that cultivation method, he has to accept its consequences. However, even though Bai Chong Tian is an old, I can tell that he has quite some experience in actual combat and has his own opinions. How about this? We won't take him under our wings but instead give him some extra resources? Who knows? Maybe we will have ourselves a nice surprise, said Zhu Ci after musing over the situation. I agree with Junior Zhu's words. The scholar said. Alright, then I will personally meet with this disciple. The pretty nun paused before nodding in agreement. After discussing for a short time longer, the nun walked out and continued hosting the competition for disciples under 30. After about 10 to 12 hours, Lu Ming was completely immersed in watching a frightening fight that was taking place in front of him. A 40-year-old disciple was hiding behind a floating ice shield while casting various spells. Not far from him were 2 enormous creatures landing hit after hit on each other. One of them was a 30-foot-tall golem that was wielding a giant sword. The other was a pure white skeleton that had black smoke swirling around it. It had green flames dancing in its empty eye sockets, and it wielded 2 bone saws as baldies. Both of them were not even trying to avoid each other's attacks. Instead, it seemed as if they were trying to flourish their weapons as fast as possible. In moments, the jet black armor on the golem had become tattered. However, half of the skeleton's bones had cracks in them. In addition, half of its head was missing due to a swipe from the golem's large sword. At this time, the middle-aged disciple behind the ice shield pointed towards the skeleton and muttered a chant. Instantly, a surprising scene took place. The black smoke on the skeleton thickened and all the damage it had sustained was repaired quickly enough that it could be watched with the naked eye. In a few seconds, the skeleton was back to its prime. Peng peng. The bone blades in the skeleton's hands furiously hacked forward and shattered the armor on the golem to reveal the spirit stone that was firmly embedded in its chest. With one last attack, the skeleton shattered the spirit stone. Immediately, the golem fell heavily to the ground and did not stand back up again. Only then did the middle-aged disciple happily wave his hands while dissolving the ice shield in front of him. Instantly, the skeleton turned around and shrunk as it flew towards the middle-aged disciple. In seconds it was the size of a palm but still wrapped in black smoke. TSK. The white demon skeleton of Senior Xians has gotten even stronger. It seems as if it has reached the realm of 100 bones and even the competition golem can't last too long against it. Previously, Senior Xian's luck really changed when he got a spirit bone and was able to refine that into this demon. If only I had such good luck. So what? No matter how strong this white demon skeleton is, Senior Xian is stuck at the late apostle level, unable to advance. His age is also above 30 and like us, he is without much hope of becoming a spirit master. That's right. Back then, Senior Xian was too devoted in refining that demon, and didn't spend enough time on his own training. If one were to really fight with him, all that would be needed to win is to restrain the movements of the demon and then defeat its owner. Senior Xian's personal combat abilities are still quite weak, and he will probably not be able to become a core disciple during the next large competition. I never knew that this spirit communication method would do so well when paired with demons. Maybe I should go and practice that spell. Don't bother. Our faction's entrance cultivation method doesn't really pair well with this spirit communication method. Senior Xian had picked the mysterious method for his cultivation method, which is why he was able to practice such a spell. The disciples on the field chatted among themselves as they discussed their different opinions of Senior Xian. Is it really this spirit communication method that I have? To be able to control and order demons and ghosts, incredible. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Even though Lu Ming had heard about barbarian ghost disciples being able to control ghosts and demons, this was the first time he had seen such a display. He was not the only one. Other disciples also looked on with dumbfounded expressions. Even the 9 spiritual pulse disciple, Xiaofeng's eyes shone when the white demon skeleton appeared. This was different from the normal spells like the wind blade technique and the flame technique, since demonic things had a shroud of mystery while in the mortal world. Although Lu Ming and the other people had prepared themselves beforehand when they heard about the barbarian sect, after witnessing it with their own eyes, the impact on them was beyond their expectations. But because of that, Lu Ming was growing excited about this spirit communication method that he had stashed away. Then, after half a day, when a beefy fellow covered in golden light used one punch to pulverize a golem's head, the small competition was finally over. The only person who received a good grade was Xiaofeng. There were 5 people that had a moderate to good grade, including Lu Ming, the senior Xian from before, and the eldest disciple, Shichuan. As for Zhu Ling Xian and Gu Mei Shan, they performed ordinarily. During the competition, Lu Ming never saw Zhu Ling Xian use the totem that she was rumored to have. In addition, based on the grade received, all of the disciples received different rewards. For those that had a grade at or below moderate, they were awarded with 3 returning energy pills. This pill would increase FA recovery by a large amount after being taken. For Lu Ming and the other 4 disciples that had a moderate to good grade, they received a calming heart incense along with the 3 returning energy pills. The calming heart incense looked just like any other incense. However, if one were to light it when they were mentally exhausted, it would aid the recovery of their mental energy. In addition, it would have a profound effect when one was trying to understand secret techniques or spells. Thus, its worth was far above the value that of the 3 returning energy pills. As for Xiaofeng, he received a penetrating spirit liquid in addition to the returning energy pills and the calming heart incense. It was said that drinking the spirit liquid before a battle could boost one's FA by 20% for an entire hour. Afterwards, Guru Quan announced the end of the small competition and that the disciples could now leave. Quickly, the disciples bowed towards the 3 spirit masters and flew away on their respective clouds. Right when Lu Ming was about to leave with the crowd, Zhong Martial Ant called to him. "Martial Ant, do you have any orders?" Even though Lu Ming was confused, he made sure to not show any emotions on his face. Instead, he simply walked forwards and respectfully said, "You did quite well in the combat event. Were it not for the fact that my cultivation method is not a suitable choice for you, I would have been willing to take you on as my personal disciple. Regardless, since you already have some foundation in combat, You can take some time to receive some contribution point missions that aren't too dangerous. They can be found on the second level of the duty hall. The importance of sect contribution points is so much more than what you new disciples think. After all, the path of cultivation isn't as simple as to be found through locking yourself in your room. The pretty nun said to Lu Ming. Thank you for your advice, I will try to follow it. Hearing this, Lu Ming quickly nodded. Is the bronze ring your practitioner weapon? Its sound wave attack is quite strong. However, it's probably quite lacking when it comes to defense. How about this? I'll give you a defensive practitioner weapon from my earlier years. Although you cannot use two practitioner weapons at once, you can rotate between using them when you need to. After thinking for a while, the nun took out a palm-sized triangular steel plate from her sleeve. Thank you for your kindness. This practitioner weapon is... Lu Ming said happily after seeing the practitioner weapon. This 3-star shield is different from most other practitioner weapons. It has no offensive capabilities and can only be used for defending. Nevertheless, you will know how to use it once you begin to refine it. The nun calmly said as she passed the steel plate to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming received the triangular-shaped, steel-plated practitioner weapon, he thanked the nun. You can leave now. I expect much from you, do not disappoint me, the smiling nun said as she turned and left. After Lu Ming respectfully bowed again, he took a few steps backwards and ascended into the air. On the cloud, Lu Ming's eyes rolled diagonally and he saw that Xiao Feng and Yu Qing had not left the square and were standing beside Gui Ru Quan and Zhu Qi. Xiao Feng and Yu Qing's faces carried a respectful manner for the other two, obviously listening to their advice. It seemed like he had made the right choice this time to show off some of the results of his training during this small competition. Otherwise Lu Ming wouldn't have been one of the disciples that was called to stay behind, and even receiving the defense practitioner weapon. As Lu Ming touched the 3-star shield in his sleeve, there was a hint of happiness showing on his face. Not counting the standard glyph blade, he had long wanted to get a useful practitioner weapon. To the normal disciples, controlling two practitioner weapons would be the stuff of dreams, but for Lu Ming, who could divide his consciousness into two, it was an easy thing to do. With two practitioner weapons, Lu Ming could definitely manage to take some easy contribution point quests, just as what Zhong Martial Ant had said. After all, Lu Ming would definitely meet some difficulty while training, and because the Dark Bone method was special, he would not be able to ask Shi Chuan or anyone in the 9 Infant faction for help. Thus, spending contribution points to enter the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion to seek answers would be the best solution. However, before doing this, Lu Ming decided to first train the Soul Shackling Chains technique that he got from Ruan Martial Uncle. As Lu Ming was planning his next moves, he subconsciously flew into the courtyard of his dwelling. Seeing the small tree that was 20 feet high in his courtyard, Lu Ming had a strange smile as he started chanting, and after 7 to 8 breaths, raised both of his hands. Poo pew, with 2 sounds, 2 pure green wind blades shot out from his hands and cut the small tree into 3 sections. Chapter 34, Grey Market. Chapter 34, Grey Market. So that was initial spell mastery. When I was training in the wind blade spell the other day, suddenly I felt optimistic. Not only did the spell release become faster, the strength was also 30% stronger. However, this result only appears after training diligently until finally, the spell becomes near instinct. If there is an initial spell mastery, certainly there must be a complete spell mastery. And in this case, the 9 spiritual pulse disciples might be the same as the 3 spiritual pulse disciples without any advantages. As for me, I can use my talent of doing 2 things at once to train on spells alternately. It can be a great advantage for me in this case. Lu Ming said to himself, his face carrying a curious but excited look. Today, among many of the older disciples at the small competition, there were definitely disciples who trained their spells until they achieved the initial spell mastery level. But the number of disciples who reached such a level did not number more than 10, and the spells they mastered were mostly easy spells such as Wind Blade or Fire Bullet. No one had trained in higher level spells such as Icicle Technique or Flame Snake Technique until the initial spell mastering level. Thinking carefully, that was not strange at all. High-level spells were much more confusing to cast, and the amount of FA needed to cast them was far greater than the low-level spells, that made them a few times harder to practice. Obviously, the most important thing that most disciples spent their time on was training their cultivation method and their own FA. It was rare for people to view the training of spells as important. After all, one's cultivation status was the basis for everything. Becoming a spirit master like the Goose Scholar meant that one's life expectancy would rise drastically and have many more opportunities to become stronger. For Lu Ming, if he did not have the talent of doing 2 things at once, he would have probably made the same decision to pursue the path of training Fa. However, knowing that his talent can be a great advantage in this situation, Lu Ming, who chased after strength wholeheartedly, would make a different choice. Mastering the confusing high-level spells would be quite a stretch for Lu Ming. But for easy spells like Wind Blade, Lu Ming decided that he could make time to practice them in the future and see if there are any more surprises. After Lu Ming stood in the courtyard and thought about his future path for a while, he finally went into his training room and sat down cross-legged. He hesitated for a while before taking out the calming heart incense he had just acquired from his sleeve. Then he set it aflame with a finger swipe and stuck it nearby. Following the rise of the wisps of green smoke, a strange fragrance filled the whole room. Lu Ming took a deep breath, closed his eyes, became motionless and began to meditate. Lines of incantations composed of gray letters emerged in his mind. This was the method of training for soul shackling chains. Even though the scroll for the soul shackling chains had been given back to the scripture's pavilion, the actual contents that were recorded on it had long since been perfectly imprinted into Lu Ming's mind. Although Lu Ming hastily went over it when he was trying to memorize the technique, when he saw the requirements of being a beginning spirit apostle to practice it, he gave up on comprehending it immediately and did not continue exploring the meanings behind each word. Now, with help of the calming heart essence, Lu Ming planned to completely understand the secret technique in one go. Time passed day by day while Lu Ming stayed in the room, not going out for 5 days and nights. In the morning of the 6th day, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes with exhaustion filling his face. In order to practice this soul shackling chain, I have to refine a live ghost. If I remember correctly, there's a special place in the sect that nurtures ghosts called Soul Swamp. As long as I pay a certain amount of sect contribution points, I can go in for a certain amount of time to catch a live ghost. Also, in the sect there's a gray market where disciples trade different things with each other. Maybe there will be people selling live ghosts there. Without any contribution points right now, I'll start with the second way. After Lu Ming quickly considered his options, he made his decision. However, before that, he needed to sleep for a long time in order to relax his overworked mind. In the morning of the second day, Lu Ming, riding a cloud, left his dwelling. Following the map that Lei Zhen gave him, Lu Ming flew towards a specific spot in the sect. At the end of mountain range for the Barbarian Ghost Sect, an inconspicuous bamboo forest was located between two mountain peaks. At times, some inner disciples of the sect would ascend and drop down into the empty area at the center of the bamboo forest. After Lu Ming descended in the bamboo forest, he examined his surroundings with curious eyes. Around the empty area, there were already simple booths of various sizes set up. Behind each booth was a Barbarian Ghost Sect disciple. Most of them were inner sect disciples while there were a couple of outer disciples. There were also a couple of disciples that were walking from booth to booth and occasionally picking up an item to examine more carefully. There were even a couple of people in a heated debate with the stall owners over items that caught their fancy. This scene gave Lu Ming the feeling that he was in a mortal country market. After calming down, Lu Ming copied others as he slowly walked from booth to booth and occasionally picked up an item to look at. The things placed on the booths ranged from pills to glyphs to various materials to even totems. It could be said that almost anything could be found within this gray market. There were also some weird and unique things that Lu Ming had never heard of. For example, the stinger of bloody corpse bees, wing feathers of corpse-eating eagles, or fine blood from a 100-year fish demon. As for the plain and regular ghost that Lu Ming was looking, it was available at various booths. However, when Lu Ming asked for the price for them, he was stunned. A low-quality ghost costed 10 spirit stones, a regular quality ghost costed 30 spirit stone. As for high-quality ghosts, no one at the gray market were even selling them, and instead, some of the booth owners expressed interest in buying a high-quality ghost for hundreds of spirit stones. Even though Lu Ming was quite tight on spirit stones, he took the chance to understand the use and appearance of ghosts. Ghosts were usually sealed in porcelain bottles that had special glyphs on them. Once the cap to the bottle was opened, it would turn into a cloud of black smoke as it rushed out of the bottle. While in cloud form, it would turn into various shapes and figures such as a tiger, leopard, or a ghost's face. As for the attacks that ghosts could use, it could use simple illusion spells to affect one's consciousness at close distances and was extremely bitingly cold by nature. Overall, a ghost could not be considered a true demon. It was only a thing that was born of miasma and had no intelligence of its own. Its attacks were more instinct than thought-out actions. Thus, catching normal and low-quality ghosts was not a hard task. However, for high-quality ghosts, the situation was entirely different. First, high-quality ghosts were extremely rare, with only one being born out of 100 ghosts. In addition, they hate moving and love to hide within thick miasma. Secondly, high-quality ghosts have an extra skill of being able to split into clones when trying to escape. Thus, catching them was also a matter of luck. In the legends, ghosts of a quality higher than high-quality ghosts existed, but this was only a rumor. No one had ever seen one with their own eyes. Of course, these ghosts were all caught from the Soul Swamp by the inner disciples who paid sect contribution points to catch them before coming here to sell them at a high spirit stone price. Lu Ming asked and inquired around. In a short while he gained all the knowledge that was needed. At the end, Lu Ming still gritted his teeth and paid 10 spirit stones to buy a low-quality ghost in order to first familiarize himself with the whole subject of ghosts. Once he bought what he wanted, Lu Ming was ready to ride the cloud and leave, but he was suddenly stopped by a girl's shout coming from behind. Isn't this Junior Bai? Hearing this, Lu Ming paused and looked back. There was a male and female couple standing behind him. The male was 21 or 22 years old and was wearing blue clothes. His brows were high while his expression was quite haughty and cold. The female was a girl that was at about the same age and wore a white dress. Her face was quite pretty as she smiled. She was Mu Xiao Yun of the Mu clan that Lu Ming had met in the opening spirit ceremony. Oh, it's Lady Mu. Hello. Even though Lu Ming felt a little surprised, he still cupped his hands together. Junior Bai, you had agreed to come visit me. It's already been half a year and I've been waiting this whole time for you to come. Mu Xiao Yun smiled with her red lips as she spoke. Ahem, Lady Mu, don't blame me. After I joined the sect, I was forced to train in the mountain with my peers and was unable to leave. This senior is... Lu Ming replied ambiguously and looked at the emotionless teen who was standing at her side. Du Hai of the Baleful Yin faction, the teen answered simply, his face showing no expression. So you are a senior from the Baleful Yin faction, Lu Ming said, his complexion changing slightly. Among the many factions in the Barbarian Ghost sect, the Baleful Yin was among the strongest, one of the top 3 factions. Also, this faction had quite a grudge with the Nine Infants faction, which meant that the relationships between the respective factions' disciples had never been good. Junior Bai, don't worry, Senior Du is a good friend of mine that I have known for a long time. His relationship with us won't be affected by the relationship of our factions. Oh yeah, what is Junior Bai wants to buy coming to Grey Market? I know some friends here, so maybe I can help you in 1 or 2 things. Mu Xianyun offered 2 sentences as explanation and asked, laughing. Thank you Lady Mu for your kindness, but I already bought what I wanted, so I will not bother you. Lu Ming pondered quickly on the offer and kindly rejected it. If that is so, then I will not impose myself upon you. By the way, Junior, do you need some sect contribution points? Mu Xianyun was a little bit surprised by the rejection but remained as her normal self and asked. Sect contribution points? Lu Ming's heart moved a bit by hearing these words. That's right. Recently, I, Senior Du, and some other friends are preparing to take an important mission, but we are still missing 2 people. If you, Junior, are interested, we can count you in, Mu Xianyun said without thinking much. If it is an important mission, I am afraid I cannot help as I only joined the sect half a year ago. And even if I do, how do you plan on dividing the sect contribution points? Lu Ming replied with his eyes sparkling. Junior, do not worry, this mission is special. It does not need much strength but rather a team of people in order to complete it without failure. As for the contribution points, we took the mission together, so naturally we will divide it equally. The young woman explained in detail as she saw Lu Ming's interest. Alright then, if there is no danger and it does not need much strength, then count me in, Lu Ming promised after considering it for a while, thinking that he might as well see what a sect contribution mission looked like. Junior, you made a wise choice. This kind of mission that requires a team is the best for neophytes like you. After 3 days, come to the 2nd level of the duty hall. We will gather there and take the mission together. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Mu Xianyun replied as an alluring smile crept up on her face. Chapter 35, Soul Shackling Chains. Chapter 35, Soul Shackling Chains. Lu Ming considered the proposal and thought that there were no problems, so he agreed. After he was exhorted by the woman to go to the duty hall early, he said goodbye to the 2 and left the bamboo forest, carried off by a cloud. Junior Mu, he is only a 3 spiritual pulse disciple who just entered the sect. Why did you bother to entice him? Low-quality disciples like him can be found all over the sect. At most he will probably become a middle spirit apostle. Du Hai opened his mouth and said to Mu Xianyun after Lu Ming left. Senior, You should know that the 9 infant faction small competition just ended a few days ago, replied Mu Xianyun with a light laugh. 9 infant faction small competition, I heard someone talk about it once. What, did this brat perform well in the small competition? Du Hai's expression slightly changed and surprisingly, he guessed part of it correctly. Correct. In the 9 infant faction small competition, this junior Bai Tsong Tian was the only one who received the compliment of moderate to good, as a 3 spiritual pulse disciple, Mu Xianyun replied heavily. That being said, he has some potential, Du Hai said while thinking about it. Yes, if it was not so, even if I wanted to entice people to join, I would not go and randomly find a new disciple to join our mission 3 days later. After all, this mission, like I said, is not dangerous. It is just a bit bothersome and time-consuming. If I didn't have some relationships, I would not have known that this mission will be given out in the morning after 3 days, Mu Xianyun said. If it is so, then I have nothing to say. This mission will basically be an investment on this kid. I hope that he will not make us disappointed. By the way, I heard that Yang Xin annoyed you a few days ago, Du Hai said with a cold flash in his eyes after he nodded his head. That's right. A few days ago, when I went to collect some webs of the blinding spiders, I didn't think I would meet this beast, but luckily Lady Wu was next to me so he didn't dare to be rampant, Mu Xianyun said, smiling bitterly. Yang Xin just became a middle spirit apostle and he dares to use filthy words on you. If it was not because of martial uncle Yang, I would have shown him my power long ago. However, Yunair, don't worry, 1 more year at the most and I can become a late spirit apostle. At that time, I can officially send the Mu clan a request to marry you. At that time, martial uncle Yang will most likely not stop it. A trace of kindness showed on Du Hai's face as the iciness on his face melted away. Senior Du, I appreciate your kindness. Back then, even though my husband by name had already died, we had already exchanged our birthdays. The Mu clan had also received the dowry of the Yang clan. If I want to marry someone else, it would be a difficult matter. In addition, my joining of the Barbarian Ghost Sect was largely in part due to the help from teacher Yang. Senior Du, it is a blessing to be maintaining the relationships that we have right now. Mu Xianyun had a complicated expression when she heard Du Hai's words and showed a sorrowful expression when she replied to him. If being a late spirit apostle is not enough, then I will become a core disciple in the large competition in a few years. No matter what, you will be my wife. Du Hai showed a savage expression as he spoke without hesitation. Hearing this, gratefulness floated to Mu Xiaoyun's face but she said nothing. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room while playing with a porcelain bottle that was sealed shut with a blood-red glyph. Within the bottle was the low-quality ghost that he had just bought. After silently rehearsing the training method for the soul shackling chain again, Lu Ming beckoned with one hand to pull a wood bowl that he prepared in advance towards him. The wood bowl was full of pungent black and red blood and there were some purple-black cotton-like things floating within the bowl. Lu Ming had bought the things within the bowl from the outer duty hall of the 9-infant mountain for 1 spirit stone. The bowl contained various materials such as black dog blood that would aid him in the refining of a ghost. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming ripped the glyph off of the porcelain bottle and opened the cap of the bottle. After a strange woo-woo cry, a wisp of black smoke flew out of the bottle and after spinning around mid-air, turned into a black ball of light that floated in the air. The ball of light had no shape or form and lightly shivered mid-air. Lu Ming held his breath as he was completely still, while his gaze was locked onto the ball in mid-air. After a few seconds, the black ball let out a piercing shriek and started a rapid nosedive. With a ping sound, the ghost dived into the liquid in the wood bowl and disappeared. Lu Ming slowly closed his eyes as his hands started moving. Immediately he formed a couple of hand signs with his hands. Instantly, the black-red liquid in the bowl shuddered and flew out of it. With the blood flying out of the bowl, the ghost that had been swallowing the blood in large gulps appeared. Lu Ming's hand sign changed once more. After some chi-chi sounds, the purple-black cotton in the blood seemed to have come to life as they formed a web that bound the ghost. An incredible sight appeared. When the ghost tackled the web that seemed like it would break apart with a touch, it suddenly dissolved into black smoke that was contained within the web. Even though the ghost charged left and right, it could not break the confines of the web. Lu Ming took a deep breath and extended his hands without hesitation. The skin on his hands was shining brightly, because of a coat of unknown oil, before they plunged into the wood bowl. Lu Ming's face was solemn as he muttered chant after chant. 2 days later, the door to Lu Ming's training room opened and Lu Ming walked out with excitement on his face. Twirled around Lu Ming's arm was a black chain with the thickness of about a finger. Walking into the courtyard, Lu Ming looked around and saw the segmented tree that he had cut with wind blades before. Lu Ming made a hand sign. After a slight trembling, one end of the black chain shot out like a viper attacking and in the blink of an eye, wrapped itself around the remaining trunk of the tree. The other end of the chain stayed wrapped around Lu Ming's arm. Return. Lu Ming's arm lightly pulled back as he said the word. With incredible speed, the black chain released the trunk of the tree and returned to Lu Ming's arm. Seeing the responsiveness of the chain, Lu Ming nodded and showed an expression of satisfaction. The main purpose of the soul shackling chains was not to attack enemies but rather to bind and distract them. The fluid responsiveness and speed that the chain showed was proof that Lu Ming had succeeded in refining the ghost. However, if he wanted to achieve a faster speed and even quicker responses, Lu Ming needed to practice using the chain a lot more. It was only one day until Mu Xian Yun's sect mission, which meant that Lu Ming definitely had no time to effectively practice his cultivation method or his spells and techniques. Thus, Lu Ming could only familiarize himself with his new practitioner weapon, the 3-star shield. Deciding his course of action, Lu Ming walked back to his room. At the morning of the second day, Lu Ming had rested well the previous night. After preparing his things, he flew away from the 9-infant mountain and went straight to the duty hall. Because it was still early, there weren't too many people in the duty hall. In fact, the enforcer of the first floor had his head buried in his arms as he slept on the table. Without wasting time on the first floor, Lu Ming went straight to the second floor. It was the first time Lu Ming actually went to the second floor of the duty hall. After taking a glance at his surroundings, Lu Ming showed faint surprise on his face. The second floor had about the same amount of space as the first floor. It even had a similar stone table that had a middle-aged enforcer sitting behind it. However, at the middle of the second floor was a square crystal monument that was about 40 feet high. On the crystal monument were line after line of small golden words. At the left edge of the monument, there were even numbers that corresponded to each mission. Mu Xiao Yun, Du Hai and 2 other disciples, a male and a female, were standing under the monument discussing something, and when they saw Lu Ming arrive, they immediately beckoned him over with smiles. Junior Bai, you have finally come. Now that we have everyone, we can go accept the mission that had just been posted. Alright, let me introduce you to the others in our group. This is Junior Mei and Senior Wu. I am Junior Bai Chong Tian. Hello seniors. Lu Ming glanced over the two and stepped forward as he spoke with a smile. The Senior Mei was an inner disciple that seemed to be about 17 to 18. He was carrying a pitch-black steel bar and seemed quite strong. Senior Wu was a beautiful woman who looked 2 or 3 years older than Mu Xian Yun. Her expression seemed as if she was eternally calm and wore a green inner disciple's woman clothing. On her waist were a couple of bulging leather pouches that had something within. When the two of them saw Lu Ming, they also started appraising him. Although they returned the greeting, they did not open their mouths. Lu Ming could clearly sense the belittlement in their gazes. However, besides a small smile, he did not feel any other emotions. For a new disciple like Lu Ming that hadn't even been cultivating for an entire year, it was natural for the older disciples to belittle him. Senior Mu, what mission are we taking? Lu Ming turned his head to ask Mu Xian Yun. We will be taking mission number 23 that requires us to collect 100 blood wire fruits. The reward is 25 contribution points and 100 spirit stones. If we evenly split the rewards, everyone will be getting a quite high income. Mu Yunxian explained as she brought them towards the stone table. Lu Ming gazed towards the crystal monument and found the mission with the same number. The information on the monument about the mission was also the same as what Mu Yunxian said. Thus, he simply nodded and stayed quiet. Walking before the stone table, everyone gave their nameplates to the enforcer and successfully claimed the mission. Alright, even though we have claimed this mission, other people can still claim the mission. Therefore we need to hurry. The bloodwire fruits grow on the rock Tua mountain that isn't too far from the sect. The only problem is that the bloodwire fruit is the favorite food of black cloud butterflies. Anywhere where bloodwire fruit appears, there will definitely be flocks of black cloud butterflies. Before this, I asked a good friend of mine for a bottle of spirit attraction dust which can attract the black cloud butterflies away for a while. At that time we will split into 2 groups. Junior Mei and Senior Wu, you guys will be in charge of attracting the butterflies while Senior Du and I will be picking the bloodwire fruits. Mu Xiao Yun said with solemnity after exiting the duty hall. Chapter 36, O Yang Xin. Chapter 36, O Yang Xin. Lu Ming and the other people heard these conditions did not have any problems with them. And so the group used the soaring sky technique to ride on clouds and flew out towards a particular direction. Once they flew out of the borders of the sect, Lu Ming looked curiously at the tall and low mountains below. It was only natural as this was the first time Lu Ming left the Barbarian Ghost sect since he joined, so naturally he couldn't help but be interested in everything outside. The other 4 people grouped up into pairs and were chatting as they flew. Among them, Senior Wu, Du Hai and Senior Mei did not even have the slightest bit of intention to interacting with Lu Ming. Only Mu Xianyun would turn her head to occasionally say 1 or 2 sentences to Lu Ming. Lu Ming carried an expression telling that he did not care either way. This time, his main goal of coming out was to increase his experience in completing sect contribution points missions. This way he could test the grounds for taking missions alone in the future. As for the attitudes of the others, he did not care. In a blink of an eye, the group had already flown for more than an hour. Suddenly there was a buzzing sound in front of them, followed by a gray cloud which was heading straight at them. Mu Xianyun and the others saw this and were slightly shocked. However, when they clearly saw who the person flying towards them was, Du Hai's expression turned dark. The expressions of Mu Xianyun and the other disciples did not look too good either. Isn't it Senior Mu? Senior, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? On the approaching gray cloud stood a youth wearing a white robe. He looked quite handsome, but when his pair of filthy eyes looked at Mu Xianyun, they showed nothing but obscene thoughts. Du Hai uncontrollably flew forward without waiting for Mu Xianyun to speak and said with glaring eyes, "Oh Yang Xin, where we are going has nothing to do with you. Du Hai, you are a baleful disciple. Since when could you start to interfere with the business of dancing ghost disciples? I am talking to Senior Mu, you don't need to speak out of turn. Also, speaking of relationships, Senior Mu is my sister-in-law and being her brother-in-law, caring for her is a normal thing to do," said the white-robed Yang Xin with a cold laugh. Once Du Hai heard these words, green veins popped out on his forehead, and he placed his hand onto the large blade tied to his back. Mu Xianyun also started frowning. Senior Wu sighed and flew out before slowly talking to Yang Xin. "Junior Yang, Junior Mu and I are going to do this sect contribution point mission together. We already have enough people. Even if we want to increase the number of people, Junior, you would have to go to the sect and take the mission first." "Haha, that's alright. I don't care about that small amount of sect contribution points. That brat looking at you, you're a new disciple. Now I'm giving you a chance. You can return immediately and I will help you and complete this mission for you. At that time, the contribution points will naturally be added to your nameplate." Yang Xin arrogantly said while grinning, pointing at Lu Ming who was among the disciples. Hearing this, Lu Ming's brow jumped. When he saw the pleading gaze from Mu Xianyun, he suddenly understood how awkward his situation was. Du Hai, Senior Wu and the other disciples also heard these words and looked at Lu Ming with different expressions. In his heart, Lu Ming felt even more nervous. He had literally had a huge problem fall onto him despite not doing anything. This Yang Xin who dared to use this kind of tone to talk to Mu Xianyun and the other disciples, was obviously a powerful disciple in the sect. If Lu Ming did not accept Yang Xin's request, this man would definitely remember Lu Ming's rejection. On the other hand, if he accepted, he would definitely be on the bad side of Mu Xianyun and the others. When Yang Xin saw Lu Ming showing hesitation, his expression went dark and yelled, "Brat, don't you dare reject a good intention. You can go back and ask who I Yang Xin am. I'm giving you face right now, are you sure you do not want it?" When Lu Ming heard these words, he became angry, but he had made his decision and replied with a snort. "Although this is the first time I have heard your name, but seeing as it is not among the martial uncles of the sect. If you really want to give any orders to me, wait until you are a spirit master." "What did you say?" Yang Xin became angry when he heard this and rushed forward. But at this time, Du Hai moved and blocked the path, pressing his hand on the hilt of his blade and said with cold words, "Looks like Junior Yang has forgotten the rules of our sect. Disciples who start a fight without permission will be whipped or even have his or her FA taken away. Do you need me to teach you a lesson about that?" At this time, Senior Mei also flew out without saying anything and stood shoulder to shoulder with Du Hai. "Good, very good. Fine. If Senior Mu won't let me join, I will not be forceful." Yang Xin hatefully said while examining the 2 men in front of him, quenched the anger in his chest. Urging the gray cloud below him, he flew past the group. However, when he passed Lu Ming, he deliberately used a low-pitched but still audible voice to fiercely say, "Brat, I'll remember your face. Next time don't let me meet you on your own. When his voice stopped, he increased his speed several times and shot out into the distance. When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly, but Lu Ming just frowned and quickly regained his calm expression as if nothing had happened. Junior Lu, I am quite sorry for bringing you into our conflict, Mu Xianyun said with gratitude. I didn't think Junior Bai was a man with such courage. Junior Mu really has great judgment. If Junior has time in the future, feel free to come sit at my dwelling. Senior Wu smiled as she said. Even though Du Hai and Senior Mei did not speak, their gazes changed to be more peaceful and accepting towards Lu Ming. It's nothing. To be honest, I was seriously thinking of accepting his offer for a second there since I would be able to gain contribution points without actually doing anything. However, the words that he spoke later were much too harsh. Even though I do not want to offend anyone, I'm also not someone that can be easily pushed around. Lu Ming replied with a smile. That's right. For us cultivators, we have to go against hardship. If we cannot even hold on to our values, we will never go anywhere even if we have great talent. Du Hai nodded as he praised Lu Ming's words. At the same time, Du Hai sent a message that could not be heard by anyone else to Lu Ming. Junior Bai, this time I owe you a favor. I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Lu Ming paused before he smiled towards the serious youth. Afterwards, the group kept on flying towards their destination. Another 4 hours passed and a large mountain full of scatter rocks appeared in the mountain range. Not only was this mountain over tens of thousands feet tall, the rocks on the mountain were all of a green-gray color and were strangely shaped compared to normal mountain stones. This is the Rock Tua Mountain. Let's all descend nearby first and then walk there in order to prevent black cloud butterflies from finding us. Mu Xianyun said. The others heard these words and naturally agreed. They urged their gray clouds and descended into the forest below them one by one. Senior Wu, this is a bottle of spirit attraction dust. Could you and Junior Mei go first and attract the black cloud butterflies away from the mountain for an hour? Since the bloodwire fruit is found in sheltered areas where not much sunlight shines, if the time is too little, then we might not be able to get enough fruits to complete the mission. Junior Lu, this is the bloodwire fruit. Once the black cloud butterflies leave me, Senior Du, and you will have to collect the bloodwire fruit in the mountain with as much speed as possible. If we can find extra bloodwire fruit, that would be the best. These fruits are rare alchemist ingredients and we can sell the extras for spirit stones. Mu Xianyun orderly gave out instructions as she flipped her wrist to reveal a bright red fruit the size of a bean and a pitch-black bottle. Got it? Junior Mei and I have brought Godspeed glyphs with us and should be able to distract the butterflies for at least an hour. Senior Wu said with a smile. Lu Ming stared at the red fruit for a couple of seconds before nodding his head to confirm that he had memorized the shape and color of the fruit. Immediately the group started to act. Senior Wu and Senior Mei started to fly towards the mountain. Right when the two were about to reach the mountain, Senior Wu, who was in front, flicked her wrist and a small black bottle appeared. However, its lid was missing. With a pew sound, a whiff of white smoke flew out from the bottle and spread with the wind. At the same time, an extremely spicy scent began to spread. Immediately, the silent mountain became abuzz with sound. Countless butterflies the size of one's palm began to fly out from behind the strange-looking rocks and formed a black cloud as they chased after the two. Seeing this, the two didn't immediately run from the mountain. Instead, they each placed a glyph on themselves. After a flash of green light, the gray clouds below them suddenly sped up immensely. Satisfied with their speed, the two started to circle the mountain in hope of attracting more butterflies out of the mountain. When the two had circled the mountain 7 or 8 times, the black butterflies chasing behind them had formed a huge black cloud that was 50 to 60 feet in length. The destruction that the cloud of black butterflies could bring was extremely frightening. At this time, Senior Wu called out to Senior Mei and the both of them shot out towards a direction away from the mountain. With an intense buzzing sound, the black cloud followed after the two. Alright, let's go. Seeing the cloud of butterflies gone, Mu Xianyun decisively ordered. Quickly, the three of them rose into the air and flew towards the mountain. After a short couple of seconds, the three landed at different places on the mountain and started flipping through the strange stones in search of the bloodwire fruit. Time flew by before they knew it. The time it took to eat a meal had gone by. With a ping sound, a black chain pulled apart a strange rock that was about half the height of a person and revealed 2 stalks of green vines that were only inches long. Each of the stalks had a blood-red fruit at the end of it. Smiling, Lu Ming bent down to pick the 2 red fruits. Afterwards, he took out a green-colored wood case to place them in. After doing all of that, Lu Ming stretched his waist lazily. The 2 fruits that he had just found made the total number of fruit that he found to rise to 24. The speed at which the other 2 were picking blood wire fruit should have been around the same, and thus, accomplishing the mission wasn't going to be that hard. Right as Lu Ming was thinking about their chances to finish the mission, the strange rocks under his feet visibly shook. Immediately after, a violent trembling wave was emitted from the bottom of the mountain. At the same time, roaring sounds sounded at the peak of the mountain as countless stones started to rain downwards. Chapter 37 Tian Mei. Chapter 37 Tian Mei. Lu Ming was shocked with the new development and threw his thoughts about bloodwire fruits to the back of his mind. He instantly made a sign with one hand and gray clouds gathered beneath him, ready to ascend it towards the sky and fly away. But at this moment, the mountain rocks in front of Lu Ming suddenly cracked open. A green thing shot out from the crack. Its speed was so impressive that one could not clearly see what it was. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he urged the gray cloud to shoot backwards. With Lu Ming's action, the green thing changed direction in midair and disappeared into the mountain in the blink of an eye. "You still want to run away? You evil creature. Come out." The cold voice of a woman echoed in the sky. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene occurred before Lu Ming. A large amount of clouds suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky and began to spiral together. After the clouds gathered together, a smooth and glowing palm appeared from inside the clouds and thrust down onto the mountain. Hong. Although Lu Ming was already dozens of feet away from the mountain, he still felt the indescribable power pouring downward. He heard a buzzing noise and rocked Tua Mountain, shattered like a mirror. With a final groan, it collapsed into a fine powder puff. Lu Ming was dumbstruck seeing this scene. At this time, a so sound came from a tree below him. The green shadow once again shot out and dashed towards him without hesitation. Lu Ming smelt a foul breath and a soul trembling with murderous aura coming towards him. Lu Ming's body and mind froze, to the point where he could not even move a finger, let alone hide or defend himself. All he could do was watch as a big, bloody mouth appeared in front of him, charging for his head, biting down. "Go away, evil creature. You still want to suck people's blood to heal yourself?" At this moment, an air wave appeared in the empty space beside Lu Ming and an attractive figure appeared in a flash. The woman waved her hand and silver lightning flashed, crushing the bloody maw in an instant. After a cry was heard, the green shadow stumbled and tumbled away before managing to correct itself into a firm stance. Lu Ming then felt a warm sensation on his body with his mobility recovering. At the same time he could see the true form of the green shadow clearly. Surprisingly, it was a huge, green rat about the size of a goat. Its eyes were blood red and it stared fiercely at the mysterious person that appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and was about to turn to look at the figure beside him when the huge rat moved. The rat turned into a green flash and shot outward, trying to run away. "You evil creature. Still trying to escape?" The attractive figure beside him spoke with a cold voice. She hesitated before grabbing Lu Ming's shoulder as she started glowing with a silver light. They transformed into a silver flash and went chasing after the huge green rat. Lu Ming could only see bright silver lights before his eyes and was blinded by it. All he could sense was the hoo-hoo-like sounds howling beside his ears while some ear-splitting cries were occasionally heard. He felt as if his entire body was floating while being bounded by some power which caused him to be unable to move. Even though Lu Ming was braver than many, he too felt afraid at that moment. Peng. After an indescribable amount of time, Lu Ming realized that the hoo-hoo sound had stopped and he found himself standing on the ground. When he regained his freedom, he immediately opened his eyes and glanced around quickly. His heart nearly jumped out of his mouth when he saw his surroundings. He was now standing on a huge rock on top of a mountain peak. Not too far across from him was another mountain peak. The huge green rat was standing atop a gigantic tree that was on that mountain's peak. It was looking furiously at where Lu Ming was standing. A meter-long deep cut appeared on the body of the huge green rat this time. Silver-colored fire was burning vigorously on the cut and Lu Ming could occasionally smell the subtle smell of burnt flesh. However, the mysterious person who brought Lu Ming here had vanished. Facing the huge green rat, Lu Ming felt stiff and cold despite his usual courage. He gritted his teeth and ripped apart the fine rope on his neck that was tied to the three-star shield. He then made a single-handed sign. 3 dark lights blinked on the steel plate and a dark misty light shield appeared before Lu Ming. The shield was quite large and covered over half of Lu Ming's body. That huge green rat did not care for what Lu Ming was doing. Its eyes were looking around, trying to find something. Lu Ming felt a little relieved when he saw that, but he still had no intention of making rash movements. Before Lu Ming could think about what his next action should be, the rat shook its body and an area of hair on its back shot out like arrows. As Lu Ming heard the sound of pins whistling through the air, numerous green light beams cascaded down like rain in a storm. Lu Ming's face immediately turned deathly pale. He knew that, even though he had a lot of faith in his 3-star shield practitioner weapon, the light shield could not possibly defend against that powerful strike. Peng. An earthy yellow alms bowl suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. The alms bowl spun and a 5-colored beam shot out from within it. All the green beams paused mid-air before they were sucked into the alms bowl by the 5-colored beam. The green rat ran away when it saw this light, but it was already too late. A gentle shout appeared in the sky and a silver ray whirled down. With just a flicker, the huge rat was surrounded by it. After a weird scream, a bloody shower fell as the huge green rat was blended by the silver vortex. All that was left of it was a lump of thick and sticky dark liquid, struggling to survive and breaking through the light. The silver beam flashed and a woman wearing a silver imperial dress appeared. Her beautiful eyes glanced downward for a few seconds before she spoke in a cold voice. "You evil creature, it seems you are already at the fake crystal level. So that's why you've killed so many people. The stronger you are, the more I can't let you live. Silver sky, annihilate." Her voice had just dropped when the shining silver light surrounding the black round bubble in mid-air started to stir even more violently. In the space of a few breaths, the black ball of liquid had flickered perilously before it finally exploded into countless black crystals. However, as it exploded, the explosion managed to break a hole through the surrounding silver light. After a strange roar, some black smoke among the crystals flew out from the silver light. With a ping sound, it split into hundreds of wisps of black smoke and escaped in every direction. Still trying to leave. 100 sword art. The brows of the silver lady were raised as she made a hand sign. The silver light in mid-air trembled before shooting out hundreds of small swords. After a slight pause, each of the swords wildly chased a wisp of black smoke. Moments later, the black wisps of smoke were all destroyed by the silver swords. Return. The imperial-dressed lady made a hand sign and all the small silver swords shot back. Before they reached her, they combined to form a long sword that disappeared within her sleeves. Afterwards, the lady beckoned at Lu Ming. With a buzz, the alms bowl shot towards the lady. After catching it, the lady started chanting and pointed at the alms bowl. With so sounds, the black crystals from the explosion and the blood and flesh from the huge rat flew upwards and gathered into the alms bowl. After finishing all of these things, the lady turned to Lu Ming and emotionlessly said, "You are a disciple of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. This time you distracted the beast's attention for a while. That was of some help. Tian Mei never owe anyone anything. Some blood and flesh from the beast still remains, and I am too lazy to search for them. You can have them as compensation." By her last sentence, the lady was already shining with silver light, and as soon as she said her last word, she flew away in a flash of silver light. The lady called Tian Mei didn't give Lu Ming any chances to talk but instead left an extremely deep imprint of her extremely cold but pretty face in his mind. Staring in the direction that the lady disappeared in, Lu Ming was stupefied for quite a while before he finally withdrew his sight. That was probably the true supernatural power of flight and a true escape technique. So cultivators can reach that level. I really have been short-sighted. However, I don't think that she was just a simple spirit master. After Lu Ming muttered to himself, he finally recovered. However, a burning fire was deep within his eyes. The helplessness that he had felt when his life was in danger gave him a sense of great insecurity. In addition, a mysterious feeling took root in his heart. After staying on the large rock for a couple of more seconds, Lu Ming cast the soaring sky technique and flew upwards. He first flew towards the spot where the large rat had been killed. Even though he did not know the uses of the blood and flesh of the beast, with her status, she certainly would not take out some useless things to give to him. Just as Lu Ming was searching for these fragments of blood and flesh, the imperial-dressed lady was already flying hundreds of miles away. All of a sudden, the lady's face changed. She stopped completely before turning to a nearby mountain and saying, "So fellow Yin had been waiting here. I was wondering why you hadn't appeared when I was fighting that beast. Fellow Ye's strength has truly become more refined. I must admit that I thought I was completely concealed. But to have been seen through so easily." A puff of white smoke curled up from the mountain below, and after it disappeared, An elder with his hair arranged into a triangular spike above his head appeared and greeted the lady. This is the territory of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. Besides fellow Yen, why would there be any other fellows of the crystal level? Tian Mei said with some disdain. So that's why. I had thought that fellow Yi had reached the fake pill level. The gray-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief and said with a bitter smile. Do you think it's so easy to enter into the fake pill level? However, why is fellow Yen hiding around here sneakily? What are you planning? Tian Mei said without affirmation. For fellow Yi to have made such a ruckus on my territory, isn't it time to give me an explanation? Even though our barbarian ghost sect is weak, we won't let others take such liberties with us. Hearing this, the gray-robed elder became serious. Chapter 38, Strange Omen. Chapter 38, Strange Omen. How dare you say these words? If it was not for me finding that rat monster killing people in between our sect's borders, and if it was not for me who continued to chase it until here, you wouldn't know how large of a negative consequence that rat had on the training world of the Kingdom of Xian. Now, without hearing a single word of gratitude from fellow Yen, you actually plan to find trouble with me. Maybe fellow Yen really thinks he can presume on his seniority? Or is he planning to not wait for the Immortals meeting and wants to fight with me right now? Tian Mei frowned and showed murderous aura on her face when she heard those words. Fellow, don't be so angry. My old bones won't be able to withstand you making such large claims. With fellow's perfected art of sword flight, would you really need to chase it to my barbarian ghost sect before being able to kill it? That's a little far-fetched. The gray-robed elder seemingly jumped at those words and hurriedly waved his hands as he said with a serious face. What do you know? This is a rat monster that had already cultivated to the peak of the liquid level and is only one step away from having a crystal level strength like me. Was it not for the rat being in some kind of a confused state where it could only act instinctually, I would never have been able to kill it. Tian Mei said coldly. What? A peak liquid level rat monster? Are you joking? Rat monsters are the absolute lowest level of monsters. How could it possibly have cultivated to that level? The gray-robed elder said with surprise. Do you think I'm lying? Alright, look at what this is. Tian Mei let out A and flicked her wrist. Instantly the muddled yellow alms bowl appeared in her hand. With a light pat on the alms bowl, a piece of black crystal jumped out of the alms bowl and with a flick, the crystal was sent flying with a so sound towards the elder. The crystal had the speed of an arrow leaving its bow, extremely deadly and powerful as it shot towards the elder. The elder narrowed his eyes but didn't move at all. However, a strange gust of wind blew before him and within the muddy cloud of wind came forth a ghostly hand that was filled with green scales. The hand then caught the crystal that was speeding towards the elder. Looks like fellow Yen hasn't wasted time these past years. Your green metal zombie is about to evolve into a silver zombie, right? Seeing this, Tian Mei's eyes widened and coldly asked. You are surely joking. For a metal zombie to evolve into a silver zombie, countless resources would have to be used. How would I have so many resources to waste? The gray-robed elder smiled and nonchalantly took the black crystal from the hands of the zombie. He then started to examine the crystal. Hearing this, a sneer appeared on Tian Mei's face, but she did not pursue the subject anymore. Moments later, the face of the gray-robed elder changed. He then placed the crystal under his nose and after a few seconds, his face changed from surprise to ugly. It is indeed a liquid state monster. From the smell of it, it is also a rat monster. How would this have happened? Is the rat a mutated monster that advanced its strength in the mutation? I also thought that. However, I will bring these things to my senior for her to examine. Tian Mei slowly said. With fellow Leng Yu's experience, she can definitely give a clearer answer. When the gray-robed elder heard the mention of Leng Yu, he lightly coughed to hide his surprise. If fellow Yen has found no problem, then you will probably forgive me for intruding upon barbarian ghost territory. I'll be taking my leave. The next time we meet will be at the Immortals meeting. Tian Mei said emotionlessly as she flared into a silver ball that flew away, disappearing into the edge of the sky in just a moment. The gray-robed elder did not attempt to stop her and instead, furrowed his brows after the lady left. At this time, another shockwave appeared in the mountain below and another person rode a black cloud as he also ascended into the air. Teacher. Was that the elder Yi who is the only one that has mastered the art of sword flight? When the second person reached the gray-robed elder's front, he asked respectfully. The second person had a chubby face and was the martial uncle Ruan, that should have been guarding the scripture's pavilion. Yes, it's her. After a few years, she has walked farther along the path of sword cultivation. Maybe even her senior fellow Lung Yu can't defeat her. The gray-robed elder sighed lightly. However, teacher's green metal zombie is about to advance into a soaring silver zombie. At that point, no matter how strong her sword techniques are, we will not fear her. Martial Uncle Ruan said with a smile. Even though the metal zombie is one step away from advancing, it's like what I just said. It's not easy for the metal zombie to advance into the next level. Who knows how much effort it will take me? The gray-robed elder said. With teacher's strength, it should only be a matter of time before the metal zombie advances. There cannot possibly be any other problems. Martial Uncle Ruan said. Hopefully so. Oh right, I heard that another disciple practicing your dark bone method had exploded when trying to become a spirit master. Have you still not given up on that cultivation method? The gray-robed elder nodded before turning serious. It was my good senior, the sect leader, who told you, right? Hearing this, Martial Uncle Ruan's face changed. Why would I need for your senior to tell me? Every time a 3 spiritual pulse disciple is a late spiritual apostle and fails to become a spirit master, your dark bone method is the cause. Haven't I already told you? Even though that dark bone method is one of the few legacies of our sect founder, he only found the first half of that method. And only after a lot of research did he translate the first 3 levels of the cultivation method. So, one can only successfully become a late spirit apostle. Even though you are an expert in the language of green death, how could you compare to the sect founder? It's definitely because of your incorrect translation of the 4th level of the cultivation method that no disciple that practices the dark bone method are able to successfully enter the realm of spirit masters. If this news ever leaks out, do you know how much of an impact it would have to our sect? The gray-robed elder showed some fury on his face. Teacher, I really am not content with such a result. In order to translate the 4th level of the dark bone method, I spent countless hours on it. I even went so far as to leave my own cultivation and stay in the scripture's pavilion in hopes of some disciple being able to achieve the 4th level of the dark bone method and become a spirit master. If that happens, our sect's 3 spiritual pulse disciples will be useful again, providing us with quite a few spirit masters. At that time, our sect's power will definitely skyrocket. Martial Uncle Ruan's heart fell as he quickly explained his actions. I have heard those words countless times. If not for the potential when this truly succeeds, why would I have let you do as you please for so long? However, this is the 7th disciple that has exploded. Even though excuses are easy to find and the only people that know the real reason of the incident are me, you and the sect leader, someone has definitely noticed. Why else would your sect leader tell me about the latest death? Okay, say no more. The dark bone method is done. I will not allow you to teach it to any other sect disciple, or I will not consider our bond as teacher and student. The gray-robed elder was still furious. Yes. With teacher's orders, I will not teach that method to any other sect disciple. However, there are still 2 disciples practicing that method. What should I do? Martial Uncle Ruan's heart trembled as he hurriedly said. As long as you know what is good and what is bad, this won't be a huge problem. As for the 2 people that have already learned the dark bone method, let them fend for themselves. Alright, you can return to the scripture pavilion while I will go back to the Forbidden Land. Do not tell anyone that I came out. The elder relaxed as he said. Yes, teacher. Then I will take my leave. Standing up, Martial Uncle Ran took a bow before flying towards the Barbarian ghost sect. The gray-robed elder lingered for a while longer. Then, he smiled and transformed into a gust of gray-white smoke as he sped away. Lu Ming was currently staring intently at a black wood box in his hands. The wood box was half filled with indiscriminate chunks of meat. A majority of these meats were mixed with the dirt, and the largest piece of meat was only the size of a thumb with about a dozen small threads of straight green furs. Lu Ming had already spent the majority of 2 hours in the forest where the rat was first killed to find these fragments from the huge rat. From how small these chunks were, it could be seen how strong the imperial-dressed lady's silver sword was. The cold and pretty face once again flashed in Lu Ming's mind. However, he pushed it away with a shake of his head. Securing the wood box, Lu Ming was about to cast the soaring sky technique to leave the place. However, at this time, a small sound sounded in the ground below his feet. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ming's foot felt a brief coldness, as if something had entered Lu Ming. Shocked by this sudden development, Lu Ming quickly made signs and allowed his mind to sink into his body. Quickly, he started examining the interior of his body. Legs, Danton, body, arms, head. After Lu Ming's examination, nothing out of the ordinary jumped out for Lu Ming. At this point, Lu Ming's forehead was full of sweat. Returning back to his senses, Lu Ming took off the shoe on his foot. However, the shoe was completely fine without any signs of wear or tear. In addition, the ground around his foot was completely normal. This led to Lu Ming thinking that it really might have been his imagination. With a stormy face, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. Even though nothing was wrong, Lu Ming felt as if there was a strange sense around and felt his back grow cold. After a heavy stomp, Lu Ming decided that he would no longer stay. After confirming the general direction he needed to go to, Lu Ming flew off into the sky. This flight of Lu Ming's took an entire 2 hours before he was able to return to the Rock Tua mountain where he had started off. When Lu Ming started to near the strange stones, 4 gray clouds suddenly ascended from the forests nearby. On these gray clouds were Mu Xian Yun, Senior Wu and the rest of Lu Ming's party. Junior Bai, you have finally returned. Are you alright? What happened? We saw you get taken away by that elder. Seeing Lu Ming come back, the rest of party showed surprise as they asked. Chapter 39, Returning Spring Pavilion. Chapter 39, Returning Spring Pavilion. It was nothing. I just ran into an elder chasing after a monster to kill it. Unfortunately, I was caught up in the exchange and warped to a faraway place. The elder ended up killing it, and as soon as she left, I hurried back. Lu Ming didn't hide everything but gave a simple account of his experience. Chasing a monster. So that's why I thought that I saw a green glob. However, for this elder to have made such a ruckus, she must not be any regular spirit master. Junior Bai, did she tell you her name? Yunxian looked back at the collapsed Rock Tua mountain with fear in her eyes. Yes, the elder seemed to be called Tian Mei. She also did not seem to be someone of our sect. Has Senior ever heard of that name? Lu Ming asked hopefully. Tian Mei? I really have not heard that name. Senior Wu, you have traveled outside of the sect. Do you know any sect that has an elder by that name? After shaking her head, Mu Xian Yun turned towards Senior Wu. I have never heard that name before either. However, that's not strange. There are countless strong people in Deshen country. However, for us to still be alive and not hurt despite the dangers, this turn of events has really been quite lucky for us. Senior Wu was quiet for a while before she replied. That is true. Mu Xian Yun sighed. The other people did not grill Lu Ming anymore, probably thinking that a person of such power would not interact with Lu Ming, who was a mere spirit apostle. Oh, right after I left, have Senior Du and Senior Mei found enough blood wire fruits? Lu Ming remembered the real reason why he was here and asked. After Rock Tua mountain collapsed, a lot of the blood wire fruit in the mountain was buried under a thick layer of rubble. All we could find were 80 blood wire fruits. Junior Bai, before you left, you also picked some blood wire fruits, right? Du Hai slowly said. I have a little over 20 fruits. That should be enough to complete the mission. Lu Ming smiled as he replied. Great. If that's the case, then we really haven't wasted time. Let's go back to the sect to return our mission. Mu Xian Yun smiled as she suggested it. The other people heard this and agreed. After exchanging a few more sentences, the entire group summoned gray clouds to help them fly towards the direction of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. After a couple of hours, Lu Ming parted ways with the group, flush with 5 new contribution points and 20 spirit stones. These 5 contribution points were enough for Lu Ming to go the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion to listen to a spirit master's teaching or enter into the Soul Swamp for 2 whole hours. However, Lu Ming was not in a rush to do these things. Instead, he hurried towards a particular location in the sect. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea *, Lu Ming landed within a forest of purple and red trees. Before him was a small and delicate white wood building. The entire building was built of wood and not a single stone could be seen. Although the door to the pavilion was shut tight, near the door was a wooden rack that was as tall as a person. Under the rack was a light silver bell with a similar colored hammer nearby. Lu Ming walked towards the door, and after a slight bit of hesitation, he picked up the hammer and lightly tapped it against the bell. The bell made a clear dang sound. The originally shut door suddenly opened without a sound. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming walked into the building. However, the moment he entered and looked around, he was taken aback. In the spacious hall, there was only a light red wood table, and behind the table was a girl dressed in green and sitting on a bamboo chair. At this time, the girl was absorbed in her thin book and didn't even raise her head when Lu Ming entered. If you want to heal sickness or wounds, go to the 2nd floor. If you want to cure poisons or curses, go to the 3rd floor. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. Lu Ming unconsciously nodded his head and walked towards the empty staircase. However, when he was halfway across the room he suddenly remembered something. Turning he asked, "Could I ask if you are Senior Jia Lan?" Hearing this, the girl trembled and raised her head, revealing a delicate and simple face to Lu Ming. The girl was Jia Lan, who had the Aphrodite's body. For some reason this girl was present here of all places. "You are?" There was confusion on the face of the girl as she did not remember a junior that looked like Lu Ming. "I am your junior by Chong Tian and became a spirit apostle with Senior. However, didn't Senior Jia Lan join the Baleful faction? Why would you be here in the returning spring pavilion?" Lu Ming smiled and answered. The Aphrodite's body of this girl in front of him had given him quite the scare before. Now that he had found her again, he naturally wanted to ask some questions. "Oh, so it's Junior Bai. This returning spring pavilion is managed by one of my martial uncles. Thus, it is not strange for me to be here. Alright, why don't you go tend your own business? I still need to read." The green-clothed girl finally remembered Lu Ming, and after emotionlessly explaining her situation, she went back to reading her book. Faced with the cold treatment, Lu Ming pulled at his mouth, and after cuffing his fists, he went upstairs. The second floor of the pavilion was composed of a single room that was emitting with pill fragrances. However, a white cloth was placed at the doorway of the room and made the contents of the room indiscernible. After a slight pause, Lu Ming went towards the third floor. The moment Lu Ming set foot on the third floor, and before he could see anything, a cold feminine voice sounded by his ear. "What kind of strange poison did you get exposed to? Why did you not go to your faction's elders and instead came here?" The moment the woman's voice fell, Lu Ming felt a white tornado fall towards him. Lu Ming made a spin uncontrollably and was pulled towards a spot with a great force. When he came to his senses in shock, he suddenly realized that he was standing in front of a woman covered in a green cloak. Even though there was a cloak between the two of them, Lu Ming could still feel her bright pair of eyes on him, as if interested by Lu Ming's arrival. The room in the third floor was extremely well decorated. Not only were there multiple chairs and a bed, there were even a couple mysterious flower trees in a corner. "Martial Ant, I don't think that I have been poisoned. Instead, I think that I have attracted some kind of evil spirit, which is why I am here," Lu Ming said respectfully. The returning spring pavilion was something that Lu Ming had learned about through a conversation. It was said that a spirit master that had great medical skills presided over the pavilion and was extremely effective in curing strange poisons and curses. And Lu Ming had felt extremely shaken by the wisp of cold air that he felt enter his body. Fearing that it was the evil spirit of the dead rat demon, Lu Ming rushed to the returning spring pavilion as soon as he parted ways with his group. He really didn't want anything foreign in his body. "Evil spirit? That's quite interesting, I don't see that too often. Let me check." The cloaked woman paused before her eyes glittered with even more vigor. Immediately, she made a hand sign in one hand while her other arm extended out a finger to point on Lu Ming's forehand. Lu Ming was a little shocked with this treatment. However, when he wanted to struggle free, he realized that no matter what he did, couldn't avoid the simple poke. "Relax your mind. Do not resist. Let me check if you truly have an evil spirit within you," the cloaked woman coldly ordered. Lu Ming quickly obeyed her orders and relaxed his mind. Instantly, he felt a foreign energy enter his body from his forehead. The foreign energy quickly started scanning through his body, not leaving behind a single inch of Lu Ming's body unsearched. Strange, there are no unusual places. Is it an evil spirit that has an extremely high concealment ability? After muttering, the woman retrieved her finger and took out a delicate bronze mirror from her sleeve. "This is a warding evil magic mirror. If you are hit with a curse or have attracted something undesirable, the mirror will reveal it. However, the process is a little painful. Just bear with it," the cloaked woman said offhandedly. "What? Painful?" Lu Ming was expecting for the spirit master to explain what kind of pain he would feel when suddenly she pointed the bronze mirror at him. Immediately, a cloudy white light bar shot from the mirror and into Lu Ming's body. When the light entered Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming felt as if the blood within had started boiling. In addition, a wave of pain that felt like a million bugs biting surfaced on the spot where the white light fell. Even though Lu Ming had a high pain tolerance, he painfully screamed in shock. "Be quiet. I will be done soon." The cloaked woman ignored Lu Ming's scream and instead waved her hand to both bind and silence Lu Ming. Then the white started moving around over Lu Ming. With the intense pain, Lu Ming had cold sweat over his hand and felt as if he was being dissected with 1,000 cuts. The pain was even more intense than the pain that he felt during the opening spirit ceremony. "How dare you lie to me? You have no evil spirit in your body." Suddenly, the woman returned the bronze mirror and yelled at Lu Ming with some anger. "What? How did that not find it? Martial ant, could you try another method?" Even though Lu Ming gained control of his body and the searing pain had also left, his heart dropped when he heard the martial ant's words. "I have never failed to detect anything with the warding evil magic mirror. Are you questioning my capabilities?" The cloaked woman flew into a rage at Lu Ming's words. "I don't dare to think such a thing." When the martial ant started letting her aura seep out, Lu Ming quickly realized how foolish he was. He could only back away slowly while saying, "Sorry." He was afraid that if he didn't leave soon enough, the martial ant might really give him a thrashing. "Wait. Leave 20 spirit stones. Do you think that my time can be wasted so easily?" A glint flashed through the cloaked woman's eyes. Hearing this, Lu Ming quickly took out the 20 spirit stones that he had just earned and left the third floor. Chapter 40, Strange Changes. Chapter 40, Strange Changes. When Lu Ming returned to the big hall feeling gloomy, the lady dressed in green was still busy reading the manuscript in her hand. She did not even lift her head when Lu Ming returned. Lu Ming looked at the lady deeply and left the pavilion. This time, even though he gained nothing and even lost the spirit stones that he had, at least he felt a lot more relieved because the spirit master that was experienced in the art of curses said that there was nothing wrong with him. Maybe the cold sensation he felt in the sole of his feet before was just a delusion. Right now, he could only comfort himself with such thoughts. Lu Ming once again used the soaring sky technique to rise up and fly away, flying directly to his courtyard and going back into his training room. After Lu Ming had sat cross-legged, he examined his internal body again. When nothing out of place was found, Lu Ming stopped worrying. He then took out the small half-full box of blood and flesh from the monster and scrutinized it. To find out about the use of these fragments, Lu Ming planned to go to the Spirit Spell Pavilion on the Nine-Infant Mountain to check some manuscripts. After doing so, he would decide on what to do with the remains. Lu Ming had just finished a contribution points mission and was not planning to take another mission for a while. He planned to strengthen himself first before accepting some easy missions which he could complete by himself. After all, even though Lu Ming's trip had awarded him with some contribution points, he had nearly lost his life between the jaws of the monster rat. This gave him the urge to raise his power first. Moreover, on this trip he offended a middle spirit apostle by the name of Yang Xin. It would be better for him to avoid any exposure for a while. The best way to strengthen himself in a short period of time would be by mastering the 3-star shield that he had just gained. Afterwards, he had to get his other spells to the point of initial spell mastering. When Lu Ming made his decision, he put away the wooden box which housed the bone and flesh of the monster rat. He then placed the triangular steel plate in the palm of his hand and calmed his heart and mind. After that he slowly started cultivating. After 2 days, Lu Ming was returning after a trip to the Spirit Spell Pavilion with a thick and ancient manuscript. From time to time, great surprise lit up on his face as he was reading it. He completely lost track of time as he was reading. When he finally closed the ancient manuscript, his face showed intense excitement. According to the ancient manuscript, even the body of low-tier monsters were treasures. By eating the meat of monsters, one's cultivation strength and FA could increase. If someone ate pills that were made from the body of monsters, the effects would be even better. Eating pills would also prevent a person from some of the negative effects caused by the meat of monsters. However, the negative effects would only manifest in people who consume the meat of monsters long-term. Eating the meat of monsters once in a while would not bring any harm to the consumer. The furs, skins, bones and internal organs of monsters were the best material for weapon crafting. The lady named Tian Mei was at least a spirit master. Therefore, a monster that was pursued by her could not have been a monster of a low level. Lu Ming's face flashed with different emotions. Suddenly, he raised his hand and took out the wooden box that housed the rat monster's flesh and bones. After Lu Ming opened the lid, he found himself a pair of bamboo chopsticks. He did not mind the smell of blood and started to fiddle with the meat of the huge rat bit by bit. He was carefully separating the bloody flesh from the furs and bones of the huge rat. After a good deal of sweat and effort, Lu Ming had successfully separated the meat residue from a big piece of the huge rat skin and 3 smaller pieces of rat skins. On the skins of the rat were 20 strain of silver-green fur. Besides the fur, there were also 13 pieces of bone residue of various sizes. Lu Ming then took out another small box and placed the furs and the bones residues of the huge rat into the box. Looking at the bloody meat of the huge rat left in the first wooden box, he hesitated. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and picked up a small piece of rat meat using 2 of his fingers. Using one-handed signs, pure water poured down and washed away the dirt on the rat meat. With a change of hand signs, fire came out from between his 2 fingers and burned the rat meat within seconds. Pleasant smells of meat started to diffuse out. Lu Ming slightly moved his wrist, threw the half-cooked rat meat directly into his mouth and started chewing it. The next moment Lu Ming suddenly winced his eyes. This rat meat was surprisingly good. There was an indescribable freshness and juiciness in every bite. When Lu Ming swallowed the meat changed into balls of heat and was stored in the spirit sea within Lu Ming's dantian. Lu Ming only needed to slightly push his spirit sea in order to convert the pure Yuanli energy into his own Fa Li. Due to excitement, Lu Ming lost interest in enjoying the freshness of the meat. He swallowed all the rat meat in his mouth with just a few bites. Then he started his concentrating on his cultivations. The next time when he opened his eyes, the day had already mostly come and gone. When Lu Ming checked the growth of his Fa Li, he was surprised to find that his Fa Li had increased at a rate that was comparable to the increase in Fa Li he would get with half a month of cultivation. Lu Ming paused for a long time. Then he turned his head to look at the large amount of huge rat meat still left beside him. He could not control himself anymore and burst into laughter. The meat of the rat monster did not give Lu Ming the feeling of fullness and was also extremely helpful in enhancing one's Fa Li. This meant with just 2 small pieces of meats every single day, he could achieve the 2nd level of the Dark Bone method and easily become a middle spirit apostle. As Lu Ming stopped laughing, he started to ponder and was swayed by considerations of gain and lost. If just eating these few pieces of monster's meats was all that was required to advance to the next level, there was no reason for the spirit apostle disciples to train so hard. There had to be more to it. Lu Ming looked at the rat meat in the wooden block beside him and started to feel doubtful. Lu Ming did not know that even though normal monsters also had the power to enhance Fa Li, their effects were not that superb. Monsters which were at the peak of liquid level were hard for even spirit masters to encounter and kill, let alone spirit apostle disciples. After all, in all of Deshen country, there were extremely few monsters in the liquid level and there probably was not another monster at the peak of liquid level. Monsters at this level had already infused every part of its body with its Fa Li. When its meat was consumed by a beginning spirit apostle, the effects were definitely going to be unbelievable. If an late spirit apostle consumed the meat, the effects would have much less of a surprise. As for a spirit master, the effects of consuming of such a small piece of the rat's meat was equal to the effects of having a bowl of high-quality spirit rice. As for Tian Mei and the gray-robed elder of the Barbarian ghost sect, the effects of eating this meat did not bring much effects to them as their levels were already too high. With just a little training a day, their Fa Li would increase much more than the Fa Li that would come from eating the meats of these monsters. Lu Ming thought for quite a while in the same spot, but he did not make any conclusion. However, he did make a guess that the effect was because of the level of the huge rat creature being much higher than his level. By just consuming the meat of this rat, Lu Ming's Fa Li had increased by an incredible amount. If he handed the meat over to alchemists and asked them to make it into pills, the effects should be even more tremendous. Lu Ming could not refrain himself to think that way because according to the ancient manuscript, eating the meats of monsters could bring harm. This gave Lu Ming a doubtful feeling. But then, if the news of him getting the meat of monster was spread out, his sect would not leave him, a 3 spiritual pulse disciple, any meat at all. In addition, if this news were to spread to people with bad intentions, something bad might even happen. To stop the worst from happening, Lu Ming could only ignore the negative effects. Although according to the manuscript, eating the meat of the monsters may bring side effects, the details of what those were was not in any way clear enough. However, it was fine as there was only a half box's worth of rat meat. This amount of rat meat could be consumed in a short time and would not bring any harm to Lu Ming, who would not be consuming the meat for a long term. Lu Ming was a very resolute person, and he hesitated a few times before he finally made his choice. Lu Ming did not waste any more time and lifted up his hand to pick up another small piece of rat meat from the wooden box. Then he started to wash and barbecue it. 20 days later, Lu Ming was doing cultivating and sat cross-legged on the floor. As he was inhaling and exhaling, many foot-long strands of dark gas were writhing around Lu Ming like a living entity. This scene appeared to be supernatural. Time passed unknowingly for Lu Ming. As he opened his eyes, the dark gas was quickly absorbed into him. As Lu Ming once again calmed himself and examined his training progress, he grinned. The training over the last 20 days was unexpectedly smooth. Lu Ming's Fa Li had grown a few times stronger than before, and he was not far from mastering the second stage of Dark Bone method. With just 3 or 4 more days he could enter the middle spirit apostle level. This kind of insane training speed made him feel that the last 20 days were just a dream and everything was an illusion. Thankfully, things were true and the daily increase of his Fa Li was still there. His spirit C had grown a lot stronger. If not for this, Lu Ming would be sure that he was dreaming. Lu Ming shook his head and looked at the wooden box beside him. His face showed sorrow. The box was half filled with bloody meat at first, but now only a little was left. It seemed that in just a few days Lu Ming would have finished eating the meat. Lu Ming was still thinking as he lifted up his hand and stretched towards the wooden box to grab a piece of meat. At this moment, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. He stopped and his eyes showed a glint of fear. This is impossible. How could something like this happen? Lu Ming cried and immediately positioned himself by sitting cross-legged. Then he started cultivating. Strands of dark smoke reappeared out of Lu Ming's body and withered crazily. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged. However, his back was drenched in sweat. In addition, the black smoke surrounding him had visibly become much smaller. 2 hours had gone by and the dark gas revolving around Lu Ming's body became much thinner. His cultivation level had got back to what it was 20 days ago when he started to eat the rat's meat. After a long exhalation, Lu Ming opened his eyes. This time he looked really unhappy. The spirit C in his body, which had already grew bigger, returned to its original size. The Fa Li, which surged like the torrential tide in his body, had now reduced to a level that was even lower than the Fa Li he had before eating any of the rat's meat. Chapter 41, The Mysterious Space. Chapter 41, The Mysterious Space. The culprit behind the changes was a round, translucent object, like a small bubble about the size of a pellet of rice, that appeared in the center of Lu Ming's spirit C. Lu Ming could swear that there had never been such a thing in his spirit C before. It had been this thing that had spun crazily and wolfed down all the Fa Li that Lu Ming had made while training before. This object was finally calming down. Perhaps this thing was the cold air that drilled into my body before, otherwise there's not another likely explanation for this situation. Lu Ming forced down the fear in his heart. His mind had moved quickly before finally finding a reasonable explanation. However, this thing did not look like any evil spirit or soul that was recorded in the ancient books. If so, Lu Ming would have been seriously worried. Lu Ming did not even have the time to wipe the sweat off his forehead as he hastily focused his mind and entered the dantian of his body. He carefully looked at the small bubble in his spirit C. This bubble looked full, but it was strangely clear inside, and no matter how you looked at it, it did not look like it could have eaten so much Fa Li. After a short while, Lu Ming still did not see anything useful with his mind. And this object in his spirit C was not moving at all, like it was dead. Lu Ming became hesitant. However, after steeling himself and gritting his teeth, he controlled his mind and lightly touched the surface of the bubble, wondering if he could enter the bubble to examine it. A ping sound rang out. The bubble broke like a mirror the moment Lu Ming's mind touched it. Lu Ming was shocked and before he could react, heard a wung sound. It was as loud as thunder all around his ears. His head sank and his eyes went dark before he entered a strange, unfamiliar, grayish place. This place is... Lu Ming was scared when he saw this. He looked around and saw walls of gray fog surrounding him. The fog surrounded a square space that was about 140 to 150 feet in both length and width. Lu Ming then raised his head to look up before he looked down. The sky and the ground were also made up of gray fog, but the space between the floor and the ceiling was only 50 to 60 feet tall. Lu Ming could feel his heart beating crazily. After a while, he finally calmed himself down and started to think about the whole process he went through to get here. Without a question, the reason he came here was because he touched the bubble in his spirit C. But what was the bubble? And why did it send Lu Ming to this strange space without any signs after it broke? The correlation between the two events was indecipherable. Looking at the dead atmosphere of this space, it did not look like there were other creatures living here, rather it looked like a prison cell to jail criminals in. Standing in the same place with a worried expression, Lu Ming thought for a while, but still he could not come to a reliable conclusion. Even after he shouted a few times, nothing strange appeared. Lu Ming steeled his heart and carefully bent down to use one of his hands to wipe at the fog he was stepping on. His whole hand only went about an inch into the fog before it was blocked by a strong but invisible layer. Lu Ming's eyes glittered as he stood up. He mumbled a few sentences, took a deep breath and opened his mouth toward what was below him. Hoo! A strong gust of wind rushed out from his mouth and hit the wall underneath the fog. An unbelievable scene appeared. The moment the strong gust of wind touched the fog, the wind entered the fog without a sound and disappeared. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and with one-handed signs, the incantations from his mouth also changed. With two pu-pu sounds, two sharp green wind blades shot out from Lu Ming's hands. However, when they sliced into the fog below, they strangely disappeared again with a flash. Nothing else happened. Lu Ming's complexion turned green, but he did not give up and started trying the fireball spell and the other spells that he had learned to attack the fog below. But it was all a waste, nothing happened. This thing that looked like normal gray fog could actually absorb and eat spells. Finally, Lu Ming stopped attacking but stayed in the same place, quietly thinking. Then using one-handed signs, he made gray clouds gather beneath him to lift him up. Then once the cloud flew a few feet from the ground, it suddenly stopped. Lu Ming stuck his two hands into the fog and started slowly checking the fog wall. After a long time, Lu Ming sighed and dropped out of the air. It seemed as if he had not obtained anything. However, afterward, Lu Ming no longer hesitated and walked with big step in one direction. With a twist of his arm, the tiger's bite bracelet started to glow. Then Lu Ming pressed his hand on the fog wall with his 5 fingers spread apart. Tiger roar. Black smoke started surfacing on Lu Ming's body as he suddenly yelled out. The bronze bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist became a ball of bright yellow light on the spot. Within the light, a blurred tiger head suddenly appeared and a white sound wave rushed toward the fog wall in front of Lu Ming. Pooh! The white sound wave slightly rocked the surface of the fog a few times before it too completely disappeared. After seeing that his strongest attack skill had no effect, Lu Ming's complexion became ugly and unnatural. With the current situation, Lu Ming was trapped here alive. What made matters even worse was Lu Ming did not have many pills of fastening with him. After all, he was originally supposed to go retrieve his new portion in half a month's time. As for the problem of drinking water, it was actually an easy problem to solve. He could conveniently use the condensation technique to collect a mass of water. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming naturally would not be willing to wait helplessly for death. So, Lu Ming went about checking almost every inch of the whole area, using all of the different methods he knew. However, he could do nothing to the surrounding fog walls. This time, he could only helplessly accept his own helplessness as he sat in the center of the space cross-legged with a gloomy complexion, waiting. However, waiting in this narrow space by himself, even knowing that he was slowing awaiting death, was definitely something that would test Lu Ming's state of mind. Lu Ming sat there like this for half a day before he smiled bitterly and started to make hand signs before he began to cultivate. But a scene that amazed him appeared. No matter how Lu Ming pushed, gathering as much of the natural Yuan Li from the outside into his body as he could, the Fa Li that gathered in his spirit sea did not increase by even a sliver. As for the bubble that originally appeared in the spirit sea, its trace was nowhere to be seen. Under Lu Ming's surprise, he became ever more depressed. Since it was impossible to increase Fa Li, continuing to cultivate the dark bone method was naturally pointless. Under this helpless situation, he could only slowly start practicing the fireball technique, water arrow technique, and his other techniques. Time passed by bit, in a flash something like 7 or 8 days had already passed by. There was nothing like sunset or sunrise in here. The reason why Lu Ming could still accurately predict time was all thanks to the roughly made, small bronze hourglass that he carried with him. The hourglass was specially made by him back in the days at Savage Island. The fine sand inside flowed especially slow, taking no less than a whole day for the hourglass to have the sand completely flow from one side to the other. Because he had some affection for it, Lu Ming always carried it with him. He never thought that it would now be of great use. However, after a few days, Lu Ming was again in exultation after discovering something. After this long time period, he unexpectedly never felt any hunger or thirst. Although this was slightly unimaginable, it was definitely something worth celebrating for him. And thus, at long last, he did not need to worry about starving to death in a short amount of time in this place. Since his worries about the future were temporarily eliminated and he was still unable to leave, Lu Ming simply started concentrating on practicing the few techniques and spells he knew. Every day during this period of time, Lu Ming would carve a line on the lid of the wooden box that he carried with him, so he could accurately remember the amount of time that had passed. Since Lu Ming no longer needed to waste time doing other things, and with his talent of doing 2 things at once, Lu Ming evenly practiced all his techniques and spells all to the point of initial spell mastering, over the time frame of 3 to 4 months. In the following time period, Lu Ming concentrated on practicing his Wind Blade technique, which was his fastest attacking technique of all the basic techniques. If Lu Ming did not do this, perhaps he would really lose his mind staying in this boring environment by himself. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, half a year hurriedly passed by. One day Lu Ming woke up from meditation. After feeling that the energy he had consumed over the previous few days had recovered anew, an incantation came out of his mouth as he made a hand sign with 2 hands. Then Lu Ming raised both of his hands at the same time. After a few so sounds, 6 slightly green wind blades were fired consecutively. Like always, they all completely disappeared into the fog ahead. In the time of 10 breaths I can send out 6 wind blades. This should be the complete spell mastering of the wind blade technique. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, afterward, he brought his hands together in front of him and more incantations came out of his mouth. Lu Ming's 2 hands spread apart again, a bright wind blade, 3 to 4 times bigger the blades that were generated before, appeared before him. But when it just condensed to half the size, a bang sound suddenly could be heard and the giant wind blade again dissolved into points of light. Lu Ming saw this phenomena and slightly knit his brows. This method of combining the power of several wind blades at the same time was something he naturally thought of not too long ago when his speed of releasing the wind blades had reached a certain limit. But to make this come true, one aspect was that there had to be enough FA while another aspect was that one had to be more proficient with the wind blade technique. Lu Ming thought of this while habitually forming a hand sign with both hands to continue practice the wind blade technique. But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly heard a hum in both ears. With the sound, his head sank while both of his eyes closed involuntarily. Then, after opening them again, his body impressively appeared in a sunlit room. In fact, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a futon while both of his hands were mid-hand signs. It was as if Lu Ming had just sat down. This time Lu Ming was really stupefied. This room, as well as the familiar surrounding environment, was indeed the practicing room that Lu Ming had disappeared from half a year ago. He just returned to this place like this. Lu Ming felt that his head was blank. He unconsciously and slowly looked around, unable to think about other things for a while. Chapter 42, A Dream. Chapter 42, A Dream. When Lu Ming's eyes fell upon a wooden chest by his side, he regained some consciousness. Surprisingly, there were still a dozen pieces of bright red rat meat inside the wooden chest. The color of the meat remained the same from when Lu Ming found them, there were no visible changes. Lu Ming was amazed. Since the meat of monsters had FA infused into it, it kept fresh longer than normal meat. But naturally it would be a joke if someone claimed that it could still maintain its freshness after half a year. Lu Ming's expression changed several times. He then shifted his eyes to the nearby wooden barrel that was still filled with water. Afterward, he touched his back. It was still wet, as if he had just been sweating. Lu Ming's face became even uglier. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly pulled out 2 items from his sleeves, a simple-looking green wooden chest and a roughly made copper hourglass. The green chest looked ordinary and the hourglass remained quietly in Lu Ming's hand. All of the sand was cornered up on one end. So that's how it is, Lu Ming said while taking a deep breath. His face became flushed. The chest and the hourglass were both tools that Lu Ming used for calculating time. Lu Ming remembered clearly that when he left the area that he was stuck in, the surface of the wooden chest had been engraved with dense scratches. The copper hourglass was made to conveniently track time and it was always left on the ground of that mysterious space. He never took it when he left. The previous mysterious space Lu Ming had experienced seemed as if it was all an illusion, and Lu Ming thought that he had never been in any kind of space. The half year that Lu Ming been trapped seemed all but a simple dream. But the past 6 months he spent trapped in the foggy room seemed too real. Lu Ming could even clearly remember how he practiced his techniques every day. After Lu Ming had calmed down, he clenched his teeth and sank his consciousness into his body to take another check at the situation in his spirit sea. He ended up feeling relieved. Lu Ming's spirit sea was empty and the broken little air bubbles had disappeared. It was lucky that Lu Ming had gotten rid of this evil thing through just a heavy dream. As Lu Ming thought about how lucky he was, he continued practicing the dark bone method to give the spirit sea a slight push. Lu Ming's expression changed instantly and he yelled out by instinct. Impossible, how could the disappeared FA Li be regained? After pushing the spirit sea, Lu Ming found that he had regained a lot of his FA Li from before. More than half of the FA Li that had been swallowed by that air bubble had returned. What surprised him even more was that even though he had less FA Li than before, it was now much more pure. Still amazed, Lu Ming quickly observed his spirit sea again. Lu Ming's spirit sea was still the same size as it was before, but the silver glow it gave off was much softer and it seemed as if it was slightly more solid. According to the records, this was indeed an after effect of FA Li being purified. But purifying FA Li was not only extremely dangerous, but also a very time-consuming task. Generally, when a spirit apostle or spirit master has been stuck at a bottleneck for several years and there has been no improvements in cultivation, they take the risk and give refining their FA Li a try. A cultivator that had quite pure FA Li would be able to store more FA Li in his body than other cultivators of the same level. In addition, his spells and totem activations would be more powerful. To Lu Ming, this was a very good thing. Needless to say, this purified FA Li was caused by the absent air bubble. As Lu Ming's happiness slowly faded away, he couldn't help but wonder. To figure all this out with the limited knowledge, Lu Ming meditated for an entire hour before coming back to his senses. Where did that air bubble come from? Why did it swallow FA Li? And after going through a dream, half of the purified FA Li was returned. This was too complicated. Lu Ming's head swelled up, but he still couldn't figure out the relationship between the events. Whatever. That thing has already disappeared. And losing half of the consumed FA Li to gain back a purified half of it isn't too much of a loss either. Lu Ming thought, shaking his head. At the same time, Lu Ming turned and looked at the only open window of the house. The sun was high up in the sky, scorching brightly. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. If he remembered correctly, before he was pulled into that weird space, the sun was also in that very same position. Thus, all that he had gone through happened in a short moment's time. Thinking of that, Lu Ming stood up, opened the wooden door and walked out of the house. Lu Ming stood in the little garden and threw his arms wide open, embracing the warm sunshine. After that, he felt much better. Having to live in that mysterious space for half a year was definitely a test of the will. Even thinking about it now made Lu Ming afraid. Thankfully, he came out of that space after 6 months. If he were to stay there any longer, even if it had only been a dream, he could become mentally damaged. Thinking of his mental strength, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He realized that his mental energy was slightly stronger now than before. It wasn't obvious, but it did indeed increase in strength. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. So in the end, he had received a blessing in disguise. Still musing, he turned his glance to a big tree outside his courtyard. Beside the tree there used to be a smaller tree. But now all that was left was a bare trunk. Seeing it, Lu Ming laughed inside. He lifted his arms and casually murmured a spell. Tut tut, 2 fireballs appeared on Lu Ming's palm. And in a flash they became 2 glowing light balls racing toward the big tree. Boom, boom. The big tree was eaten up by flames and instantly burned to ashes. Lu Ming's smile disappeared from his face. He froze. This was the fireball technique that he had practiced to initial spell mastery in the mysterious space. Wasn't it all a dream? How could he so skillfully display this technique here? Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Suddenly he changed the incantation, flung his arm and shot out a white streak of light. A flash sword. 2 little holes the size of thumbs appeared on a big rock beneath the burned tree. This was the water arrow technique that Lu Ming had practiced to initial spell mastering. Lu Ming licked his chapped lips. His eyes were filled with a fiery expression. Without pausing, he chanted another incantation and lifted his arms. Pu piu piu. 6 green wind blades were shot out in the blink of an eye, instantaneously slicing the big rock into a dozen slices. This was the wind blade technique that Lu Ming had practiced the most. So it is true the training on the techniques in the mysterious space was effective. Lu Ming murmured. His face was filled with excitement. Lu Ming continued to cast different techniques in the courtyard until he had exhausted all of his FA Li. He then stopped with exhaustion, laid down on the grass and closed his eyes. What a pity. If only I knew that the mysterious space had this effect, I would have stayed longer. Lu Ming sighed, slowly opening his eyes. Lu Ming clearly knew that what happened in the mysterious space was much more complicated than just a mere dream. However, the little bubble did not exist anymore, which was a pity. Lu Ming could probably never repeat this experience again. He could only pretend that what happened in the mysterious space was a destined chance. Finally, Lu Ming recovered a normal state of mind and returned to his training room. A few days later, when Lu Ming finally ate and refined the last of the rat meat, he stayed in his accommodation and continued to train for a majority of a month. After a few months, Lu Ming felt that he had made all his preparations and finally, he left his dwelling and went to the duty hall. 4 months later. A few hundred miles outside of the Barbarian Ghost Sect's gate, at the edge of a pool which emitted a strange coldness was a bamboo pole. One of its ends was thrust a few inches deep into the mud and on the other end hung a white rope. At the bottom of the rope hung a fat gray rabbit. This rabbit only kicked lifelessly once in a while. How long the rabbit had hung was unknown. With a walla sound, a strange fish, which had an eagle's mouth and a snake's body, emerged from the pool and bit at the fat rabbit. With a piu sound, a black rope shot out from the bush near the pole and wrapped around the strange white fish in the blink of an eye. Afterward, it pulled the fish until it was in front of the bush. Under a feeling of fear, the strange fish let out a weird goo-goo cry and opened its mouth to shoot out a spout of white water, which made the surrounding ground into a hideous mess. After some hard struggles, the weird fish became dispirited and stopped moving. In the end, the spout of water coming from its mouth stopped and it could only lie on the ground, unmoving. This eagle beak fish is actually really crafty, but after waiting 2 days and 2 nights, it still obediently took the bait. The sound of light laughter spread from the surrounding bush. An average-looking teenager in green robes stepped out with a smile on his face. It was Lu Ming. He walked in front of the weird fish and only after kicking it with his feet did he take out a fish basket from his back in no hurry and put the weird fish into it. Just when Lu Ming wanted to turn around and leave, he suddenly noticed the gray rabbit on the bamboo pole and couldn't help say to himself, "This time it can be said that you helped me big time, so I'll let you live." Just when Lu Ming finished speaking, he raised his arm and a slightly green wind blade suddenly shot out, cutting the rope in two. Once the fat gray rabbit in the air was free, it immediately splashed down and swam to the shore, before leaping into the nearby underbrush with surprising speed. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled a little. He then immediately formed a hand sign, and was about to start flying while carrying the fish basket. Chapter 43, A Small Fight. Chapter 43, A Small Fight. But at this moment, footsteps were heard coming from the forest not far away. Suddenly, 3 young male disciples wearing Barbarian Ghost Sect clothes came out. They all looked like they were in their 20s. When they saw Lu Ming with his fish basket beside the swamp, they paused for a second. When Lu Ming saw this, he slightly knit his brows. He then nodded his head to show respect and continued to use his soaring sky technique. Gray clouds started to condense beneath his feet. At this moment, the disciple standing in the middle of the 3 disciples looked at the slanted bamboo pole stuck into the mud and some fish scales from the strange fish that were scattered beside the swamp. Immediately, his eyes shined and he moved his arms. One of his hands, with a golden fighting glove on, hit towards where Lu Ming was standing. Ping! A misty ball of golden light shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled. Without hesitation he moved his legs and jumped off the gray cloud, successfully landing at a spot just a few feet away from his previous position. The gray clouds produced by the soaring sky technique vanished after a loud explosion, caused by coming into contact with the golden gas ball. "You 3 seniors, what do you mean by this?" Lu Ming stared at 3 seniors, his face showing unhappiness. "Haha, don't be angry, Junior, I'm just here to ask whether you have already caught the eagle beak fish." The disciple in the middle, who looked pale and was in his 20s, said jokingly. The 2 disciples beside him, who looked about the same age, turned their eyes toward the bamboo fish basket behind Lu Ming. Their eyes showed unrestrained greed. "What if I say yes? What if I say no?" Lu Ming appraised the 3 as he said this using a faint voice. "If you say yes, then everything will be easy. What a coincidence, the 3 of us were given the task to catch the eagle beak fish alive. Now that we have arrived, are you going to let us go home empty-handed?" The disciple with fair skin replied as he yawed. "Oh, then what will the 3 of you do?" Lu Ming replied after he sighed in his heart. This was his 3rd time facing this kind of situation after he started accepting contribution point missions alone. However, Lu Ming had met a lone Barbarian Ghost Sect disciple both previous times and was able to beat them up. This time though, things were not going to be so easy with 3 disciples. It was no wonder that many of the Sect disciples worked in groups when they carried out these contribution point missions. Lu Ming used his mental strength to look at his surrounding. He could approximately guess that the 2 disciples standing at the right and left of the middle disciple had Li more or less at the same level as himself. However, for the one with fair skin standing in the middle, his Li was a level above Lu Ming's. Through the 4 months of intensive training, Lu Ming was about to master the second stage of the Dark Bone method. This meant that the disciple with the fair skin was at the middle spirit apostle level. While Lu Ming was still analyzing the power of his opponents, the disciple with fair skin spoke with a grin. Very easy, this sect mission will give a total of 10 contribution points with 30 spirit stones. You just need pay each of us 20 spirit stones, or just give us the eagle beak fish and I will give you 20 spirit stones. How about it? 20 spirit stones? Clearly the 3 of you are here to rob. Don't you guys feel scared of the consequences of breaking the rules? Lu Ming spoke with a face without expression. If Junior feels that we are here to rob, then just accept it. However, about the rules, you don't have to worry about it so much. Although the rule itself says, disciples within the sect are not allowed to fight against each other, in reality, every faction's disciples are encouraged to follow the law of strong. The strong are allowed to bully the weak, and as long as we do not to fight in front of the martial uncles or enforcer disciples, we will be fine. Haha, it seems like Junior's time in this sect hasn't been that long. There are still plenty of things you don't know. However, after today you will learn a new lesson. One of the disciples who had a big head said with a tone of sarcasm. Enough nonsense. If Junior doesn't want to hand over the eagle beak fish, then let's fight. I'm scared that if we waste any more time, someone is going to come interrupt us. The disciple with fair skin said. When he finished his sentence he punched out twice, causing 2 hoo-hoo sounds. Immediately 2 gold gas balls dashed toward Lu Ming. The other 2 disciples started to mumble simultaneously. With a lift of their hands, a white thread-like thing shot out from each of their hands. Spider silk technique. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and instantly understood the background of the white thread. This kind of technique, which could be used to capture an enemy alive, was a more commonly used technique among the disciples when they fought against each other. Lu Ming deeply inhaled and on his wrist, the tiger bite bracelet flashed. Following that, Lu Ming's legs grew wider and the green veins on his skin started bulging. He then changed into a green shadow and dashed away. Pop. The 2 white threads changed into long webs that were a few feet long and fell on the spot where Lu Ming used to be. 2 golden gas balls also roared through, but all the attacks caught nothing. On the opposite side, the disciple with the fair skin showed some seriousness on his face. In that instant, a great ping sound was heard. One of the disciple who had just used his spider silk technique, knelt down on the floor with his face flushed red. Lu Ming pulled out his hand, which was surrounded by dark wisp of gas, from the caved-in stomach of the disciple and used a hand sword to knock on the neck of the disciple. Immediately, the disciple fainted on the ground. Lu Ming had used the Lighten technique and another mortal secret technique to increase his speed. Within seconds he had reached the disciple and gave him 2 deadly blows to incapacitate him. Lu Jr., you brat, I will kill you. The disciple standing on the opposite side, who had a big head, shouted angrily when he saw his partner being beaten up by Lu Ming. He pulled out a black steel ruler and threw it toward Lu Ming with all his power. The yellow light on the steel ruler blinked as a strong invisible power dashed toward Lu Ming. But with a twist of the body, Lu Ming successfully evaded the strike of the strong invisible power. Seeing this, the disciple was also startled. Right when he thought about calling his practitioner's weapon back, it was already too late. A fist with strands of dark gas struck the disciple's stomach. Within seconds, the disciple knelt to the ground and was unable to move. Both of these barbarian ghost sect's disciples were about 20 years old, but they were still middle spirit apostles. It was clear that their training talent wasn't the highest. When both of the disciples saw that Lu Ming was still young, and knew that Lu Ming had just entered the sect, they looked down on him. This caused them to fall to the lightning quick strikes of Lu Ming when he used both Lighten technique and a mortal secret technique to increase his speed. You are a body cultivator? When the fair-skinned disciple in front saw his companions getting beat up by Lu Ming within seconds, his face clearly showed that he was terrified and he lost his voice when he spoke. Body cultivator, perhaps. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. However, he slowly walked toward his opponent, without showing any expression on his face. It doesn't matter even if you are a body cultivator, how strong can you be at your age? The disciple with fair skin rolled his dark eyes and calmed himself. A golden ring on his hand suddenly turned blurry and transformed into a golden light shield in front of him. At the same time, the disciple used a one-handed sign and started to chant. In an instant, a strand of blue light shot out and a half-foot-long crystal icicle formed. After forming, it started rapidly spinning on the disciple's hand. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils slightly shrank. With some energy he stomped down and changed into a green shadow shooting up. When the disciple with fair skin saw Lu Ming's movement, his face showed ruthlessness. With a flick of his wrist the icicle shot out with a frozen light. With the strength of the icicle technique and the unique freeze that accompanied it, if Lu Ming were to be hit by it, he would definitely become severely wounded. He might even die. But Lu Ming, who was rushing forward with high speed, ignored the projectile and instead twisted his waist. Instantly his body became like a snake without bones, swaying vigorously. The icicle brushed past Lu Ming's shoulder. At this moment, the face of the fair-skinned disciple turned crafty and he changed his hand sign immediately and spit out the word, "explode," from his mouth. Peng! The icicle blinked and scattered into many pieces of blue ice. A freeze started to diffuse in the air. Lu Ming became startled and without thinking too much, he vigorously flicked his wrist. A round light shield appeared and went to protect his shoulder. Still, Lu Ming's action was too late. Lu Ming felt his shoulder freeze and become numb. His shoulder was now covered by a thin layer of icy frost which slowed his pouncing body. The fair-skinned disciple sneered. Next he changed his incantation and spit out a thick white thread which turned into a 12 feet long web from his head. The web came rushing toward Lu Ming's head. Even though it was the same spider silk technique, in the hands of the fair-skinned disciple, the power difference was huge compared to when it was used by the other two disciples. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and stood on the spot. He stared at the web as it was dropping down at him. He gave a fast mumble and swung both of his hands. 2 fireballs the size of a fist instantly shot out. One of the fireballs dashed at the web while the other flew toward the fair-skinned disciple who was standing just a few feet away. Ping! Before the web fell it had been burned to ashes. The disciple was terrified and immediately charged his practitioner weapon, which was in the form of a light shield with Fa Li. Even though it was just a normal fireball with such a short distance, the disciple could not completely ensure that his practitioner weapon could block the fireball. With a hong, sparks flew in front of the fair-skinned disciple. As for the light shield, after some vigorous shaking and some rattling noise, a couple of fine cracks appeared. When the disciple saw this, his heart felt a bit relieved. As he was about to attack Lu Ming once again, he felt a tightening on his waist. A black rope had been twinned around him without him knowing. Soul shackling chains. When the disciple with fair skin saw this, the color drained from his face. He shook the golden fighting glove practitioner weapon on his hand, wanting to do something, but it was already too late. The black rope was like a venomous snake that twined speedily around the disciple's waist and tightened up. Dark gas started to seep out from the rope, and after he felt a huge pain in his waist, the disciple was unable to move. Lu Ming then walked toward the disciple arrogantly. Without saying anything, he aimed the neck of the disciple and gave a knock to make the disciple faint instantly. Lu Ming let out a breath and used the dark bone method to accumulate his Fa Li to his shoulder. As a result, dark smoke appeared, and under it the thin layer of frost on Lu Ming's shoulder melted. In an instant there was nothing left. Chapter 44, The Fight for the Spirit Fruits. Chapter 44, The Fight for the Spirit Fruits. Lu Ming looked at the unconscious disciple with fair skin lying down at his feet and let out a sigh. There was a great difference between the fight with these cultivators and the previous fights that he had experienced. A simple icicle technique transformed into something out of his expectations. What was even more alarming was that his opponent was just a middle spirit apostle who probably did not practice many secret techniques. If Lu Ming had faced someone who had cultivated longer, or a spirit apostle who had a strong spell or secret technique, it would be even more tough for Lu Ming to win. After reminiscing about how dangerous it was to win fights between cultivators, Lu Ming exercised his shoulders slightly. Ensuring that everything was all right, he started to search the 3 disciples for their valuables. After a careful search, Lu Ming found 3 practitioner weapons, more than 30 spirit stones, half a bottle of pills of fastening, and some odd materials. Some of the materials looked like medical herbs while others were some unknown bones. Lu Ming packed all these things together and carried them on his shoulder. He then rose up and flew back to the Barbarian Ghost Sect. Half a day later, when Lu Ming had once again entered the 2nd floor of the sect's duty hall, the hall was filled with people. However, half of the people were squeezed in front of the Crystal Task Monument and were talking about something on the monument. When Lu Ming saw this, he felt curious. However, he was not hasty to walk over and instead walked toward a stone table on the other side. He then placed his fish basket on the stone table. A middle-aged enforcer quickly looked into the fish basket. He then nodded his head and praised. Not bad, this is the real eagle beak fish. Although Junior Bai is still young, recently you have completed quite a number of missions. I have good expectations for you, Junior. Keep working hard. At the same time, the enforcer took the nameplate of Lu Ming easily. He then touched the nameplate with a golden stick and threw out a bag filled with spirit stones. Thanks for your praise, Senior. What is the new mission? Why were there so many seniors gathered around? Lu Ming asked with a smile as he took back his nameplate and the bag. The task is from Martial Uncle Bai from Poisonous Spirit faction, who needs a few number of disciples to look after his forge. The contribution point reward is almost negligible when compared to the other reward of having a chance to learn the art of alchemy. That is why so many people are interested in it. In addition, Martial Uncle Bai is also the best alchemist in our Barbarian Ghost sect. The middle-aged enforcer said while sarcasm dripped off his face. Senior, is there some trickery? Lu Ming asked when he saw the enforcer's face. Hee, Junior can look back and see what kind of people are lining up to take the chore? The middle-aged enforcer said while slightly laughing. Lu Ming heard these words and was a bit surprised. Turning his head, Lu Ming looked back. After a while, Lu Ming could not help but show surprise on his face as the middle-aged enforcer started speaking again. Martial Uncle Zhang gave out several chores like this before, and there were, who knows how many disciples who went to take it, but there was not a single person who actually completed it. The disciples who went complete the chore, besides being scolded fiercely by Martial Uncle Zhang and wasting several months, did not even receive anything on the art of alchemy. Therefore, when this mission gets posted again, it gets ignored by older disciples. Only those young juniors think that they have a chance at becoming an alchemist and attempt it. So that is how it is. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. Lu Ming realized the truth behind the mission. Although the enforcer did not say much, Lu Ming clearly realized that this Martial Uncle Zhang from the Poisonous Spirit faction was not someone who could be served easily, so he gave up on the thought of taking this mission. Failure of the mission could be acceptable, but wasting several months was definitely not worth it. From before, Lu Ming had realized that alchemists, spirit formation masters, spirit plant masters, and spirit beast masters were people who had special abilities and were greatly popular in the cultivation world. The alchemists were the rarest of all these groups and were absolutely essential to a sect. Deep in Lu Ming's heart, he was definitely interested in becoming an alchemist. After all, if Lu Ming was an alchemist, then he could have refined the huge green rat's meat into pills and consumed them for the greatest effect. As Lu Ming thought of the potential benefits for an alchemist as he left the stone table. When he passed by the crystal monument, he glanced upward and quickly found the mission posted by the Martial Uncle Zhang. Like the words of the middle-aged enforcer, tending the forge for 3 months would result in 100 contribution points and knowledge of alchemy. However, there was an extra condition of having to meet the standards of Martial Uncle Zhang, or else none of the rewards would be given. Lu Ming grinned at the new disciples who all looked excited and left the duty hall without hesitation. He then started flying far away. In the next 2 months, Lu Ming did not leave the 9-infant mountain and instead focused on cultivating the dark bone method. One day, Lu Ming, who was cultivating in his room, suddenly felt his body lighten. In addition, a feeling that made his soul tremble was emitted from his dantian. Instinctively, Lu Ming opened his mouth and started roaring. Lu Ming's roar was like the waves of an ocean, unceasing and overlapping. After half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming finally stopped. With anticipation, Lu Ming started to examine himself and feel the abundant Fa Li in his body. He had finished the 2nd level of the dark bone method and was finally a middle spirit apostle. At the same time, in a hall at the peak of the 9-infant mountain, the scholar spirit master listened attentively to the roar, and after hearing it stop, he smiled to the shaggy-haired spirit master opposite of him. From the intensity of this roar, it seems as if a disciple of our sect has successfully become a middle spirit apostle. Quite good luck for our faction. This might even be a foreshadowing of the success of what will happen. I hope so too. I never knew that something I did so carelessly would bring our faction such an opportunity. However, because of my lack of enthusiasm and effort back then, those 2 geezers will definitely not be content in following our agreement. Hearing this, Zhu Qi bitterly smiled. Unless they don't want to keep the face of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain, I want to see how they will open their mouths to break our agreement. After all, they proposed this in the first place. Martial Aunt Zhong, who was also sitting to the side, lifted her eyebrows as she spoke. Break our agreement? Those 2 are spirit masters with a reputation to keep. They wouldn't do such a low thing. However, if they propose some other requirement, it's hard for us to reject it. Zhu Qi said slowly. What? Junior Zhu, did you receive any messages? Hearing this, Gui Ruquan looked toward Zhu Qi. Yes, right before I came, I received a letter from a disciple of the Nine Enlightenment Mountain. Senior Gui and Junior Zhong might as well look at it. Zhu Qi sighed as he flicked his wrist and took out a faint yellow scroll. Afterward, he threw it at the scholar. After catching it, Gui Ruquan immediately started looking through it. However, after a couple of seconds, Gui Ruquan's face darkened. Seeing this, Zhong's spirit master also showed curiosity. Junior, come look at it. The scholar finally gave the scroll to his junior and closed his eyes to meditate. What? They actually requested to have a competition for those spirit fruits? And the participants can only be new disciples that have not been in the sect for 3 years yet? Aren't they taking advantage of how our disciples haven't been training for very long? The Nine Enlightenment Mountain is known for their puppet techniques, and as long as their disciples have 1 or 2 powerful puppets, their strength will immediately increase. How can our faction's disciples fight with them? After reading the letter, Zhong's spirit master immediately flew into a rage. The spirit fruit trees are under their control. In addition, according to my understanding, the new disciples in the Nine Enlightenment Mountain are only 1 year older than our disciple. Finally, they even agreed that their disciples would not use any puppets above the 3rd tier. Zhu Qi said. However, we only have 5 new disciples. In addition, only Xiaofeng has advanced to become a middle spirit apostle. How can the other disciples even contend against them? Spirit Master Zhong quickly asked. Hearing this, Zhu Qi's brows furrowed. Since they are providing the details, we definitely have room to argue. We definitely can't have 5 fights with them. So respond by telling them that we will have 3 fights. This way, no matter how bad we are, we will have the chance of getting 1/3 of the spirit fruits. Gui Ruquan opened his eyes and said forcefully. 3 fights? That's a good idea. With Feng Air's strength, there is quite a high chance of winning 1 match. Hearing this, a smile surfaced on Zhu Qi's face. What about the other 2 matches? Wudu sent. Do we just forfeit them? The Zhong spirit master cried out. For the other 2 people. Yu Qing has been training quite hard recently. Why don't we count him? As for the other person, the disciple called Bai Chong Tian, who has been at the beginning spirit apostle level since half a year ago. At the least, he should have a bit more FA Li, and he does have some experience in fighting. Even if both of them lose, it's fine. As long as one person wins, we will have earned a lot. Gui Ruquan said after a slight thought. Both Spirit Master agreed after hearing Gui Spirit Master's words. After discussing finer details for a while, Gui Ruquan took out a blank scroll and quickly wrote a reply. Then he beckoned for a disciple and gave the return letter to him. A while later, a gray cloud rose up from the Nine Infant Mountain and left the Barbarian Ghost Sect. The direction it was flying in was toward the Nine Enlightenment Mountain. Half a month later, Lu Ming, who was still trying to comprehend the 3rd level of the Dark Bone method, suddenly heard a clear male voice from outside his room. Junior Bai, are you there? I'm here to call you up the mountain per request of teacher. The voice's owner was Shi Chuan. Chapter 45, Competition and Spirit Elixir. Chapter 45, Competition and Spirit Elixir. Once Lu Ming heard this, he became stunned for a second. He then answered as he left the room, entering the small courtyard. With a glance, Lu Ming saw Shi Chuan and the red-haired youth beside him, Yu Qing, standing outside the courtyard. When Yu Qing saw Lu Ming come out, he had a complicated expression on his face. Senior Shi, is Teacher Gui looking for me? Lu Ming asked as he walked across the courtyard. Not only is it Teacher Gui, but Martial Uncle Ji and Martial Aunt Zhong are also waiting for you and Junior Yu at the hall on the mountain peak. Shi Chuan spoke with a smile, but his complexion changed after he sharply looked at Lu Ming. He then exclaimed, Junior Bai, you advanced to a middle spirit apostle. Since Lu Ming had just become a middle spirit apostle, he was unable to freely control his FA Li. Thus, by his FA Li fluctuations, his actual level was seen through immediately by Senior Shi. Senior's perception really is sharp. I have indeed just recently reached middle spirit apostle, just a few days ago. Lu Ming didn't intend to hide anything, so he calmly confirmed it. As soon as Shi Chuan heard this, although he was usually unflustered, he still couldn't refrain from revealing an expression of surprise. As for Yu Qing, who was beside Shi Chuan, he was dumbstruck after hearing Lu Ming's response. So Junior is actually a genius at training, reaching the middle spirit apostle in the short time period of a year. This training speed is perhaps on par with Xiaofeng's training speed. It took a while before the shocked expression of Shi Chuan disappeared from his face. With a forced smile, Lu Ming calmly replied, How can I be regarded as a genius at training? I only borrowed and utilized external powers and was lucky enough to improve so quickly and reach the middle spirit apostle level. Junior Bai is too modest. Even if Junior really did consume some type of FA Li increasing pills, a middle spirit apostle and a beginning spirit apostle are vastly different. The beginning spirit apostle level only requires you to have enough FA Li, which anyone can easily have, but there is a bottleneck to becoming a middle spirit apostle. According to what I know, many 3 spiritual pulse disciples are caught in the beginning spirit apostle stage for many years without improvement. At the same time, Junior Bai's reliance on the power of pills to improve FA Li isn't a smart idea. FA Li still requires one to slowly train in order to have good purity, and if you ever reach a bottleneck in the future, the pure FA Li will make the resistance of the bottleneck much lower. After listening to what Lu Ming said, Shi Chuan showed an expression of understanding. Afterward, he shook his head and spoke seriously. Once Yu Qing heard what Shi Chuan said, he also revealed an expression of understanding. Shi Chuan obviously attributed Lu Ming's training speed to pills that could increase one's FA Li. In the Barbarian Ghost Sect, there were indeed several types of pills that could increase one's FA Li, but they only had an effect on Spirit Apostle disciples, and the amount of contribution points needed to exchange for them was frightening. There were few disciples that were willing to exchange for them. After all, if there wasn't a bottleneck during their Spirit Apostle stage for the majority of disciples, as long as they spent a certain amount of time training and cultivating, their FA Li would slowly increase without fail. However, when they did reach bottlenecks, consuming FA Li increasing pills would be completely useless. Therefore, with the importance of sect contribution points, their points were naturally saved up for other things. Of course, relying on pills to increase FA Li was indeed like what Shi Chuan said. They were incomparable to the purity of self-cultivated FA Li. But when Lu Ming ate the remains of the giant rat and converted the remaining energy in the meat into his own FA Li, he did not suffer from these consequences. After all, the FA Li in the flesh was cultivated by the monster itself, and for it to remain in the body without scattering after the monster had died, the purity of the FA Li was definitely extremely high. But to simply rely on monster remains to increase FA Li was much more unreliable compared to the method of relying on pills. Since only consuming the remains of a monster with a higher level than oneself would have an effect on increasing FA Li, but when actually fighting a monster this strong, the matter of who was going to be eating who was not something so easily determined. Also, if one ate a lot of monster remains, there would also be other after effects and consequences. Even if there's someone that was willing to try cultivating by consumption, monsters in the kingdom of Dexian were just simply too rare, and high spirit master level monsters were extremely rare and few in number. After looking through several books, Lu Ming naturally knew about this, but after seeing the two misunderstand him he just smiled and didn't bother to further explain the situation. Since all of the remains of the green-haired giant rat had already been consumed, there was nothing other sect members could do even if they found out. However, not having them find out was naturally better. Many thanks for the advice, Senior. I will definitely engrave it in my memory. Anyway, I wonder why Teacher Gue is looking for Junior you and me. Could Senior spare me a bit of detail? Lu Ming replied vaguely and curiously asked. I am actually quite unsure, I just know that it has something to do with 9 Enlightenment Mountain. Other than you two, Junior Xiaofeng was also called to go. Shi Chuan replied with some hesitation apparent in his voice. 9 Enlightenment Mountain? Lu Ming heard what was said and felt surprised. The 9 Enlightenment Mountain was one of the 5 great sects of Dexian Kingdom, with its strength ranked above the Barbarian Ghost Sect. Other than knowing that they seemed to be extremely proficient at puppet techniques, Lu Ming did not know anything else about that sect. Still feeling a little surprised, the 3 of them flew into the sky on clouds and went straight for the mountain peak. After a short while, Lu Ming, Yu Qing, and Xiaofeng all arrived in the hall. Not too far in front of them, the 3 spirit masters sat in separate chairs. However, the Gue scholar unhappily stared at Lu Ming, who had exceeded his expectations and had become a middle spirit apostle. His brows were tightly knit and only after a long time did he shake his head and say, You actually utilized pills to reduce your training time. This has made me slightly disappointed. However, for what I am about to tell you, this is actually an unexpected, pleasant surprise. So I will not say any more. Junior Zhu, tell the 3 about this matter. At this time, Martial Aunt Zhong also looked at Lu Ming with disappointment in her eyes. Within the 3 spirit masters of 9 Infant Mountain, only Martial Aunt Zhong regarded Lu Ming with slight importance. With the misunderstanding that Lu Ming had consumed pills to improve quickly to become a middle spirit apostle, she naturally felt disappointed. The reason for calling you three over is because of an agreement between Deshang and Deji of the Nine Enlightenment Mountain and us back in the day. After hearing what his senior had said, Zhu Qi slowly started to explain. Originally, 7 or 8 years ago, Zhu Qi and the martial ant Zhong were invited by 2 spirit masters of the Nine Enlightenment Mountain to go together to some place of danger to explore the unknown. In the end, they found a fruit tree covered with unknown spirit fruits. However, these spirit fruits had just formed not long ago and were far from being ripe. Thus, they made an agreement with each other. Once the fruits had become ripe, they would split the spirit fruits evenly. However, a few days ago, the two of them had received a letter from a Nine Enlightenment Mountain Sect disciple stating that these soon-to-be ripe fruits would be split based on battles between the newly accepted disciples. And after haggling between 9 Infant and 9 Enlightenment Mountain Spirit Masters, they finally decided to hold 3 competitions. The 3 of them, Lu Ming, Yu Qing, and Xiao Feng, were the disciples that the 9 Infant Spirit Masters had chosen to participate in these competitions. Although these competitions are not battles of life or death, since these competitions are connected to the spirit fruits, no one will want to easily give them up. Thus, it is life-threatening to a certain degree. If any of you do not want to participate, you can say so now and us 3 will not force you to participate. Also, since we are having you fight, you will naturally receive benefits too. After carefully investigation through manuscripts, we have discovered that the fruits on the tree are the legendary Sky Jade fruit. The main use for this fruit is to create a type of spirit elixir, which is extremely helpful to low-level cultivators. Spreading this spirit elixir on the body has an astonishing effect of remolding one's body. If you do compete, as long as we win, you will receive this spirit elixir as a reward. Of course, for the disciples that win, your share will be much greater. Zhu Ji finally said. I am willing to compete in this battle. As soon as Zhu Qi finished talking, Xiao Feng yelled out without the slightest hesitation. He, who had just become a middle spirit apostle, was already extremely confident about his abilities. His confidence definitely was not inferior to any other spirit apostle of the same level. I am also willing to fight for our faction. Yu Qing also seemed eager. Lu Ming was not going to give up such a great chance for his cultivation path either. After a slight pause after Yu Qing, he too expressed his willingness to compete. Very well, you 3 are the most outstanding disciples out of our new disciples. However, the disciples from the 9 Enlightenment Mountain will not be easy to defeat. So for the next month, you 3 are to temporarily stay at the mountain peak and familiarize yourselves with battle methods effective against people who specialize in puppet techniques. We 3 will personally teach you. This way your chances of winning will be able to increase by a bit. After hearing their replies, Gui Ru Quan spoke with satisfaction. After Lu Ming and the 2 others heard this, they naturally all nodded continuously in agreement. As a result, for the following month, Lu Ming and the 2 others stayed at the mountain peak in some training ground. Each day they would battle against some low-level puppets. Although Gui Ru Quan and the other 2 did not have in-depth knowledge about the puppet techniques, controlling a few low-level puppets and replicating some of the more common attacks used by the puppet technique was not a big hassle for them as they were spirit masters. The different types of attacks from different types of low-level puppets, as well as the myriad of attacks puppet technique practitioners had, caused Lu Ming and the other 2 to broaden their scope of possible cultivation attacks. Of course, in these types of practices, Lu Ming did not use all of his different attacks and tricks. Instead, he performed averagely within the 3, not making Gui Ru Quan pay extra attention nor make them feel disappointed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Today, Lu Ming and the other 2, as well as Spirit Master Scholar and the Spirit Masters, all arrived at the square. Only after Zhu Qi said a few words of farewell to the Spirit Master Scholar did he take out a faint yellow glyph while forming a hand sign with one hand. He then threw the glyph in front of himself. After a puff of white smoke, a 70 to 80 feet long green wooden boat appeared in front of everyone. The boat was long and narrow and dark green in color, with a weird light silver color pattern all over the green paint, giving people a mysterious feeling. Haha, with Junior Zhu's flying jade spirit boat, traveling won't take up too much time. Once Gui Ru Quan saw the green-colored wooden boat, he immediately mentioned something about it while playing with his beard. Yes, if it weren't for Senior Zhu accidentally discovering 1,000-year jade spirit wood and spending such huge costs to invite Master Yu to spend 3 years of his time, how could it be possible for us to obtain a flying totem? With this totem, as long as one doesn't fight anyone proficient in escape techniques, then one will be more than able to escape. The martial ant Zhong said while smiling sweetly. Chapter 46, Suppressing Serpent Dragon Island. Chapter 46, Suppressing Serpent Dragon Island. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and the other two couldn't help but stare at the wooden boat in front of them. This was their first time seeing a totem, and an extremely rare flying totem at that. Zhao Qi called out to them as he boarded the wooden boat with Martial Ant Zhong. This time Gui Ruquan was not coming with them, since he had to watch over 9 Infants Mountain. Zhu Qi waited until Lu Ming and the other 2 disciples carefully boarded the wooden boat before forming a one-handed sign. Immediately, a single layer of an aqua-colored light screen appeared, enveloping the entire boat. Zhu Qi immediately continued shooting several different types of hand signs onto the boat's exterior, making it slowly rise into the air. After Zhu Qi said go, the wooden boat immediately shot forward, making the 3 spirit apostles seated inside sway as they almost fell over. Only when Lu Ming lowered his center of gravity did his body stand up straight again. Thereafter he quickly looked out at the aqua-colored light screen. The white clouds outside the boat quickly passed by at a speed observable with the naked eye. At the same time, the tall mountains beneath them became nothing more than small black and green dots. It was simply impossible to see anything clearly at the speed which they were traveling. This flying jade spirit boat was actually several tens of thousand feet high in the sky while traveling at an astonishing speed. It was as if it were shooting through the sky. Even with the jade spirit boat, it will take a dozen or more days to get to our destination. During this period of time, other than when we temporarily land in a few places, you all should properly rest in the boat. After saying this, Zhu Qi walked to the front deck of the boat and stood there without moving, wholeheartedly controlling the boat as it advanced. After hearing that, Lu Ming and the 2 others sat down and crossed their legs in succession. As for Martial Ant Zhong, ever since she entered the wooden boat, she sat with her legs crossed in a corner at the back of the boat. Her eyes were slightly closed as she completely ignored the outside world. Lu Ming wasn't actually cultivating with the time. Instead he placed his hand on his knees, with lines of words and chants floating through his head. These words were the explanations on how to practice the spirit communication technique. Although Lu Ming did not have the spirit incense with him a few days ago, he had managed to understand a large portion of the technique. All he needed now was to completely understand it, and then he could go find a suitable ghost and use the spirit communicate technique to tame it. This technique was the main combat technique used by Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples. To his side, Yu Qing had faintly closed eyes. His red hair slightly breezed about while at the same time there was a bit of a heat wave spreading outward. This odd heat wave was likely not the result of an entrance cultivation method and instead seemed more like Yu Qing was training at some type of secret technique. As for Xiao Feng, his body was enveloped by a layer of faint green light, obviously cultivating his withering wood method, that was passed down to him by Spirit Master Gui. Since Xiao Feng, like Lu Ming, had just become a middle spirit apostle, he needed to do extra strengthening on his new level. Time passed by bit as the flying jade spirit boat carrying the 5 of them became a ball of green light, shooting through the sky and flying to the west. During the journey, at night time, they would find an area of clear wilderness where they could stop and rest for a few hours. The rest of the time was spent aboard the spirit boat. There were no problems during the trip, and after a period of 10 days, the flying boat finally arrived at a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. Without hesitation, the boat flew toward the center of the lake. At this time, the flying boat had already descended to an altitude of less than 1,000 feet. The water ripples caused by the soft wind blowing on the lake could now clearly be seen by the people on the boat. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 10 minutes, a green and black island could be faintly seen up ahead. Okay, we have finally arrived at Slaying Dragon Island. You all should prepare for landing. Zhu Qi said as he stood up and looked at the island ahead. After Lu Ming and the others gave an affirmation that they heard him, they stopped their training and stood up as well. The flying jade spirit boat soon arrived in the sky above the island and stopped at the center of the island. Lu Ming looked down and saw a pile of grayish-white rocks. The area directly under them also seemed to have about a dozen shadows. The flying jade spirit boat quivered a bit and the light screen on the surface suddenly disappeared as it slowly started descending. Haha, fellow Zhu, fellow Zhong, you have finally arrived. We haven't seen each other for such a long time, but after seeing you two today I see that the elegance and grace in the two of you is still the same as before. The flying boat landed on the ground and from nearby, a white-haired elder immediately walked out among the dozen people waiting. He was amiable in appearance and greeted Zhu Qi and the Zhong spirit master with a smile. Zhi Qi walked out of the wooden boat first and looking ahead, plainly said, "Fellow De Ji also looks just as young as before with no decrease in vigor. However, you brought quite a lot of disciples with you this time. Is it possible that they all want to compete? How is that possible? Since we have already decided that the competition will have 3 rounds, we will naturally only send 3 disciples to compete. The other disciples are just those who were originally left here, responsible for looking after the tree. They have stayed here for 7 or 8 years, even if they aren't rewarded, they should still be recognized for their efforts. A gray-haired elder wearing a wooden crown, not standing with the 9 Enlightenment Mountain group, spoke without expression. After Marshal Aunt Zhong heard what was said, she instead snorted and said, "Why do I remember that originally, Senior Gue also wanted to leave a few disciples to guard this place as well. However, the 2 of you brought out plenty of excuses to make sure that your disciples would be the ones to train near the spirit tree. Training close to the spirit tree helps increase one's training speed, even more so than consuming common spirit rice. One's Fa Li would also get somewhat naturally purified. Seeing how energetic all your disciples look, they must all have greatly increased their Fa Li." She was currently leading Lu Ming and the other 2 as they flew off the flying boat. What fellow Zhong said is incorrect. It was like what you said, why would we split the spirit fruit with you 2? Back in the days, the cave where the suppressing serpent dragon master once lived was discovered by the 2 of us, and we also helped, in large part, with breaking the seal afterward. Oh well, why are we even mentioning the past? It can be said that we have been friends for many years, so we cannot get mad over some spirit fruit. Also, fellow Zhu has already accepted that the spirit fruit shall be split through battle, which shows that he should have some confidence. I also heard that Brother Gue has accepted a new 9 spirit pulse disciple. I do wonder who it is. The white-haired elder did not seem aggravated at all and instead casually explained. His gaze then swept over the 3 disciples. What fellow Deji said is correct, there is no benefit to mentioning the past. Xiaofeng, come and greet the 2 elders Deshang and Deji. After thinking for a short while, Zhu Qi did not bother to say any more and waved behind him. I greet the 2 elders. Xiaofeng did not dare be neglectful as he hurriedly walked forward and bowed. Already a middle spirit apostle, he really is a genius. The Deshang and Deji looked and analyzed Xiaofeng, they could not help but say a few words of praise. Zhu Qi waved his hand, allowing Xiaofeng to return and became more serious as he asked. I have also heard that the 2 of you have also acquired a very talented disciple after your last spirit awakening ceremony. I heard that this new disciple has the talent of being able to do multiple things at the same time. I wonder if you will allow me to see him. Doing multiple things at the same time? After hearing this, Lu Ming's heart suddenly quivered. Oh, fellow Zhu must be talking about Yuer. Yuer, come meet your 2 elders of 9 Infants Mountain. After hearing what Zhu Qi said, the white-haired elder Deji laughed a bit, and also waved behind him at the group of disciples in the same manner. A youth wearing a blue robe who also looked slightly gloomy, walked forward a few steps. Without showing any expression, he gave a greeting in the direction of the 2 spirit masters of 9 Infant Mountain from quite far away. Then, without saying anything, he returned to the group of disciples. This all made Zhu Qi and the other people slightly startled. Fellow Zhu, fellow Zhong, please do not be offended. Jianghu, this child grew up by himself in the mountains. After that he devoted all of his energy to training, so he doesn't really understand matters about human interaction. He definitely did not mean any disrespect to the 2 of you. The white-haired elder hurriedly explained, but the manner in which he spoiled Jianghu was obvious to everyone. After hearing this, Zhu Qi knit his brows. After a long while did he finally force a smile and said, "It seems like the child's talent of doing multiple things at once is really important to the 2 of you, otherwise you 2 would not say words like these. Whatever, Junior and I became spirit masters long time ago, we will not lower ourselves to argue with a new disciple. How about we first go have a look at the spirit tree, then decide the specific matters regarding the competition. If you want to see the spirit tree, that is naturally not a problem. Yifeng, you will be leading the way." Deji replied without the slightest hesitation and immediately gave out orders. A youth around the age of 20 immediately stood out and replied, turned around and walked toward a tall, large pile of rocks. Seeing this, Zhu Qi took out a faint yellow glyph and after waving it toward the flying jade spirit boat, a white light shone out of the glyph. The flying jade spirit boat started to blur and then disappeared under the white light. Only after this did Zhu Qi collect and store the glyph. He then brought Lu Ming and the others to follow behind the 9 Enchantment Mountain disciple in no hurry. When the group of people approached the giant rock pile that seemed to be at least 100 feet high, the youth leading the way raised a hand, formed a hand sign and hit it onto the rock pile. After a series of peculiar tremors, the rock pile in front of them disappeared without a trace. Replacing it was a huge stone house that seemed extremely old and weathered. To the side of the stone house, there were a few tall, big, old, badly damaged stone pillars. These pillars were slightly yellow in color with a few blurred, unclear patterns, seemed to existed for a long time. Who would have thought that after a few years of not visiting, this place would still be the same as when we first broke the seal? When Zhu Qi saw the wooden house, he softly coughed before speaking. That is natural after all, it was the two of us who especially ordered the disciples guarding this place to not destroy anything here. De Ji replied with a beaming smile. It seems that you still haven't given up on that thing. Martial Aunt Zhong coldly replied after she heard what was said. According to the investigation results from before, this place should be the last secret dwelling of the suppressing dragon master. It is reasonable to say that thing should be hidden here. This time, the white-haired elder hesitated a bit before speaking with some regret. This cannot be said so easily. Although the last time we came here the gains were not small, the remains of the suppressing dragon master have never been found. Perhaps this place is only a slightly more important dwelling of his. Also, after all these years, it is unknown to us how many times the two of you have searched this place. If it really still had any treasures, how could you two not have found them? Zhu Qi said coldly. Chapter 47, Fighting with Spells, First. Chapter 47, Fighting with Spells, First. Maybe it's so. The old, white-haired man sighed, obviously not willing to dwell any longer on this topic. By this time, the group had already entered the stone house. After walking to a stone staircase leading down, they descended down. Lu Ming was following Zhu Qi closely, examining everything around him. The entire stone staircase was made of green rocks, and every few meters there was a stone sconce on the wall that lit up the area around it. After descending 300 feet down, the path in front of them opened up as they walked into a hall with pathways leading in all directions. All around this hall were several stone doors that had been broken open. However, the areas behind these doors were unknown. The youth leading the way turned left without hesitation and went into a tunnel. However, it was only a short time after that another hall appeared in front of them. This hall also had several tunnels connected to it. This place was a mini man-made underground maze. However, the disciples of the Nine Enlightenment Mountain had clearly explored this place before, and after leading Lu Ming and the others left and right as they walked through the passageways, they finally arrived at a red-violet bronze door. When Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong saw this bronze door, their composure slightly changed. Ka-cha! The bronze door was slowly opened by two Nine Enchantment Mountain disciples. Looking at how they were straining themselves, it seemed as if the door weighed tens of thousands of pounds. The moment the bronze door opened, a burning hot gust of air came rushing out. This made Lu Ming and the other Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples flinch. When Zhu Qi felt the heat wave, he knit his eyebrows together. However, he walked in with Martial Aunt Zhong without hesitation. Lu Ming quickly followed behind Zhu Qi and entered through the bronze door. After looking at the surroundings, an expression of surprise showed on his face. The cavern behind the door was at least a few acres large. The ground was laid in solid green rock slabs. At the edges of these slabs were small, faintly red gems. In the middle of the cave was a decently tall, bright red tree. On it were 30 or so emerald green fruits, the size of one's fist. The entire tree was shrouded in a faint blue light, while the ground at the roots of it was dark red in color. Heat waves were continually emitted from this patch of ground and made everyone in the cave feel as if they were in a hot oven. However, both Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong did not seem surprised by this. Zhu Qi stared at the spirit tree for a few seconds before saying, "Looks like our prediction was correct. Soon after the spirit fruits mature, the volcano will erupt. It really is a pity about this spirit tree, since we would be able to get some sky jasper fruit after a few more years. If we didn't notice such a thing would happen, neither you nor I would have let this spirit tree go so easily. Needless to say, we also wouldn't be standing here and splitting the spirit fruits so amicably," De Ji said with a smile. "When the volcano erupts, the entire suppressing dragon island will be gone. In addition, this spirit tree was planted here a long time ago. Once its spirit roots aren't nourished by the volcanic magma, the tree will wither. Alright, I've already counted, there are 33 spirit fruits on the tree like before. No fruit has been lost. We should start talking about the competition," Zhong's spirit master said. "Since it's our disciples fighting, it doesn't need to be too complex. How about this, since there are 33 spirit fruits we can split them into 3 groups. Each group will have 11 spirit fruits and will be picked by the winner. Of course, since this is only a competition, either you or me can intervene in order to save a disciple from harm. However, intervening would basically mean that you have forfeited the round. Deshang, who had not talked much since the group arrived, spoke now. Looks like fellow Deshang has already thought this through. I do not have any objections. However, the two of you have already promised that no disciple of yours will be using a high-tiered puppet. If someone uses a puppet of 3rd tier or above, it also counts as a loss. Zhu Qi's eyes flashed as he replied. Of course. Deji also agreed. After working out a few more details about the competition, Deshang sharply stepped down. His foot was at least a few inches within the ground. Then, his body blurred, and when he appeared again, an acre-wide circle had been drawn into the hard rock ground. Through this feat, Deshang, who looked old and senile, seemed to have not been made of blood and flesh. Alright, leaving the circle and losing the capability to move are both counted as a loss. Now each sect can send out their first disciple. Deshang slowly drifted back as he spoke without emotion. Just as his voice fell, a girl around 15 or 16 years old walked out from among the 9 Enchantment Mountain disciples. Her sleeves were rolled up while she had a yellow animal skin bag at her waist. Her hair was tied into 7 or 8 braids while her eyes were extremely bright and she seemed quite mischievous. Yu Qing, she is also a beginning spirit apostle. Why don't you go? Seeing the girl's strength, Zhu Qi called upon Yu Qing. This was not the time to use tactics. If they dared to send in a middle spirit apostle like Xiao Feng or Lu Ming, they would most likely be able to take this first round but at the same time forfeit the other 2 rounds. This kind of action would ruin their reputation and forfeit their chances of getting more than 1/3 of the spirit fruits was definitely something that the 2 9 Infant Mountain Spirit Masters did not want. After answering him, Yu Qing walked into the circle with excitement. The moment he stepped foot within the circle, his aura grew while a layer of yellow light appeared around him. When the girl saw this, she smiled and dug around in the bag at her waist. Moments later, she threw out a round yellow ball made of dirt. After some creaking, the yellow ball expanded into a 6-foot-long black serpent the moment it hit the ground. From its segmented body and reflective scales, it was apparent this serpent was a puppet beast. Go. The girl made a hand sign with one hand and poked her head with the other. Then she started controlling the puppet. Pooh. The puppet swung its tail and slammed the ground before shooting like an arrow toward Yu Qing. Good. Under the instructions of the Spirit Master, Yu Qing was much more familiar with puppet beasts and was not afraid when this serpent came lunging at him. He calmly crouched down and pushed at the ground. On his arm, a couple of yellow spirit tattoos flashed into appearance. With a muffled sound, a large green stone slab rose up from the ground and acted as a stone wall in front of Yu Qing. Seeing this, the girl's expression changed slightly, but the black puppet serpent kept going straight and rammed into the stone slab. With a hong sound, the stone slab was completely shattered and became dust that scattered in the air. The black serpent was also pushed back and fell to the ground. However, once the puppet beast touched the ground, it suddenly opened its mouth and started glinting. The glints were actually needles the size of a cow's hair. They shot through the dust. With ping-ping sounds they stabbed into something. Hearing this, the girl's face showed excitement. Her hand sign changed and was about to drive the puppet beast forward again when a yellow flash appeared above her head. A yellow stone that was at least the size of a person's head appeared after the flash ended and smashed down heavily. Surprised, the girl twisted her waist and narrowly dodged the falling rock that went by her shoulder. However, at this time a sound of "hoo" appeared. A crimson fireball shot out without warning from the dust, and in an instant, it was near the face of the girl. With panic, the girl only had time to put one of her arms before her to block the attack. Hong! The fireball exploded and engulfed the girl within it. Haha! Yu Qing laughed widely as he walked out from the dust. At the moment, his entire body was covered in a layer of thick dirt. The dirt layer acted like armor made from dirt. The needles that the puppet beast had shot out were all stuck in the dirt armor, leaving Yu Qing unscathed. Seeing this, Lu Ming's brows raised up slightly while he was somewhat regretful that he couldn't learn such a technique. This technique was called Earth Armor Technique, and was exclusive to the Earth Spirit method. Cultivators of other cultivation methods that wanted to learn it would not find much success and would instead be wasting their time. Senior, I think you're laughing much too early. A threat of anger came from within the fire. With a "so," the fire was swept away by a violent gust of wind and the girl once again appeared in everyone's vision. However, at this time, There was a red-yellow shield before her arm that was held defensively in front of her, and in her other hand was a crimson glyph. The glyph was sprouting a red light that covered the girl within it. In addition, the girl showed no signs of being burned or even hurt. When Lu Ming saw the glyph in the girl's hand, he showed an expression of surprise. Even though Lu Ming had only joined the cultivation world not too long ago, he knew the rarity of glyphs like the one in the girl's hand, which contained special techniques and spells. Other than a couple of glyphs that could be used over and over again, glyphs that only had a one-time use were rare, even for spirit masters. Avoiding fire glyph. The two of you have really spent a grand sum for this competition. Not only is the material for making this glyph extremely hard to find, a normal glyph maker has a success rate of less than 1%. How could your disciple obtain such a rare glyph? Seeing the glyph in the 9 Enchantment Mountain girl's hand, Zhu Qi's face became ugly. Haha, you two fellows have wronged us. This glyph was not from us. Do you know what the surname of this girl is? De Ji wasn't surprised at this situation and asked with a laugh. What is it? Zhu Qi felt odd at the nonchalance De Ji was showing. Her surname is Nan, De Ji said proudly. Nan? Does this girl have some relation with Master Nan? Zhu Qi paused for a second before suddenly remembering something. Haha, fellow Zhu has finally understood. This girl is one of the more loved granddaughters of Master Nan. However, ever since she was young she has loved puppet techniques, which is why she is under the two of us. Thus, having glyphs on her is extremely common. De Ji slowly responded.